Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome. Whoa, to Blurry. Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And my body decided to put me to sleep. So that was nice. I woke up feeling very refreshed and wonderful. And then I realized, oh, dear God, I'm not supposed to feel refreshed and wonderful. I'm supposed to feel terrible. I'm supposed to feel absolutely horrible. I'm supposed to feel like I should still be asleep and hating life. I overslept. I apologize. I understand Mr. Branca has started a stream, and some of you may be over there, and I would welcome you to stay over there, of course. For completeness and posterity, I will be over here playing catch up to the to where the court is. So we're going to skip any breaks that the court has and do that. I don't know if Mr. Branca will want to join or not. He is welcome to, but I don't want to step on his stream's toes. I do just want the complete trial archive over here. So I've got the court ready at the beginning of the day, and we will get started here. Like I said, we'll skip the breaks. So not gonna horse around too much before jumping into it. Man. Sometimes, the physiology of me is like, no, just go to sleep, you idiot. And that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted at all. Let me read these quick chats and then we'll get going. Squizgar says late on jelly and peanut butter. Casey Moody says at least Attorney Tom is on time. No kidding. Morgan Babcock says rackets. I've been up since 5 a.m. yesterday. I went to work at 10 and now I'm pounding beers to enjoy this shit show. Touchdown on paper, unbreaded. Ty Fuzzle says in Richard's voice, Nick is both the latest and the gayest of latent gays, but even if he wasn't so late, he'd still be the gayest of the gays. Squizgar says, I think I know what happened in this case. Curtis Reeves heard Corn Pop was a bad dude, got confused with popcorn, and didn't have his chin handy, so he panicked. Wait a minute. Hey, what's up, Nate?
Oh, damn. I'm like looking him up my nose. What's going on? Law Self-Defense is coming over now. We're on his stream watching it.
You guys are coming. You're coming over here? Because I'm starting from the beginning. So you might want to stay.
He's shutting down his stream to come over here. He just told everybody to come over here.
Well, I mean, it works, but I was thinking maybe you guys would join at like lunch or something, because I'm going to start from the beginning and skip the breaks. But I messaged him, but he might not have seen it.
No, he was trying to figure it out, but he's shutting it down. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay. We're all having a good time, and I'm assuming the people who are over there. He had a huge group too. It was great. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I saw. I did not want to disrupt it, but I wanted to completeness, have the whole show. So I'm starting from the beginning like an idiot.
But how you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you for almost a week. What am I talking about? A while? It's fucking been a week. I'm watching. To be honest with you, I watch you every fucking day. So like,
it feels like forever, though. It feels like forever. I'm good, except my body just decided to knock me out. I wasn't supposed to be asleep at all. And then I woke up on a couch. I was like, oh my God, no. No.
Yeah, that's like every night I'm waking up on the couch like, what the hell? I was watching Peacemaker. You guys gotta watch. That's a fucking great show, man. Peacemaker. Oh my God, I love it to death.
Jeez. Let me see if okay, I'll wait for Andrew's in the waiting room here, but I think I don't know if he's still on his show or if he's ready to pop in, but I can.
No, I think he's ready to pop in because he shut down his own show.
Okay. Andrew, hey, what's up? I was not intending to have you shut your show down because I was going to play catch up, but
yeah, I couldn't figure it out because I had Nate was talking in one ear, you were talking in the other ear on a different stream, and my brain was talking to me, and it just seemed like the easiest thing to do was revert back here. Court should be coming back into session in just a moment. They're on a 10-minute break right now. I don't know if you want to start at the beginning, or I can just summarize the first couple of witnesses. Nothing really dramatic happened.
Well, let's do that then. Let's just start let's just resume.
The first witness was a Greg DeJong. He was an EMS guy. The state brought him up to testify that he didn't observe any apparent injury to Curtis Reeves' head. And then on cross-examination, they got him to talk about how he did flush Curtis Reeves' eye. Reeves was complaining about some discomfort in that area. That was basically the gist of direct and cross for the EMS guy. The second witness was a detective, Todd Koenig, from the sheriff's office. On direct, he testified that the most he saw was Curtis Reeves rubbing his eyelid. So the state was obviously trying to pull out evidence inconsistent with something like a blow to the head, which is the defense narrative. But on cross-examination, Attorney Escobar was great again. He had that deposition from when things first happened. And in the deposition, the detective was describing a redness more on the temple than on the eyelid, not on the eyelid. So he did a very good job of impeaching that detective's testimony as well. So it ended up leading me to believe that the weight of the evidence was actually more consistent with a blow to the temple than not.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. Their cross-examination has been just so good. They've been extracting the narrative that they want from the witnesses and messing with the narrative of the state. And that's what you want to do on cross. Yeah. So good job for them doing that. Again, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overcome the hurdle of everybody just thinking this guy shot somebody over popcorn. Because it is, I mean, that's a powerful narrative of pettiness. And so we'll have to see, I guess, and also see what they do on their case in chief as well.
Yeah, most juries love simple, and that's the problem. Simple wins, and a lot of times when if you're a defense attorney and your argument is very complicated and the prosecution is very simple, it's really, really hard to overcome a very simple. He shot him over popcorn. So, but again, I think if you watch Andrew's video on the cross-examination was excellent. It was fantastic work, and I think that. When you watch that, you'll see that's how you kind of break it down. But is it like you're saying, Nick? Is it enough to kind of just overcome that simple argument? He got shot over popcorn.
So something else that happened before the jury got brought in. Apparently, one of the jurors, number 4, complained to the court that they suspected the media was taking pictures of the jurors. So the judge made a statement in court to the media in effect that you better not be doing that. If you are, you'll be banned from this courthouse forever.
Wow!
Thrown in jail too, if they're doing that.
It's amazing that journalists continually attempt to take pictures of jurors. Like it's like, you're not supposed to do this. And if that picture shows up on your network, that they're going to try and track down who took the picture. You could get your entire network banned from the court for a period of time, for all time or whatever. That'd be a fun court case to see if that would work. But you're not supposed to do that. And yet they continually do. They're all the time. They're like, oh, I'm going to take a surprise picture of the jury. Why? Why is this your deal? If you publish these pictures, you're going to out yourself as the person who did it. You may even be violating a court order or a law. Just wild. Oh my gosh. This person wants me to do Elmo voice. Just a second. It's the morning. Let me see if I even can. Remember, Nick? No, I can't. Oh, it's too early. You said if you're late, you owe Drex your cupcake. That's disgusting. No, thank you. I can't do Elmo right now. Sorry, guys. Dragon's Treasure says, so how much would it cost to get my logo on top of Long Crime's watermark and have this public stream brought to you by the Dragon's Treasure instead? We could do that tomorrow, maybe. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says Leighton spreads the jelly on top of the peanut butter when making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Disgusting. Juju the Whale says Ministry of Otaku canceled by Kick Vic weirdos. Oh, that's too bad. That guy's good stuff. Ministry of Otaku. I met him down in at Matsuri. They got his Twitter shut down or something. Wakey, wakey, wakey. It's time for court. Come on, wake up. It's time for court. Okay. That's the catch up. The catch up things here. I do have the court feed up right now, which is doing nothing on my screen. That's it. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you guys heard, Law and Crime has filed a delayed copyright strike against me. So I have 7 days to reach out and contact them, or else a copyright strike will be applied to my account, and I cannot appeal it until the copyright strike is applied first, which is stupid. And it is over the Chandler Halderson trial, which I believe they don't even own the footage. So they're just able to go ahead and lie like that.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's so crazy because this is, just imagine we weren't attorneys and you were just a little guy. Just imagine the intimidation of this. You know, he's cease and desist. He's all this, and it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yep, it's nonsense, and they're just going ahead and whatchamacallit? They're just going ahead and doing this strike thing, and they're using the YouTube process because they have the delayed strike. The purpose of it is to put someone on notice and invite them to contact you to resolve things privately. They don't need to do that. They have my lawyer's contact information already because they sent me a cease and desist. We responded, and they could contact my lawyer with their lawyer very simply. And they chose not to ever get back to us. So they're just using the mechanical aspect of YouTube in a punitive way. They don't need to have me reach out. We already did. And it's ridiculous. But that's the way it goes.
What's the copyright claim? Is it just the Law and Crime logo on their stream? I mean,
no, it's the video. They're trying to claim they own the footage. And
I mean, I don't. So this was specifically for Jad Halderson. Where was that trial?
Thank you.
Wisconsin.
Hey, Tina.
Oh, I hear the court.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Florida's got a pretty aggressive sunshine law, so I don't see how they could make that kind of claim with respect to this trial.
Yeah, and they didn't do it here, but I was beating them in numbers. I don't know if I will today because I overslept, which is dumb.
Good.
God.
Well, everyone who was on my stream, I think we had about 3,000. They were all directed back here, so hopefully it'll.
That's right. You said that already. I'm
very
join us
cool.
Here. Susan Miller, and I don't know who she is, but the judge commented that this might be a lengthy testimony, which is why she took the 10-minute break she just took.
All right.
More like 15 or 20 minutes.
Jackson Kai says, Nick lives, stomp, stomp. Seriously, though, had me worried you had a family emergency or something. Lots of love, Nick. No, I just was blissfully dreaming.
Thank you, Deputy.
I hate dreaming. I know I've
Were
overslept
you
if I'm
all able to
dreaming.
abide by my instructions during the recess? All right. Thank you once again. Mr. Martin?
St. Paul's forensic science investigator Susan Miller.
I mean, how long would her testimony be? I don't see any complex forensic science issues here. No one's disputing that the round fired by Curtis Reeves killed Chad Olson. We already heard stipulations about the DNA on the phone. Oh, it's
the Ellen show.
Yeah.
Gates of Above says, but rubbing the corner of your eye does end up rubbing your eyelid, and that's also your temple area as well. No. I don't know. You have to rub pretty vigorously to create redness, I would think.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would, please state your first and last name for the record, and please direct all your testimony to the jury box. What is your name?
My name is Susan Miller,
And spell your last name, please.
Miller.
Now, Ms. Miller, did you do a report in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
In the event that you feel like you need to refresh your memory from that report, please
Megan
tell me.
Rapinoe. No wonder
And
Nate
give, of
left.
course, permission for you to do that. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Very good. Let's go ahead and begin. How are you employed?
I am a supervisor in forensics at Pasco County Sheriff's Office, and I'm also a human remains detection canine handler.
Human
How long have you
remains.
been a humans remain canine handler?
Approximately 3 years.
How long have you been a supervisor?
7 years.
I'm going to take you back to January 13, 2014.
Speaking of eyes.
It's alarming.
Not hers. I'm talking about
Beginning
mine.
of
Oh, hers
Hers
are kind
are-
of they go wide every once in a while, like
I did not.
crazy wide.
And how long after January were you?
Like I'm definitely giving up that parking space.
It was approximately a year later.
So she starts working a year after the incident.
And was there another individual who was also promoted or assigned as a supervisor approximately the same time?
There was.
They
yeah.
did stipulate this morning that some
Was
forensics people
Nancy.
would testify to this effect and that effect. I guess there must be more
Seven.
people who've left the department in the 8 years. So they may not be available to testify. So she's going to have to testify as to their work. That may be why it's going to take a
Explain to
while.
us the
Oh, God.
Training that you've received.
That'll be
in order
riveting.
To carry out the duties as a forensic science investigator. We're going to really not talk about the canine part. That wasn't involved in this case, right?
That's correct.
That's something just. the
Not
last
until I
few years.
fed
Yes.
Chad's body
Right,
to the
very good.
dog.
So let's just concentrate on the training that you had under your belt, so to speak, in 2014.
That's inappropriate.
What was it that allowed you to perform the duties as a forensic science investigator?
So I had completed the forensic technology program in the year 2000, and I was hired directly after finishing that program. And so I've had approximately 1,000 hours of on-the-job training since then.
And what does on-the-job training include?
Man, I want whatever
Going to
dose of
various
Adderall
trainings,
she's on.
through different disciplines, photography,
Welcome back,
documenting
buddy.
crime scenes in general, processing,
My
etc.
VPN just went crazy.
Do your duties
cockpit's cute.
include, photography?
They do.
She's.
Are you?
I don't know. She
assigned
kind
a
of looks like she
particular
can see
camera?
through you.
I am.
2014, that's what we're
That'd be
talking
one hell of an interrogation
about.
looking
You're
into those
assigned a
eyes.
particular camera.
I was, yes.
As far as the collection of evidence, you didn't collect any evidence at the scene at Cop Theater, correct?
Yes, I did collect evidence that day.
Photographs?
I took photographs. Yes, I did.
Okay. And
Oh, so she was in a
I'm
different
talking
role.
about inside theater
time.
10.
Oh, no, sir, I did not.
I apologize, that was my fault. Okay.
She does have those crazy
You were in
eyes, though.
another theater.
Correct.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay. So let's make sure we get that straight. In Theater 10, you did not participate in that process in Theater 10.
No, not of the evidence collection or photography, no.
Let's go ahead and talk about January 13th, 2014. Were you employed as a forensic science investigator on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And your duties, as you have just described?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to respond to Cop Theater at 6333 Westwood Grove Boulevard, Westwood Chapel, Pasco County, Florida?
I did.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
Approximately 1429.
All right. For those of us that aren't familiar with military time, could you convert that for us?
229.
Were you given a particular assignment upon your arrival?
Yes, upon arrival, I was directed to the back of the theater.
Your,
I was directed to the back of the theater to meet with Detective Proctor.
was that Theater 10 or Theater 11?
It was the adjacent theater to the east, so I believe that was 11.
Okay. Did you in fact go into Theater 11?
I did.
While in
Jeez.
Theater 11, do you know what your
This
assignment-
prosecutor's comb over skills is
It
like
was to
on point. Look at
Dr.
that! Look at that comb
who's
over.
the detective officer was interviewing.
It's like
Chin
from
game's
ear
a
to
little
ear,
weak, though.
baby.
Do you in fact write a report about what you do?
I do, yes.
And is that report?
Did you ever see,
finding the case number with Pasco Sheriff's Office?
Jason Goes to Hell,
14-00-1529
Friday the 13th?
Yes,
That's correct.
I have.
You remember when
And your
he
report
shoves
on
Hookie's
evidence
face
collected
into the
some of
deep
that.
fryer?
Yes,
And then he
sir.
Oh,
pulls him out
yeah.
and he slams his head into the woman's jaw and it smashes it way back into her neck and she chokes to death. That's what this guy's face reminds me of every single day.
Have you inside Theater number 11?
Oh, matter of fact, that's where this Jason mask is from. This Jason mask was signed by the first guy that played Jason Voorhees.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's correct.
And if you recognize the individual that was introduced to you as Curtis Reeves, if he's in the courtroom, would you point him out, please?
Yes, he's a gentleman sitting at the table there.
Okay,
What's a gentleman?
let's be a little more specific. Would you
Excuse me.
please tell us at least color?
Thank you.
Yeah, like that's one of those things
In
they
this
should do at the beginning.
particular
We'll
case,
stipulate
were
that
you
all
aware,
these defendants are
that
going to identify
the
our client. Like
event in the theater included the shooting?
Yes, I was.
he was there. We get it.
Now, in that type of situation, is it normal practice for you to process?
yeah, that comb over is massive.
individuals that were part of that event?
It's been alleged
sir,
that
it
that's a
Whether they
toupee.
be a witness or a person of interest.
Correct.
It looks like the hairpiece on a little Lego character.
You
You know, it just
well,
pops off.
that normal process would include photographing and
Did you guys see the ghost of Rush Limbaugh in the courtroom
collection
behind
of items of clothing
behind
the
Chad's ex-wife
person
or
the
widow?
processing was wearing.
Here we go.
Yes, that would be correct.
We'll see him in just a second. Makes me miss the old man.
We have you in Theater 11.
It looks
Actually,
like she's
her hair
wearing
looks
someone
like a-
else's shirt.
Theater 11.
Her hair could be a Lego cap too. They should
What was
swap.
your intention at that time, knowing that Mr. Reeves was a person of interest?
My intention was to photograph the individual and to collect swabs from the hands, to collect a GSR kit, do fingernail scrapings and cuttings.
Gunshot residue.
Gunshot
and
residue.
collect the clothing.
Imagine
Now,
if
we'll go
every
get some
there he is. Look at no, he doesn't look as much like
Administrative
Rush as I
stuff out of
thought.
the way real quick, so we can
Too
just
bad.
concentrate on your.
Imagine if the first time you see anybody, the
Indicated
thing you
that,
have to say to him is,
you
"I'm
took
here to
the
collect
swab.
some swabs."
That's correct.
Would that be a buckle
It's your whole
swab?
life.
I did, yes.
Explain to the
That guy
jury.
looks more like John Voight's fat
A
brother
buccal swab is simply a large Q-tip
sitting
that
behind the Ray
we use,
Donovan
and
character.
we go along the inner lining of the teeth and gums, and that's for the collection of cells to be used at a later date and time.
Is the swab a sterile swab?
It is, yes.
No,
Once
We
that,
put the random DNA on it first.
it's
First of all,
normally
how
sterile,
do you
except when we
handle
put
sterile swab?
chlamydia on it and then
we-
swab
Is it
someone
just
because it's a
like
good
hot balls,
prank.
Something on a stick. That's why give me a visual.
Oh, it's like a Q-tip, a large Q-tip.
All right, very good.
He's got like the shine on his
Once
hair is
that
crazy.
the
It's like blinding me right now. I
material
can't stop
collected
looking at it.
falling inside the mouth, what do you
That is some serious reflection on
Those
that.
swabs are then placed back into
All the
package
jurors
that
are
they
given
came in,
those,
and then
let's
that is
watch a
sealed
nuclear
with
test
evidence
glasses.
and then placed in a paper bag.
Now, because it's biological material, why do you use a paper bag?
Well, we use a paper bag because you want any kind of material that may be moist, any kind of biological material to be in a bag that can breathe. So you wouldn't want to put it into plastic where mold could grow on it.
And did you in fact perform that function and take and utilize a sterile Q-tip and put it in Mr. Reeves' mouth?
That's correct.
And
I
the
think
manner
your
that you
your
just
theory might be
described.
incorrect,
sir.
Mr.
did you
Branca.
subsequently put that into
That
evidence?
I did.
that she'd be testifying to
Along
other
with,
people's work, so it'll
other
take forever. It
items
was
of
just that
clothing
this guy
that
was
you
going to do the
obtained
direct
while you
exam.
were
That's
there
why it's
for
going
the
to take
process
be lengthy.
Process to secure.
I concede the point.
Yes.
Can you imagine how long it takes to get this guy's Burger
And
King
how
order?
did you secure those?
Once the shoes were removed, they were also placed into a brown paper bag
I'd
and
like to
sealed.
buy a double
Approach the witness, Sean.
Whopper cheeseburger with bacon, lettuce, tomato.
How many of his dates have never come back from the bathroom?
It's like, God. Like, I hate ripping on the guy, but oh my God. Go to the store and buy a personality. Please do us a favor. Oh. Do I look okay in this suit? I picked it out. I have 3. It's the one I chose
Approach the
today.
witness, Sean.
Go ahead.
This is my Chinese food from 3 weeks ago. I'd like you to check and see forensically what molds are inside.
The letters.
That looks like the lunch bag from yesterday's witness. Amy Parrish.
All right. Thank you.
That's a large cheese pizza
50.
We roll our pizzas here. in
and a
Florida.
Diet Coke.
Takes exhibit number 50. If you go ahead and open the bag.
Please, if you're gonna open the bag, do it right in front of the microphone. That's what we'd ask. That's what all the other witnesses have done. We want to record the crinkling and the tearing sounds, preserve them for the record for all time.
I'm
Make
waiting
sure-
for one of these witnesses to get that puffed up air plastic packing stuff where you can pop the bubbles.
Like, what if a witness cut their finger? Like they're nervous, so they just snip right into it.
That's all the evidence is all tampered with.
Like, you know, the item-
Somebody should do that as a goof. Just bring in a rubber finger, have it fall off the counter.
Judge, I've got an issue.
Just trying to add a little levity to the proceedings, Your Honor.
And you are, and the witness stepped down. And
Is that
allowed
Chad
the
Olson's
very
sneaker?
quickly, to look at the shoe, and so they make whatever observations they want to make.
Yes, the shoe will be admitted as number 50, and she can show.
You didn't swab the shoe for DNA, did you? So you don't know if he roundhouse kicked my client in the face.
They better have a good reason for introducing that shoe, because that's a big shoe. I mean, that's what I'm thinking of if I'm on the jury. This was a big dude.
It's probably a 14,
Of course, Your Honor,
15 shoe.
see it later. Would you go ahead and place that back on the plan, please? You just stay right there. And now, after the clothes were taken, was Mr. Reeves provided some type of clothing to wear for the remainder of the processing?
Yes, he was placed in a Tyvek suit, which is just a white protective suit.
Now, prior to him being placed in that particular suit, did you do some photographing of Mr. Reeves?
I did,
And where did that take place?
On the
within the
beach.
theater.
Damn, got it wrong.
When the photograph processing took place, did it begin before you seized Mr. Reeves' clothes?
Yes, it did.
Would the photographs that you took then depict the clothes he was wearing at the time he was brought into theater number 11?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, we mentioned that you had a camera, right?
That's correct, yes.
Is that particular camera digital or film?
That's a digital camera.
Let's talk about that.
Film.
Should we
That
really talk
particular
about it?
camera being a digital camera,
Was it a pinhole camera?
whether or not that camera, other than recording the photograph that is taken, along with taking the photograph, tell us whether or not it simultaneously records other data associated with that photograph.
Oh, it
I
does.
would
It
object to
records
leading.
metadata.
All right.
Oh, there's been nothing but leading questions
Metadata
from the
is
prosecution.
information that more or less is embedded into the image.
Like he
so you
essentially
are able
testified to what it
um,
was.
look up some information such as your shutter speed, your ISO, or the time.
Would you say this defendant is guilty?
You say the time.
We're talking about the actual time of the picture being taken.
Okay, the actual time that the shutter opens and closes.
Correct.
It's
It
just,
records the time.
oh my
Yes.
God, those eyes do really freak me out. It's like that's the face you make if you want to scare somebody, right?
Cameras really put it-
It does.
He's probably doing it because he's like that shine off the top of this guy's head. He's not bald. What the hell? Was he all seen on his head?
when the picture is taken,
It is Florida.
time
You should cut a line of Coke on the counter there.
recorded in metadata.
Correct.
In this particular case, did you have occasion to look at the camera itself as far as the time that was set and check it in some sort of way that you knew that you're in the afternoon?
The girl in the back is
time
my
was
spirit
consistent
animal.
with the time of day you were taking the photograph, consistent approximately with your watch.
Yes.
Yes,
He just
that
testified to the whole thing.
was, entered into the camera when I received it.
And was it
Just,
the time
you know what that is? I
day
finally realized what it is. It's prostate exam face.
specifically was?
Yes.
As far as the setting.
Man, you know how she got that job as a forensic
did you allow the camera
analyst?
to automatically set the
Like,
setting for the
Is
line
there
of
anything you think
distance
I
or-
don't see? I don't miss anything.
It was automatic.
And when you took the photograph, did you use any type of external flash?
I did have an external flash on the camera.
And explain to us what an external flash is.
She does not look like
Well,
Dolph
typically
Lundgren.
on
Stop
a
it.
digital camera, you have a pop-up lens that's usually built into the camera. But if you need more lighting, there is an external flash that would be mounted onto the top of the
Jesus, the
digital.
jury's going to ask to bring more bailiffs into the
Automatic
courtroom.
Setting also
It does.
the external.
Yes.
You know they couldn't have her do interrogations because the witness would be dead in 7 days. What?
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
These exhibits, the photographs, defense has no objection to having those items admitted to evidence whenever the prosecutor is ready to request them.
Thank you. Mr.
Tall
Michael.
Skinny Geek says, "Good morning. If your metalworking lathe breaks a tap on taper, unthreaded."
What's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit AAA, JPEG number 2116637.
They need a better system for evidence. Triple A and all those numbers. My God.
JPEG number 2116649.
You know, I bet there's a shorter number he could recite, but this guy would default to the longest, boring means of identifying this exhibit.
A 14674.
I've identified all of the evidence in 64-bit hexadecimal.
I mean,
FHQ.
And finally, mark for identification EEE, JPEG number 2116637. Would you look at these photographs and let me know if you recognize them? Well, first, I'll give you a chance to look at each one of them.
And she looks a little bit like Binger.
When she puts on the glasses, she has to be careful because they can burn holes into whatever she's looking at as it focuses the photons directly onto the paper.
Yes, sir. I recognize those.
Are those the photographs?
She kinda
that
does
you
look
took
like
on
Binger with the
January
glasses
13th,
on.
2014, inside theater number 11 at the Grove Theater of Mr. Curtis Reeves?
Yes, they are.
And if the individual that you were introduced to as Curtis Reeves is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would, and I, next in order for AAA, just for the record, will be
51.
BBB.
That's like super Alcoholics Anonymous.
Next
When
in
did
order,
Gozar the
CCC,
Gozerian become a cop?
And I think I'm going to figure it out from there. And I just,
Gozar the Destructor.
there'll be 3. The next in order will be 54.
Wazapalooza the drunk says oversleeping during a
And the
trial.
next
I
in
motion for a
order,
mistrial due to ineffective counsel.
BBB would be 55.
Don Pedro says Nate's comment about the cop has reinstated his standing in the trans community.
I need some help, man. I need some help. They've been killed. They've been after me.
And now that they're in evidence, may I have the witness step down? We'll publish the jury, and if I, with the court's permission, continue with the testimony with the aid of the photographs. Is that acceptable, Your Honor?
Like you're gonna have her pointing to it. as
She does look like
going
Roxette.
along, or-
No. Well, I'm going to.
Every
have her
time I
point
see
where
you,
the
oh, I
metadata is,
tried
so they
to
know what
hide
we're
away.
talking about. And then it's just, she took these.
I like the fact
photographs.
she doesn't know what to look at. She's like, I'll
She
look
needs
at
to explain
him.
about that. That's something you don't normally get with a picture.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can reposition if you need to.
All right, would you step down, please?
Man, I miss
And
Roxette.
if you would, if you
Not even gonna lie.
stand right here, I'm going to give you Stacy exhibit number 51. And who is that?
This is Curtis Reeves.
Now, we talked about the metadata. Show the jury where that is and what we're talking about.
That's the information that is along the right side of the photograph. And as you can see, it has different delineations of the information there.
As far as the metadata on Stacy exhibit number 51, at what time on January 13th, 2014 was that photograph taken?
So this is indicating that the photograph was taken at 3:44.
I'm gonna say it. This is a horrible presentation. You got to have this in a way where everybody can see it. Should be projected
Again,
up.
we
Like
have
this
the
is
metadata.
very bad.
Will you show that for the jury? Yes.
The information is right along here. And it's depicting the same thing as the previous photograph. It's got the date and the time and other specifics about the photograph.
And what time does the metadata indicate that Stacy exhibit number 52 was taken?
This one says it was 4:03 p.m.
Let me show you Stacy exhibit number 55, and that is a photograph of who?
This is a photograph of Curtis Reeves.
Taken on January 13th.
That's correct.
So why
That
is the
particular
metadata
photograph
important
depicts
to these
what
pictures
part of
of
the
him that they've
This
stipulated
is
to?
the frontal view of the torso as he is sitting in the seat at the theater.
Well, the metadata is just saying when the
Let me
picture was
show you
taken, right?
Stacy exhibit number
Maybe that's
53.
what
I know,
doing it.
but
You show that to the jury, and who is that?
This is also Curtis Reeves.
And that photograph represents what?
This is going to be the left side of the face.
Let me show you Stacy exhibit number 54. Who is that, and what does it represent?
This is Curtis Reeves, and this photograph is depicting the right side of the face.
Because generally the metadata is something that you just stipulate to and you just go through the pictures. I'm surprised this is what the metadata
I
is.
want
Like
you to
we all
go
know
back
it's when the
to
picture was taken and where it was taken. That's it.
What color shirt is Mr. Reeves wearing?
This is a blue button-down shirt.
oh, you're muted, Mr.
Okay.
Branca.
And then using Stacy exhibits.
I might suspect he was trying to give the evidence more apparent weight by going through all this
wearing the
metadata stuff,
same
except
blue
I
shirt.
know how boring this bastard
No,
is. I mean,
sir,
this is just what he
the,
does.
white protective
Yeah.
suit that I mentioned earlier.
And so that was taken after you seized the clothes?
Correct.
And was those two particular pictures taken contemporaneous, if you will, with State's Exhibit number 52, because we're seeing the white Kydex?
Yes, that's correct.
And let me ask you the same question with.
She's one of the most convincing cops they've had on stand.
Compared,
Well, she's
She's
really
not
taking
300
pictures and
pounds
doing
and bald.
swabs.
comparing it to State's Exhibit number 51.
But she's wearing that guy's shirt. That
So
shirt is
State's
way
Exhibit
too
number
big for her.
55, was that
Or
taken
maybe it's because you have a vest too.
contemporaneous
Maybe she doesn't have a vest
with
on today.
Photograph, the State's Exhibit 51.
Yes, that is correct. They're the same.
Smiller.
Have a seat.
Forensics.
I don't think she's got a vest on. I think it's just an ill-fitting piece of attire.
No, well, no. What I'm saying is that when you wear your vest, you usually buy your shirt one size up, so you can put the vest on and it fits.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When I
Gotcha.
was introducing those photographs, you heard me refer to a number.
I still think I got my
said
vest here, too.
JPEG number. Remember that?
Yes.
Explain to the jury where the state got that information. Why is that on that particular picture?
Well, that is part of the metadata from the camera that gets printed out.
Yeah,
on the
well, I
side.
can't show a gun on screen. I can show
Every
a
time the shutter
vest. But yeah,
flashes?
just a vest because it gives
Yes,
you
it
that
has its
little,
own unique number. Correct.
and then you got the trauma plate too. So, because I know I used to wear like an extra large and had to buy double X so that I could breathe
completing
under that stupid
particular
vest.
assignment, did you have an occasion to go to the medical examiner's office to collect evidence?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall that occurring a couple of days after?
It did. It happened on the Wednesday following.
For districts, for the medical examiner's office in this district, it covers Pinellas and Pasco.
That is correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office for this area?
It is located off Almerton Road in Largo.
This is
Is that
important.
where you went?
It is.
Why did you go there on the 15th?
That was to respond down there and pick up items collected during autopsy and bring them back to the sheriff's office to put them into evidence.
Is that your normal procedure?
It is, yes.
Now, had the autopsy already been completed?
It had been completed.
The evidence that you collected, was that collected by the individual?
I'd be more impressed with Long Crime's copyright claims if they actually zoomed in the camera just on her eyes.
Is there a procedure?
So her eyes were like 8 feet across.
Well, the problem, of course, is that they're not actually running any cameras anywhere.
Speak to a particular individual.
Yes, you have to talk to the lab personnel who will have you sign a chain of custody form for the items. And then upon coming back to the sheriff's office, an additional chain of custody form is filled out.
And then we drink the blood of the
As we
innocent.
mentioned with the Pasco Sheriff's Office.
But see, the one thing I always do when you watch cops testify, they're professional witnesses, so they always turn to the jury, and because it's an unnatural thing to do, turn to the jury to answer the question. Usually, you talk
They
to the
do.
person
And
you're
you
asking the
provided
question,
with that number.
Yes.
but they train you to do that.
Cross-reference.
Yesterday, one of the state's witnesses on cross-examination just kept looking over at the prosecutor's table, like,
Yes.
"Save me, save me!
Did you
Why are
have
you letting this guy touch me like this?"
made contact with the representative authorized to release evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you in fact follow the procedure that you just explained?
I did.
Now, once you receive that, those items, do you repackage it in any way?
Yes, upon return to the sheriff's office, they are packaged in another brown paper bag.
Yeah.
And then they are
Talk to the
sealed.
jury.
And then I'm giving it an item number with my initials on it.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, if you gave her a beanie cap and a hoodie, she could sing "Lose Yourself" during the Super Bowl halftime.
Let me show you State's Exhibit HHH. Identification. And State's Exhibit
probably has more muscle than Eminem,
II,
though.
For identification. Would you look at the outside of the package and tell me whether or not you recognize that?
Again, Your Honor, it says no objection.
Please have him speed up. We are not objecting to any of this.
Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
It has the associated case number, the date, and it has my initials and the item number. It also has my signature on the bags.
Chain of custody, people. That's how you do it.
Based on the stipulation by Mr. Michaels, the state would move into evidence H next in order,
56,
and I.
57.
What I'd like for you to do, please, if you would, State's Exhibit number 57. Well, first of all, let me talk about State's Exhibit number 56. That's a buccal swab from the medical examiner's office,
That's correct.
and you know it to be from, the buccal swab was obtained by from Chad Olson.
Yes,
You didn't do that.
I did not do that.
The-
That's correct.
Okay, so
Let's
put that
lead
aside
you
for
through this testimony.
on that. Let's look at
No, you're allowed to lead on direct, right? The whole way through.
Someone just commented Andrew's next
This
book is going to be
item is
dedicated to Nick, and the title's going to be Sleep Hard.
Yes.
Oh, fancy glasses.
careful.
Mhm.
Careful.
Really
Look,
careful.
someone already broke the
Touches
tip
us.
off
Yeah.
with scissors.
Someone stabbed the last bailiff.
The tip's in somebody's rib.
Okay. Inside that bag, do you recognize the evidence that you picked up from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It is labeled with the medical examiner's identification number and tape.
Very good.
So they just pulled an envelope out of an envelope.
And that is what?
So this is the projectile fragments from the chest. Do you want the shoes?
Yeah. Put that back in the bag. Just a moment now.
Jeez. Chat's just dropping jokes. Lancelot 652 says we need Judge Borowski and Lamar back to give a pulse to the courtroom. The Kenosha kid says the glasses are actually to unfocus so she doesn't burn holes through the paper.
Like blue blocker glasses.
You're so mean. You guys are so mean.
Peter says how to peanut butter and jelly. Spread the peanut, making it slightly thicker near the edges, then using a spoon, spread the jelly in the middle, but not to the edge, then put the second piece of bread on. Why would you do that? Just put it on the bread. What is wrong with you people?
Cross?
What do you cross this person on now? It's just like I took these pictures.
Walter Mellon says now
It'll
I
be
know
all
what
the stuff she didn't do.
1000 stands for. Yeah, that's what they've been doing lately. They've been
Look at that
for the
book.
forensics. Look at that, trial Bible's friggin' huge.
But that's a lawyer's trick, though. You bring them all there.
Did you say that in Corinthians?
2014, you met with Captain Steffens, correct?
That's correct.
And he was kind of in charge of the forensic people at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And you were tasked with what's called processing Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
To process Mr. Reeves, you went to this movie theater that wasn't being used, it was empty,
That's correct.
and it wasn't the scene of whatever it was at that point they were investigating, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the number, you didn't know the number until the prosecutor told you today it was 11, right?
I knew it was adjacent to the theater that had been involved.
So 9 or 11,
Correct.
if
To the
they're
east.
if they're numbered sequentially.
Yes.
Now, by processing Mr. Reeves, you collect his shirt,
I did.
the blue shirt we see in the photograph.
Correct.
You do some nail clippings,
I did.
right hand nail clippings and left hand nail clippings.
Correct.
And then what you do with the clippers, you actually preserve those too,
I do.
so that any of the potential biological information, DNA, et cetera, would be on the nails and also on the fingernails, on the fingernail clippers potentially, right?
That could be, yes,
Okay, and that's why you preserve that.
correct.
You also did some scrapings under the fingernails,
Yes,
I imagine before you clip them.
exactly,
And then you do swabs of both hands,
correct.
and you do a gunshot residue kit,
Yes.
which is essentially putting like little stickies, is that right, on fingertips?
Well, yes, what that is basically plastic canisters with an adhesive backing to them. And you use those canisters and you
See, look and
apply
talk
them
to the
the
jury when
backs
you're
of
explaining.
the hands to the palms of the hands.
Testify
In this
101.
case, you did just the right hand, is that right?
No, I would have done both hands.
Okay, and do you know that you did both?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you also talked about this buccal swab. Let's talk a little bit about that. You described it as a Q-tip, and from what I've seen, it's kind of like almost like a long, kind of wide coffee stirrer, right? Because it's flat.
yes,
The item that you're collecting the buccal sample with,
correct.
and then the top is like a Q-tip, but again, it's flat and kind of wide.
It looks very similar to a large Q-tip.
Okay, but flattened.
Flattened, it has a little bit of substance there, cotton substance. I don't know that it's flat.
And that's because what you do is actually run it into the mouth, the gums,
Correct, yes.
the tongue, all inside the mouth, inside
All
the cheeks as well,
yes.
right?
Inside the cheeks, yes.
And that's to capture DNA.
Correct.
Okay, because
Cells,
that's
yeah.
what the buccal swab is used for. You do that collection so down the road, anybody who's wants to can use that as a sample to get DNA off of that.
Yes,
Okay. And in this particular case, you went to the theater, kind of going into the back door as opposed to going into through the lobby and all of that.
yes.
And you encountered, you said Detective Proctor.
Detective Proctor
Okay, so Proctor is the one that guided you to Mr. Reeves.
and Detective Koenig,
Okay, they were together.
yes,
And so you take Mr. Reeves into this theater to process him
that's correct.
and to take photographs as part of you processing Mr. Reeves.
It is,
And so in this case, what you do as a forensic investigator is you're going to look over the subject that you're going to photograph.
yes,
And the things that you notice, you might make sure that you capture the best you can photographically.
yes,
In this case, what you noticed was some redness on the eyelid of Mr. Reeves.
I did.
And that's redness that you noticed, right?
I did notice that, yes.
In other words, the detective didn't instruct you, hey, he's complaining of redness or he's complaining of an injury. Look at that. This is something you did independently of anybody talking to you about it, right?
Yeah, I don't recall if there was any mention of anything like that, but I did observe that and I photographed it.
Okay, let me ask you specifically. Detectives did not point out the redness to you, right?
I don't believe they did, no.
Well, did they point out the redness to you or not?
Nobody,
Yeah, asked
No.
and answered.
She didn't answer.
Sustain.
Do you know
She's
for
in.
sure?
I'll allow that. Overruled.
Do you know for sure?
I do not believe anybody pointed it out to me, no.
Okay.
That's the answer.
And
That's the
certainly
answer, yeah.
Mr. Reeves didn't point it out to you and say, my eye hurts, take a look at it.
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Well, did he?
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Okay. If I show you something, there was a hearing on this case a couple years back. If I show you something, would it help to refresh your recollection? Since you don't remember?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
They've been this is one thing they've been really, really good
Page
at, Nate, on
960.
Cross, is going back to all the previous hearings, previous statements. They have them down,
Proceeding?
previous
Well, this-
depositions.
This is a
And,
defense attorney's dream. 8 years though. Memories are going to get foggy. You know,
Yeah.
you're going to easily be able to get these witnesses caught up.
And Florida is very aggressive about how they let you take depositions from people. You can depose all the witnesses. And if you have the money, it's really important to do just for this purpose.
24 to keep things in context. Okay?
Well, her glasses are thicker than mine. And I thought
I'm
mine
guessing
were pretty
she's
bad.
gonna read where she said he did not say this to me. I mean, that's the whole thing. He did not ask me to do this. Not I, because he's got the I don't believe he did.
Okay, yes, sir.
But at a previous hearing, she said, I'm sure she said he didn't ask me or tell me about the redness.
No, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, don't let her stab me. Somebody's already
Get a
taken
little-
one for the team.
What I showed you was some prior testimony. You recall that now?
Yes, correct.
So in reading that and looking at that, you would agree with me that the detective did not point it out to you, the
Yes,
redness, correct?
correct,
And Mr. Reeves did not mention it to you, correct?
correct.
It was your observation that led you to photograph the eyelid.
It was.
That's strange. They didn't show that to the defense, to the other side before they showed it to her. Usually you have to show it to the other side.
I
Then you can
think it
show
was
to the
already
witness.
done by the prosecution. It was already admitted as an exhibit.
And what,
May this witness be
what they tend to
released?
do, or what they've been doing, I don't know if he did it here, but he'll say deposition page
All right,
10, line 38
Mr. Miller,
through
you're
41
free
or whatever.
today. The possibility you could get called back, you'll need to come.
Well, that wasn't that long of a witness.
Thank
It
you.
No.
Yeah, I was.
was way shorter than the retired cop yesterday. Andrew War Snowboard says, for Nate as Rontoy, this is Monica Country, Nigeria.
That thing is gonna last with me forever. Right? The Nigeria thing is gonna last with me forever.
Yeah,
But I love it though. I love it.
it's when it's good, man.
When it's good, yeah. That was great.
Yes.
It's your Sam Kinison line.
Oh my goodness. Oh, so I was watching. I have another show after this one at 7 p.m. today. I'm going on Quarter Black Garrett's show, and we're
Quarter
talking
Black.
about. Yeah, he's
I love
great.
Quarter Black. He's good. Yeah.
We're going to talk about Showdown in Little Tokyo with Dolph Lundgren and Brandon Lee.
Oh,
I was
love
watching
Showdown in
that.
Little Tokyo.
I was watching that, and that's when I fell asleep last night because I was cashed out, but I had to try and get it down. I was trying to just stay awake through the night. I wasn't supposed to sleep at all. Didn't work. Oh boy, this guy's gonna tell me about my taxes.
This is gonna be an exciting witness. let me get out of here. I gotta go. I forgot I got children to go pick up. Later, guys. I'll be
Hey,
watching.
buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, if you would, state your name for the records. Spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is John Russell Thogmartin, Thogmartin, first name Jon.
All right, sir. And if you would, during the course of our direct examination, if you direct your comments to the jury, and if you have an autopsy report with you, if you feel necessary to refer to it, please let me know, and we'll get the.
Well, this must be the medical examiner.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Let's start from the very beginning. What is your name,
John Russell Thogmartin.
and how are you employed?
I'm the District 6 medical examiner.
How many districts are there in the state of Florida for medical examiners?
24.
District 6 includes what area of the state of Florida?
It's the same thing as the 6th Judicial Circuit. It's Pasco and Pinellas counties.
Where is your office? Where is the medical examiner's office located for the District 6?
It's in Largo, Florida.
Is that the only building within the district?
Yes.
And that services both Pinellas and Pasco County?
Yes.
Before we talk about you a little bit, let's talk about your lab. Along with the medical examiner's office, are there any other services that are provided out of that location?
Yes. The Pinellas County Crime Laboratory is also there, and I employ those people as well.
As far as the medical examiner's office, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what that is and the process you have to go through to be designated as an accredited medical examiner's office.
Well, our medical examiner office is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. What they look at is, is your building good enough to meet the standard? Do you have sufficient staffing? Is your workload commensurate with your staffing? Somebody like me, do I have appropriate board certifications? Do my staff have appropriate board certifications? Mostly just a checklist of items that make sure that you produce your work in a timely manner and up to their standard. And it's the same thing with the laboratory, the forensic laboratory, the crime laboratory. They're accredited as well by another organization, and it's a very similar, stringent scientific and workload standard.
Are you periodically audited to make sure that you continue to maintain those standards?
Yes.
And since obtaining that accreditation, have you been audited?
Yes.
I'm going to break it down in 2 different areas. As we speak today, is your medical examiner's office accredited?
Yes.
Back in 2014, was it accredited?
Yes.
Now let's talk about you a little bit, all right?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, good.
Dr. Thogmartin, give us the training and education that you have to go through so that you meet the accreditation requirements to be a medical examiner.
Well, I have a degree in medicine. I graduated from medical school in San Antonio, Texas in 1990. I then did a 5-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, also in San Antonio in the hospitals there. Finished that in 1995. And then I moved to Florida to do fellowship in Dade County, Florida. They have a really good fellowship program there. So that's a 6-year postgraduate training. Finished that in 96.
Okay. And as far as the degree and as far as anatomical, you use a word that maybe not everyone in this courtroom might be familiar with. What is that?
Well, I'm trained in 3 areas of pathology, and I'm board certified in each of those areas. It's anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And it's really kind of neat how those are separated into each other. Anatomic pathology is diagnosing things in solid human tissue, like, tumors, solid tumors, breast tumors, things like that.
It's super
And
neat.
then
You're right.
clinical pathology is diagnosing things in the fluids of the human body, blood,
Ugh.
cerebral spinal fluid, urine. So clinical is fluid, anatomical is solid. And that's
Urine.
the way I divide it up. I think that's the easiest way to
I
explain
test
it.
that urine.
Now, forensic pathology is actually a subspecialty of anatomic pathology, and it deals with taking the autopsy and that you learn about, in medical school, applying it to traumatic cases, and then being able to present viable scientific testimony regarding those cases in court.
And you are board certified in each of those areas.
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
You take a really hard test and you pass it, and then you're board certified.
Oh gosh, this guy must be just a killer at parties.
Nothing to do with being bored then.
Board certificate.
Like now.
Is there a continuing education that you periodically have to go through?
Well, yes, for your medical license, you have to have a certain number of continuing medical education hours. All doctors have to do that.
As we speak today, are you currently licensed in the Florida and your license is in good standing as far as being a medical doctor?
Yes.
In 2014, the same question, were you licensed and was your medical license in good standing as a medical doctor?
Yes.
When we talk about the services that are performed within the medical examiner's office, do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that in a little bit and define it. But is that part of your duties to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And how many do you think you performed as we speak?
5,000 plus is kind of my standard answer.
Okay. And back in 2014? Yeah.
It was about that. I mean, one time I did many years ago, I counted up as I was at 3,500. So it's been quite a few since then. So I'd say 5,000 or so, maybe a little more by now.
In the past, have you testified and been allowed to render your opinion as to cause of death in a particular case?
Yes.
More specifically, regarding the cause of death, have you been allowed to render your opinion as to whether or not the cause of death was, in fact, a gunshot wound?
Yes.
And again, can you give us a ballpark about how many gunshot cases you've been part of and investigated?
There have been many gunshot wounds. Some of them are even
This is Florida.
gunshot wounds. Most cases are suicide by gunshot wound. But it's
Lancelot says,
cause of death. I would say,
is it a requirement to be bald to work for the government?
Or around 1,000, I would say.
Right. When investigating as part of your performance as a forensic pathology, does each gunshot wound case you do give you an opportunity to confirm and learn how a particular projectile can affect tissue
a little bit
and bones within the body?
Yeah, every case, the gunshot wounds are similar, but you learn, basically what tissues are dense enough to stop a bullet, what it takes, with different calibers, and you learn a little something with every single case you perform.
Right. And would that also include those things that over the years and based on that experience, that as a forensic pathologist, as we speak today, you can assist the jury as far as determining the path and direction of a projectile through the skin?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to talk about it a little bit, but that's how you acquire that information, is through years of experience.
Yeah, training, experience, education. Yes.
We're going to spend some time talking about the autopsy and the finding in the autopsy. I will be using, and you will be using, terms that maybe not everyone in the courtroom is
Why
familiar with.
is this prosecutor?
Let's just spend a few minutes defining some of those terms that are unique to this case. So we
Just
have
why
our-
does he exist?
When I ask you the questions.
He's actually
we're
giving
all
me a
on
headache
the page
today.
with the definition. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, we use the term autopsy. Tell us what an autopsy is.
Well, an autopsy means
Chop up
to
a
see
dead
for
body.
oneself.
You
It's
smell
a
it real
medical
deeply.
surgical procedure involving the external and internal examination of a deceased human body, and to try to determine why the person is deceased. It's that simple.
Your Honor, we'll stipulate
Tell
cause of
us
death.
What a forensic pathologist is. Can you just go ahead and remind them and expand on that a little bit? Because that's the role you're playing, Ted, correct?
Yes.
All right.
The role you're
Well, a forensic
playing.
pathologist is a medical doctor that basically works at a medical examiner office most of the time. And what we do is we're experts on evaluating injuries of the human body. Most all the time, those are on deceased people's. My current practice is virtually exclusively with decedents, 99.99% of the time, I'd say. So we do an examination, we do a full death investigation. So for a death investigation, you need to do an autopsy, of course, but also there's the information, the context of the death. So you could give me a gunshot wound to the chest, and it could be an accident manner. It could be an unintentional injury. Somebody could have been shot accidentally. It could be a suicide where somebody shot themselves on purpose, or it could be a homicide where another person
Looking
shot
into that
them.
right now.
You need the context of it to figure it out. And also it helps with directionality and also with cause of death. So you have to do a full death investigation involving circumstances and autopsy. And then we certify the cause of death. So we fill out a death certificate that gives a cause of death and manner of death. That's basically the whole job. And then I think we have sort of a public health role. What's your homicide rate in your area?
Imagine if you're the one person this guy medically examines who's not the dead guy.
What problem does your community have that's killing people?
I got to talk to who?
Really one of our main purposes.
I didn't know you did
spending
this,
public
doctor.
Money and doing all this work is to try to help people and improve the health of a community.
When we talk about an autopsy, and as a forensic pathologist, as the autopsy is being performed, are you documenting your findings, contemporaneous with what you see?
Yes, I use voice to text software. So as I'm examining the body, I'm doing a dictation and it's putting it right into
Does that work better than the YouTube algorithm?
Does the autopsy examination include both an external and an internal?
Yes.
Does the autopsy
What's the weirdest thing you've ever found?
examination include
Ask
not
the good
only
questions.
reports, but photographs?
Yes.
Now, let me talk about photograph just a little bit. You mentioned that 99% of your case is with a deceased. Is it acceptable and common practice that a forensic pathologist can use photographs and look at them and derive certain information from them as if they were looking at the body itself?
Yes. So, I mean, it's routine. For instance, I do the photographs because
Imagine this prosecutor signing up for open mic night at a comedy club.
Of what occurred at the autopsy, certain important aspects. You do the photographs that you may have to present in court. I mean, I could pass away in a car accident and not be here to testify. One of my colleagues would use my report and my photographs to testify in my place. So that's one of the reasons. And also we do the photographs as a demonstration in court to show people like yourselves what we saw. And they're demonstrative aids. They, represent what we saw. And it's pretty routine.
Right. Along those same lines, you mentioned that doing an investigation and placing things in content is important in your work, correct?
Yes.
Is it also acceptable for a forensic pathologist to use photographs of an injured party that did not die, but was injured at the same time as the deceased to draw certain opinions and conclusions?
It's happened. It's not very often. I mean, my job is cause and manner of death, but I have been shown photographs of other people, like the ones around the other person, maybe the perpetrator. And they ask me, what do you think of these hands? Or what do you think of this injury here? I mean, I guess the most common would be the person, like the suspect's hands would probably be the most common one. Or somebody else was injured. That happens. It's not frequent. I'd say, a couple of dozen times in my career, maybe a few more.
Right. Have you had the life experience of being involved in a case where there is, in fact, one gunshot and there's multiple intervening objects before the projectile finally hits the torso of an individual?
Yes.
And have you had the life experience in that same scenario where the intervening objects is not only an extremity of the deceased, but someone in close proximity of that individual?
Yes, I've had, other limbs, the person's
Very
own
specific
limbs,
questioning.
the person's own legs, doors,
Almost leading.
jewelry they're wearing, clothing, objects in pockets. So, when a
Have you had the experience of a victim named Chad, where his wife, Nicole, was shot through the hand by the perpetrator's bullet?
Or something, eventually scrubbing velocity at every layer of something it goes through to eventually hit the person. So a lot of times bullets, I've had
Would you go through me if you were a bullet?
Many different possible scenarios on what it can or will not penetrate.
Would that also include extremities of other individuals? Close?
Extremities.
It's happened, yes. Somebody else's hand is quite frequent. Sometimes people put even the shooters will put the bullet through their own hand.
That's a
But most
terrible
frequently,
idea
most
for the
frequent
shooters.
intermediate target, I think, is clothing, obviously. If you're wearing clothes are an intermediate target between the bullet and your body. I guess the next most frequent would be
This is
your own
Florida.
extremity.
Wearing clothes is a
Putting your
50-50
hand up,
proposition.
The arm or leg is in the way, and the bullet goes right through your own arm and then into you. Through here is very frequent, and then into your chest. So that's probably the most frequent.
I mentioned to you or asked you whether or not you've been allowed to render your opinion as to cause of death. Are you limited in as far as the cause of death, as far as how it's described? As an example, natural.
Yeah, cause of death is different. What you're describing
murder
is
by
manner of death, so cause of death.
I
Curtis
apologize, I
Reeves,
used the wrong word.
an officially
Okay, that's why you're
recognized
up
cause
there.
of death.
Cause of death is, it's the illness or injury that leads to the physiologic process that results in death. So there's many of those: breast cancer,
It's always
heart
cardiac
attack,
arrest.
Brain tumors, bullet wounds, lightning strikes.
At
So
the end of the day,
probably
it's
a
always
billion
cardiac arrests.
different ways of wording it as well. But manner of death, you only have 5. And that's based upon the context of the death or how the injury or lack of it. If there's no injury, it'll be a natural. But if there's an injury, you have manners of death that you can assign. There's 5 of them. One, the most common manner of death is natural. There's no injury. You died of natural disease, heart attack, cancer, brain tumor, stuff like that. Then there's homicide. One person killed you, a person, or person's killed you. One person kills another. And then there's accident, car accident, lightning strike, shark attack. Those would be
Act of
unintentional
God.
injuries, acts of God. So that's accident. Then the other is suicide. Somebody
We needed killing.
death. They hang
It's our
themselves.
informal 6 category.
And then the last one would be, I
Death
can't
through
assign
prostate.
a manner of death. I can't decide between 2 or 3 of them because I'm not sure if it's a suicide or an accident, or I'm not sure what occurred. I've got a skeleton laying out in a cornfield and they're just bleached bones. I have no idea what happened. So
Like that
will
last
assign a
witness.
manner of death of undetermined.
Clearly,
or
you've never
now it's
been on the
being,
cast of
certified as
Bones.
Cannot
They could
be
figure it
determined.
out.
You just can't tell what the context was, or you can't tell between 2 different manners. And that's your limit. And it's a medical
He'd
statistical
do a slow
determination.
montage with you
Vital
looking at
Statistics
bones.
in
And
Jacksonville uses
rubbing
it
them.
to create a report that shows this county's homicide rate, for instance, or this county's number of accidents they have, things like that.
We're going to be using some terms.
I'll be right
medical
back.
terms, and I'm going to ask you to define some of those that may come up during our direct examination. And there's no particular order. We'll just take them one at a time. Would you please explain to the jury and define what is a penetrating gunshot wound?
Okay. I classify penetrating gunshot wounds as the bullet goes in and doesn't come out. So there's a hole where the bullet went in, and inside the person is a bullet or bullet pieces. So it penetrated the body. If it goes all the way through, I call it perforating. So there'd be an entrance hole and an exit hole. It perforated the body.
Okay. I want to talk about body position. There's specific terms used in your profession, anterior and posterior. Explain to us what that is and the difference between the two.
Well, anterior is front, the front of the body, the face, the chest, the front of the legs. Posterior is the back side of the body, your back, the back of your thighs, your calves. So posterior, anterior.
When you get to the extremities, is there something you have to kind of keep in mind?
Yeah, I can show you if you want.
May he just step up so you can show the
Yes,
jury?
we can.
With the upper extremities, because we can do this with our forearms, we can move them. So if you're talking about anterior, it's the body in the anatomic position, which is palms forward. So all this is anterior. This is posterior. So this, when I'm describing stuff, everything is, the body is like this. So if I say right or left and anterior, posterior, keep in mind it's like this. It's the decedent's right, the decedent's left.
Along those same lines, let's talk about anatomical position. We're going to use that term describing certain locations and how people are. Tell us what anatomical position is.
I just did, I think.
Well, would it include leaning, squatting in different positions?
Well, you know, when I'm describing the wound, I do it in the anatomical position. But, you know, when the injury occurred, you can be in a different position. I mean, the human body is not the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz, you know, standing like this, you know, always in the anatomic position. You know, the person can do this, bend over, twist, move their arms this way. So when I'm describing wounds and directions of bullets and stuff like that, it may not make sense unless you keep in mind I'm describing it anatomically, but what position were they in when the injury occurred may seem kind of confusing, but when you put it all together now, oh, I see how it went through here, then it hit here. It makes more sense when you consider the injuries in the description in the context of where the person was, how the person was positioned, where their arms were, and what they were doing when the injury occurred.
I assume I missed very riveting
One of the
testimony.
terms
I don't know.
we're going to be talking
No,
about is
the same.
intermediate range grazing gunshot wound. I know that's a mouthful. Break it down for us and tell me what we're talking about.
You know, I think a lot of these terms are unnecessarily
Like the Ray
complex,
Donovan
but,
guy has the same look the
it's kinda
entire
common
time.
sense. A
Like,
lot of
what
my
the
work
hell is even
nice
happening?
in that it's common sense. Graze gunshot wound, you know, that's very descriptive. It means that the bullet.
Do you
flying
get 2 weeks
through the
off
air,
work to go to your new wife's
Graze.
ex-husband's murder
so it
case?
makes like a trough or a cut, gouges the skin. It doesn't fully go in the body. It just causes a skin wound or soft tissue injury. Now, if there's ones that'll almost go in and kind of tunnel under the skin, but then there's ones that just touch the edge of the skin, and there's certain characteristics of that. And when you're talking intermediate range, so we have types of wounds: penetrating, perforating, and graze. When you're talking, then you talk range of fire. There's 3 ranges of fire that forensic pathologists describe. And that's what we see on the skin. We base that on the skin and the body. You have contact range, where the muzzle is pressed up right on the skin when the gun is fired. The muzzle of the gun is right there on the skin.
Nasty
And
wounds,
then you have intermediate range. That's where the muzzle is away from
dirty
the skin.
wounds.
Maybe like say half an inch or an inch away. And all the way out to 18 to 24 inches, that's intermediate range. And then beyond 24 18
Indeterminate
inches, you have distant range, or we call it undetermined range. And I can explain each one of those.
Okay. Another term we're going to be using is stippling. Tell us what that is in your profession.
Stippling is it's also called powder tattooing.
Ooh.
And it is a hallmark of an intermediate range gunshot wound.
Now, what I want to see is
And
the powder
reason that
tattoo
you have
parlors.
Stippling, also known as powder
Right, where they
tattooing,
have,
associated
like,
with an
powder
intermediate
patterns.
range gunshot wound, is that when
Specifically
a gun is
chosen.
fired, obviously the bullet comes out. Pretty common sense. But there's gunpowder that has been ignited and it is burning and it's creating gas that pushes the bullet out. So out of the muzzle comes bullet, out of the muzzle comes flame, out of the muzzle comes gas. And since the guns are not 100% efficient, they don't burn all the powder. There's also pellets or little fragments of powder that come out. Some even come out slightly ahead of the bullet. But so you have the bullet coming out, and then I have this dust of powder particles that come out. And they have energy. And if the gun is sufficiently close to the skin, the bullet will go through and the powder will hit the skin, embed in the skin, and actually make a tattoo, very similar to getting an actual tattoo. And you'll have little bits of powder in there, and you'll have little bit of hemorrhage here. And we call it stippling or powder tattooing. It will happen when the gun is, let's say, close to the skin, an inch, all the way out to maybe 18
You just see that
inches,
specialized
maybe even
guns that
24,
launch
depending on
gunpowder
the
into
gun.
your skin at a pattern on purpose.
That takes us back from your
No.
definition of contact.
I couldn't see
intermediate,
scarification,
intermediate,
but people do
and
that.
Distant or undetermined.
That's correct.
While we're talking about the stippling, and I mentioned from close to contact to intermediate to distance undetermined. This cone, is it like a shotgun?
Like an ice cream?
Rifle, does it come out and further you go, it spreads further, or does it stay a direct path like the bullet?
Well, it's a cone.
Yeah, it's very similar to like a shotgun being fired with birdshot. Very similar, although much less powerful.
Oh,
You
a
have
cone.
little particles, like maybe you have, sometimes gunpowder is ball powder. It's like little balls. And it comes out, and what it does is you'll have
I
a
know
cone of
about
this
little
stuff
balls.
come out. If you're closer, the stippling around the wound will be really tight. And as you get further
That's
away, it gets
tight.
looser and looser, and the stippling is more faint, and it's less dense, and it's more spread out. And eventually, when you're further enough away, again, depending on the caliber of the gun, the barrel length, the type of powder, the speed of burning of different powders, eventually the powder, since it's so lightweight, the wind resistance, the air resistance causes it to decelerate, and it'll not have sufficient velocity to penetrate and stick into the skin. So at like say 18 to 24 inches, it loses all its momentum. It may dust the skin and just fall right off. But if you get closer, it's got enough energy to stick in. And you'll see it as you get further away, it gets thinner and thinner, fainter and fainter, and more spread out until eventually you don't get it anymore when you're further enough away.
And that does assist you in making an estimate as far as distance from muzzle to target.
Yes, you can make a reasonably scientific, educated theory about how far with
We call that a
interval.
guesstimate.
One last term that we will maybe use is bullet wipe. What is that?
Well, bullet wipe, again, you're firing a bullet down a barrel, and guns are not always the cleanest thing in the world. They're not emission free. So you can
Neither am
have,
I.
depending on the bullet type, the cleanliness of the gun, how often it was shot, how often it was clean, the bullet can actually have soot or dirt or even copper or lead on the side of it that's loose. And when it penetrates into the skin, no matter what the distance, you can have a little bit of that dirt, soot, whatever, wiped on the skin.
Would that be one of the indications trying to distinguish a bullet wound from some other type of puncture wound?
What was that now?
I'm sorry. Would that be one of the things that you would consider in distinguishing a gunshot wound from a puncture wound?
Yeah, it does help. It does help. That would be, yeah, if you have, and also when bullets go in, they have they tend to, particularly if they're flying straight, it's really nice to see this. They push in, even though they go really fast and they're making a hole, they tend to push in, and what you end up with is a marginal abrasion around the entry. So you have a hole, and then around that you may have anywhere from a 1, 2, or 3 millimeter abrasion, like a skin knee, kind of like a little donut of abrasion around it, depending on
donuts.
the bullet, gun,
Starving.
etc.
I'm gonna have these Pop-Tarts,
Let's go
but
ahead and
donuts are
talk
better.
about the facts in this case. On January 14th, 2014, a little after noontime, did you have an occasion to conduct an autopsy on Chad Olson?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, would you read the stipulation?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I've read to you before, I'm going to read you the stipulation of instruction. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true is that the counsel for defense and state hereby stipulate and agree that the individual who was shot on January 13th, 2014 inside Theater 10 at Cobb Theater is that of the alleged victim in the above styled case, Chad Wayne Olson, a human being, and that he is
The jury's has got to be thinking, we couldn't have done that and saved the last hour.
Yeah. Like what? Why?
You mentioned to us that contemporaneous with the autopsy is your practice to
Self-defense cases, so much of this
dictate
stuff
as
should
you
be
make
just
your
stipulated
findings
to
and
save a
also
bunch
take
of time.
photographs.
I
That's
know
correct.
Prior
the
to coming
defense
to
may want to
courtroom
cross
today,
some
did you in
people,
fact
but
have an opportunity to review your notes, your autopsy reports, and the photographs that you took in this particular case.
Yes.
Also, prior to coming into the courtroom today, did you have an opportunity to look at photographs of injuries to a hand that was that you were provided information belonged to Nicole Olson, the wife of Chad Olson?
Yes.
At the time that you conducted the autopsy, did you know
autopsy.
that the
Ray Donovan was just digging a finger
facts
into
of
his
the
ear.
case included one gunshot?
Yes.
At the time of the autopsy, did you know that Mrs. Olson's
I know that
hand
guy in the
was
back in the
also
green is watching this
injured
show. I
by
know he
that
is.
same one gunshot that killed Mr. Olson?
I believe so. I think I heard that anecdotally.
Let's go to January 13th, 2014. Were you notified by the hospital in Wesley Chapel that Mr. Olson had died?
My office was, I have investigators that work in Pasco County, and Dustin Daly, one of my investigators, was notified.
The information that you originally obtained, did it indicate that Dr. Contrell had pronounced him dead at the hospital?
That is in the medical record. Yes, it was, that physician did pronounce him dead.
And what is your procedure once you've notified that an individual has been pronounced dead and possibility? And what is your procedure once you're notified?
Well, under 406.11 and 406.12, any person that knows a case like this, where there's a gunshot wound, is obligated to report it to the medical examiner. What we do is we do a death investigation. We get the circumstances, and then the body is transported by my employees to the office. We do weigh and measure the body, do an external exam, and the external exams are pretty routine. What you're looking for is signs of what may have caused death. In a case like Mr. Olson's, it's unfortunate for him, but at the same time, it's kind of obvious, what caused his death. He had an obvious single gunshot wound of his chest that really caused his death.
No
He
kidding.
also had a grazing gunshot wound to his right wrist area.
Once you are part of that process where you go and you pick up Mr. Olson's body, bring it back to the medical examiner's office, is it your practice that your office assigns a unique medical examiner report number to this case? In particular, in this particular case, was that number 5140066?
Yes.
Would that report be reflected on the autopsy?
Yes.
And would that number also be used to reference any photographs that you may have taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
Would it also reference to any foreign objects that you would have removed from the body?
Yes.
It's all cross-reference,
Yes.
that number. All right. Now, I mentioned photographs. Prior to coming into the courtroom today, did you assist the the Office of the State Attorney and selecting photographs that you felt would be helpful in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
It was a Lister knife.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought we did look at them.
Oh boy. Just give me another juicy witness. That's all I want. I don't want to hear the medical examiner talk. I want that stipulated too. It's self-defense. We know the bullet killed him. We know the bullet went through Chad's wife's hands, right? Gingerly
The grazing
caressed the
wound
bullet.
to Chad's wrist is interesting.
Yeah, it could be.
Let me show
He may have been reaching
Yes.
out.
identification as
Yeah, it depends on I'm sure they're gonna ask about
JJ,
that a little
JPEG
bit.
number M5140.
But they could have stipulated everything else.
Dash 017. I'll
Just
also
focus on the
show you
facts actually in dispute.
What's been marked for identification as KKK, JPEG number M51400066
The KKK trial.
and also marked for identification LLL, JPEG.
Hold this, L.
140066032. Would you look at each of those photographs?
Morgan Babcock says, could this cross lead to the system pointing out the lack of oversight in the system to do its job and lead to the system destroying the system? Nothing would make me happier personally.
Yes,
No.
these are photographs of Mr. Olson shortly before
No, not
the
in
autopsy
this
was
case.
performed, showing his wounds.
And would those photographs be helpful in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
God, it's been 10 minutes since I had a gun in my hand. So it's boring and
Let's begin by
Sorry.
discussing the external.
Nothing in this case
examination.
has been overly
Did
surprising,
you have- is
even
it
on the
part of the
forensic side where they
autopsy
missed
to take
something or whatever.
certain measurements, height, weight.
All courts have seen
of
worse
deceased?
Yes.
forensic
Did
investigations
you
than
do that
this.
in this case?
Yes.
The height of Mr. Olson, what was it determined to
He
be
was
by you?
76 inches or 6'4"
How did you make that determination?
with a ruler. We just measure him as he's there on the table.
I asked my wife to
As far as
guesstimate.
weight,
We weigh him on the table, subtracting the weight of the table. At death, he weighed 205 pounds.
so let's talk about the external examination. When you conducted it, I want to begin with the torso area, then we'll work to the extremities, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let's begin with the torso area. During the external examination, did you in fact find an injury in the torso?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He had a gunshot entrance wound of his left side of his chest, basically over where your heart would be.
Now, what I'd like to do is, first of all, let's kind of place it where it is. Did you take measurements as so that you
Could you remove your jacket and shirt and point your nipple?
specifically in the chest area?
It typically, whatever the wound, if there's a significant wound, it could be any type of wound, will orient the wound generally. And what I do is I measure.
Let's talk
the
about
distance from the
orientation
top
for a
of the head,
minute. Would you like to
and
go
then
on a date?
I typically measure from the level of the shoulder area, and then I measure how far to the right or the left of the midline the wound is. So you're getting a reasonably understandable measurement of where it is, not just on the left side of the chest. A little bit more specific that way.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And what were your measurements?
16.5 inches below the top of the head, and then 7.5 inches below the level of the mid shoulders, and then 1.5 inches to the left of the anterior midline. That would be this right in the midline here. So 1.5 inches over.
And why do you measure from the head down?
Well, it's the closest place. I mean, I know a lot of people measure from the feet up, even when the injury's in the head, but that's less accurate. What I always typically do, if you want to know how far the wound was from the sole of the foot, say, you just take their height and subtract the distance from the head, and you get the sole of the foot. If the injury is below,
So you do
waist,
math.
you do it from the sole of the foot. It's just you're trying to orient it to the body best you can.
And what was it about the injury that you saw from just external examination that led you to conclude that it was a gunshot wound?
Again, it just, well, the circumstances. I mean, maybe you could say, you know, knowing that people have to report it to the ME and they say this gentleman has a gunshot wound, and then I see the wound, I do an X-ray on him before doing the autopsy, and he's got a bullet core and a jacket clearly visible in the X-ray, and I've got a hole that a little bit of an atypical look to it, and that's explainable, but he's been shot. It's 100% certainty this is a gunshot wound even before I opened his body.
Approach the witness, Sean.
You may.
Oh God. Approach the witness and have him put an autopsy on you, please.
Using, Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence marked for identification JJJ next in order.
58. That'll be admitted as 58.
KKK next in order.
59.
Oh my
it'll be
goodness, the
admitted as
KKK is
59.
back in Florida.
And LLL.
60. It'll be admitted as state 60.
Your Honor, at this time, may I publish the photograph, specifically State's Exhibit number 58? May the witness step down.
You may.
All right, you step down with me, please. Now, let me show you.
You may. I probably will too. Hang on a minute.
The judge is like, I want to see these bloody pictures. This will be great. Most action I've had in days. Corinthus says, anyone want to put money down on a hung jury after this expert is done? Very. This point, it's looking like hung jury or not guilty. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself, but the state has not been putting up a good show.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 58. Is this one of the photographs that you selected that would be helpful in explaining the testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to hold it for you so you can point and talk. But please explain to us, where's the entrance room?
This is the entrance room right above the ruler.
All right. There's another object about the 11 o'clock position. What is that?
Well, it's an abrasion. It's like a impact scrape, I think. It's got a little bruise around it.
This is what you're choosing to show?
In my opinion, it's probably most likely related to the gunshot wound. Maybe it's because he had this graze first, and I think we'll explain that. But it may be flesh or something coming out of one of the intermediate targets and hitting his chest. It's also possible that it could be something from medical intervention. Sometimes you'll see when people are being CPR, they'll have scrapes or things. It's a little bit unusual to see that. I would favor it's probably related to the gunshot wound in some way.
I'll put up a poll at lunchtime to see where people are thinking on guilty versus not guilty.
I don't want to be too split, but the other injured party may be something from her that hit his chest.
Please explain why a 6-person jury is constitutional and fair to the defense. Because the state of Florida has decided that in non-death penalty cases, you can have a 6-person jury instead of 12. The 12 number is not in the Constitution of the United States.
Well, the caliber of the gun, it's a handgun, it's a 380 automatic, or semi-automatic. So bullets will fly generally right out of the gun if it hits a person. It's spinning perfectly. And at the range we're talking about, it's a flat trajectory. So it's going to make a nice punched out round hole if it hits the skin perpendicular. Nice punched out round hole. If it doesn't, it'll make an oval shaped hole. Really nice. This is very unusual.
Really nice.
triangular kind of.
Wouldn't it be
Weird looking. That's because this
What
is
is
a
the
tumbling bullet.
widow thinking of?
Bullet
This
is
guy's talking
already
about
struck
very
two
nice and
intermediate targets,
not
and
nice
it's
holes
at
going
least
into her
20 minutes.
husband that killed him.
And that's the reason for the difference.
He's
That's
kind of
correct.
excited about it. Like, oh, these are very
Can I have a
nice.
seat?
He's like, I got the perfect hole right here in my hand.
You gonna do any more right now?
No, we're gonna go, no, but you will have to come back, I
Okay,
guess.
that's fine.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Can the defense request 12 or is it always 6 in non-capital cases? I don't know. I don't know if they can ask 12 for 12 or not. I mean, typically you get what the law says that you get.
Yeah, if they could ask for 12, they would ask for 12. If they could ask for 50, they would ask for 50 because it's got to be a unanimous verdict. So
Right.
Your Honor,
the more jurors, the harder it is to get
I want to
unanimity.
continue with our discussion as far as the torso area and the gunshot wound to the chest. I want to go from external to internal. Did you in fact conduct an internal examination as it relates to the gunshot wound in the chest?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
Well, the bullet went through his skin. It went through the underneath his fourth rib and nicked his fourth rib. Then it went through his heart. And bullets
That'll do it.
are a lead core with a copper jacket around them. So a lot of times when a bullet passes through tissue, it'll shed the jacket. The jacket will come off. The lead core will continue. So in his heart was the jacket, and then the bullet continued
That's bad.
and ended up in his right lung. I mean,
Damn.
The core of the bullet continued. Into
That was one overperforming 380.
Is there a way to determine front to back, back to front, left to right? Can you orientate the wound tract in a way to give us some idea later on in our discussions about where an individual was?
within reason. I mean, I describe this as front to back. I mean, that's pretty easy. His front to his back. It also cross, a little bit of a left to right trajectory. Bullets generally travel straight, but this, hits human flesh. It's wobbling, so it could deflect several degrees when it hit his wrist. Then it hits his spouse's fingers, could deflect a little bit, and then it goes into tissue. But generally, bullets fly straight with some caveats. Particularly lower velocity handgun bullets tend to fly straighter in tissue than some of the more high velocity ones.
During the autopsy, did you actually recover a foreign object?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, it was a medium caliber jacket of a bullet and a core of that bullet.
And where was it found?
Well, the core was in his right lung near the midline, and his jacket was in his heart.
90 green
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
or something close to that.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 57.
Mandy Karavicha says, as our new medical examiner, can Mr. Branca explain the effects of wet butt disease and how deadly it can be?
Maybe later.
Oh, this guy's properly opening it right in front of the microphone. Thank God.
State's Exhibit number 57.
Yes, this is the envelope that I prepared and signed with this recovered material with my signature on the evidence tape and the date and the time.
And would that be the foreign object that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Oh,
What exhibit was that?
57, Your Honor.
57, thank you.
Let me talk a little bit about the wound itself.
please don't talk a little bit about anything.
Impacted. Was the heart damaged by the projectile?
Yes.
What did you say? He died of a
Person
broken heart.
is shot and a projectile hits the heart. Does the individual immediately drop to the ground, or is there some time delay?
Depends on the circumstances and what's going on in their head. They don't have to drop. They can drop. I've been shot and just sit down, but I've had and know of and been consulted on cases where they run far. They do a lot of things, hundreds of feet. They can run, they can talk. So no, I mean, the human body can keep functioning for a period of time unless it's hit in the central nervous system. If you don't damage the brain or spinal cord, there's no guarantee the body's just going to drop. You can keep going.
Okay. Hypothetically, if someone was shot in the chest and then turned and then took several steps over 2, 3, 4 seconds and then collapsed, would that be consistent or inconsistent with the type of wound that Mr. Olson?
Consistent.
Does that mean that he double murdered him?
While that person, hypothetically, in that same situation, would that person still have the wherewithal to make statements?
Sure. Yeah, no, there's definitely could still talk. No doubt about it.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to go to the extremities at this time. If you would refer to State's Exhibit number 59 and 60, what I'd like to do is start with 59 and let's discuss that, then we'll do 60.
Okay.
All right. State's Exhibit number 59, what is that?
That's a photograph of the, again, anatomical position, the lateral portion of his right hand and wrist.
Okay. Show us using your, what's the lateral?
It's right here.
Part of your autopsy.
Wait a minute.
did
No,
you,
wouldn't
in
that be the
fact,
medial?
examine that
Oh, wait,
wound?
no, because hands are out.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's lateral.
Is it characterized as a grazed wound?
It is a classic grazed wound.
Vintage.
Vinyl graze wound.
May the witness step down and use
He
his
may.
photograph for further.
Artisanal graze wound.
Yes.
Oh, I use some like artisan bagels right now or something. Good Lord. Feel like I need to get up and do squats. Get some blood flow going. If you donate 10 subs, I'll do 50 squats. Just kidding. That's a joke. It's a Twitch joke.
Yes, Your Honor. Are we on the record?
We are.
Dr. Martin, we're going to talk about both pictures so the judge doesn't have to keep going up and down, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 59. I'll hold it for you. Go ahead and explain to us what are we looking at.
Well, this is what it is right here, the wrist area, the top part. And what you're seeing there is the grazed gunshot wound. It's basically right here on the
Fog Martin, not Fog Martin.
wrist. But if it's held like this, it's on the top.
So watch Showdown in Little Tokyo last night.
Classic grazed gunshot.
All right.
And a man commits seppuku by breaking his own neck.
Right
I thought about it several times today.
Now we see some little red bump marks.
Oh, God.
What is that?
That's Stippling.
Oh.
It's not a very good picture of it. There's a better. The other
So they can't show us the pictures?
That's the powder tattoo.
I know they didn't show him the other time either. You were away. It's boring.
Why do we not see it in the area of the wound?
Because the gunshot wound is coming like this, going right across the top. And it's not going to be here. It's going to be on the side that's facing the gun. The gun's here, bullet's coming this way, powder's coming, it's here. So you're only going to see it in this area. You won't see it on the top because it's parallel to the direction of the flying powder. It's not going to happen
You think she still goes to that same movie theater?
in the same direction. Like it's
Man, you gotta wonder.
front.
They should have asked her on Cross. Have you been to any movies since then?
Seen anything good lately?
We're going to do the
Did you ever go watch Lone Survivor? Thought it was pretty good.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 60. We
Yeah.
talked about the term stippling. So we just did the grazed wound.
Now, what does this picture represent? This
Thad the man. I'm gonna trust Dolph Lundgren and notable Japanese man Brandon Lee on their interpretation of seppuku over you. Thank you.
Up here, you can actually see kind of a little divot. This is kind of like the bullet's eye view or a gun eye view of it. You can see the trough or the divot that was cut by the bullet. And then all these red dots, that's powder tattooing or stippling. Unburned or partially burned gunpowder that came out of the gun and stuck in the skin, and you can see stuck in enough where actually the body's has a little hemorrhage associated with it. A little bit of a red dot because blood vessels are broken under the skin, just like with a tattoo. If you go to a tattoo parlor.
And can the stippling be used as a factor to determine distance, muzzle to target?
Yes, automatically when you see stippling, this makes it an intermediate range of fire. So it could be in the textbooks, it's 1 inch all the way out to 18 or even 24 inches. This is not 1 inch, in my opinion. I'd say
This prosecutor failed gym in elementary school because they couldn't do even one chin up.
I'd say anywhere from 4 to 15 would be within the realm of possibility, but it's hard to know.
You have to
know
get your
so
chin
many
over the
things.
bar. I don't have one.
Ammunition, powder, all these different possibilities, and test it on human skin, and you could get a more accurate range. But 4 to 15 is good. I think that would work.
Scientifically, do we test on human skin?
No, but you can have other things you test on, but it's not going to give you the same. I mean, maybe I'm not aware of any really good test to duplicate powder tattooing on live human skin. And I think, doing it on anything alive.
I'm sure the communist Chinese could help you with
Now,
that.
you refer to his hand as being an intermediate object.
Yes.
All right. Hypothetically, if there is a second intermediate object, the tattooing that we see on the second intermediate object can, where it is located, assist in orientating where one is in relation to the other because of the blockage of tattoo.
Right. You can see the amount of tattooing, the intensity of it, where it's located, and the fact that there's one gunshot wound. It's unique to be able to position a person's arm and one person's hand or arm and another person's hand and the wound all in one. So you can really, at the instant the bullet's flying, we know where at least two people's extremities are in relation to the torso of the decedent.
Please have a seat.
Is it Ricada or Ricada?
Ricada.
Ricada. Okay.
When we began discussing the autopsy, I asked you whether or not you were aware that this was a one-shot case and whether or not you were aware that Mrs.
Yeah,
Wilson,
Thad, I know Brandon Lee was Chinese. That was a joke.
Olson was also injured by the same gunshot.
Yes.
You indicated anecdotally, yes, you were aware of that.
Yes.
Now, since the time of the autopsy, have you had an occasion to look at photographs that were taken approximately 2 days after Mrs. Olson sustained her injury?
Yes.
And from reviewing those photographs, are you able to explain to us
Oh my God.
her hand position?
So in the
pen.
Zimmerman trial, the medical
Her
examiner
hand
was
by
crazy.
the same shot.
Yes.
She was like washing her feet in the sinks and stuff. It was just, and I just looked, and apparently she's still the medical examiner.
She was washing her feet in the sink.
It was disgusting.
Like what sink? At that,
Like in her facility where they do the medical examinations.
15, 16, 17, and 18 that are
In her office.
So give you a chance to look at those photos.
Well, she had to get him ready for her OnlyFans. You really got to polish those feet up before you go live. I should know. How am I supposed to pronounce your name? Because I always call you Branca.
That's fine. Doesn't matter.
But is it correct?
I don't know.
Or is it Branca? Branca?
We always pronounce it Branca, but it was
Branca.
it was Brancaccio when we
Would
came
you
over from
select one of
Italy.
the photographs
I feel like we've had this conversation.
Yeah, we have.
helpful in
Oh, shit.
describing the
I've actually
type
had some relatives change their name back to Brancaccio.
Mrs. Olson
It
suffered,
seems like a long name to write out.
that you can describe it and explain it to the jury. And would you also select a photograph that would assist you in explaining stippling as we did with Mr. Olson? And if it requires more than one photograph to get all of her fingers in.
I think I can get by with 2.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, may he step down? May I use the 2 photographs for him to explain his testimony?
Yes, he can, and I have seen the photos, so you can show them to the jury.
Oh,
Because
choppy,
that's-
choppy. That's that top shelf video content. That's on the streams end. That's not on my end.
Mine is smooth.
What stream are you on?
Law and crime.
As we discussed with
Oh, I'm on 10 Tampa Bay. I could switch over to Long Crime.
for your state's exhibit number 15, of course, you can orientate it the way, how do you want it orientated so you can,
I like it like that.
okay.
Oh,
State's
I'll pull up.
exhibit
I'll pull up
number
a different stream.
15. All right. We talked about the type of wound as we did with Mr. Olson and your findings in the autopsy. From the photograph, are you able to describe the type of wound that she received?
Well, this is a perforating gunshot wound of her left,
Oh my goodness.
right between the most. This is a perforating gunshot.
Here we go.
wound of
Just a
her
second.
Left ring finger, right between the most distal knuckle and the middle one. Okay, it goes right through that finger, and in this side, out the bottom side, and then grazes her pinky finger, going this way.
What? Oh, hold
going
on.
kind of that way as I'm pointing, by the look of it.
Are there any other fingers that are damaged by the bullet?
I don't. Well, there's stippling on her
We'll,
hand.
we'll get to that in a second. Just the
No,
injury.
just those 2 fingers is all I see.
And from the photograph, can you determine the path of the bullet?
Yes, in my opinion, it's coming in this. Her hand is not like this. Her hand is kind of like this. And it's hard to get my hand because my ring finger wants to do what my pinky finger doesn't want to do. But anyway, the bullet comes in like this, goes through this ring finger, and then comes right
What?
across here and then continues on.
Nice overlay.
I have no idea what you're talking about, good sir.
Why don't you, I'll be your dummy, okay? Go ahead and-
Yes,
and
you
use
will.
This area and position the hand the way that at least one of the variations where how the hands and the fingers have to be stretched so that we receive this type of injury.
Okay, so her hand is somewhat, somewhat right here. Maybe we step back a little bit more. It's here, and I believe that her pinky finger's bent a little bit like this. So the bullet comes in, goes through this finger, scrapes the top of that finger, and then goes into Mr. Olson's chest. But her hand could be on his chest. I can't tell if it's, and I think her wrist is a little bit down like this.
Please keep grabbing me.
It's coming up because the stippling is mostly here.
I'm
So
experiencing
her hand
arousal.
could be here, could be on his chest. I can't really tell exactly.
It's the most intimacy
The funny
I've
thing-
had since my wife left me for that Russian gymnast.
Where her hand would be according to what she said.
Of course, the funny thing is the wife was on the other side of the.
Anywhere in here, are anatomically.
What if they're going to talk about that on cross?
But you
I would
have to
object.
take that in context.
Let's go ahead and couple that. You stare at this.
Check to
the
say,
next
actually, she was on the
photograph,
other
I'll let
side.
you
Can we get a
point to
proper
because we were
demonstrable?
Talking about stippling, and you believe State's Exhibit number 16 will assist you in describing your testimony.
Again, this is her hand held like this.
Or you let the state go through this and you blow it up on cross.
There's the
Yeah,
bullet wound. And
they're
I thought
going
this
to.
depicted the stippling. This is
Mercy reigns.
quite
Oh, she was
obviously
definitely holding him back.
stippling.
I mean, that
It's 2 days delayed. Looks
That
a little
came out
different
pretty
than it would
quickly.
on somebody that's freshly stippled. 2 days delay, but it's still there, and it's going to take a long time for it to wear off, if ever. You may actually have permanent tattooing there.
He looks so happy about
This
that.
is
I know.
much more dispersed.
very animated right now.
The man who loves his work.
Wrist, which indicates to me most likely her hand
Do what you love, never work a day in your life.
behind his wrist.
Here, you can adjust.
Yes. If his wrist is here, her hand
You
is
can
somewhere
adjust
in
me. Adjust me like one of your
It's
French
not
girls.
over here and his hand's there. I've got much more intense stippling here. And then I've got.
So
less
Chad Olson's
drop
hand was extended
line
towards
scientific
Curtis
opinion
Reeves.
That it's closer to, her hand is closer to the husband than his own hand is to himself.
Because she was holding him back as he was lunging for the elderly Curtis Reeves, elderly and frail, apparently defenseless, until the loud noise and the flash of light.
I'd like to go back to the gunshot wound to the chest. You indicated to us earlier, basically front to back with just a slight deviation.
An entire row away.
Right. It comes in right just to the left of the midline and then ends up, one of the pieces ends up a little bit to the right of the
An
midline.
entire row. Not
While
half a row.
No, an
the
entire row
jacket
away.
is pretty much right underneath in line with the wound.
From the path of the projectile through the body, can you make a determination the variations that the body could be in that would be consistent with that trajectory?
Yes.
Would using a rod help you do that?
Yes.
Rodney, could you step up to the witness? A Rod.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. We got an objection here to this. Not sure what. Here, I'll pull this down for now.
They may be complaining now. I mean, they may feel that doing this incorrect demonstrable with the rod would be too engraved on the jurors' minds.
Yeah. The defense has been very cognizant of their objections, I think. You know, they're not objecting to everything. And maybe I think maybe they're worried about how they're presenting to the jury because of the nature of the case and like how whatchamacallit, the idea of this case again is still someone who shot someone over popcorn for a lot of people. So I think they're being very cautious with their objections because of that. They don't want to fight a hyper technical case in that way because it looks like you're hiding something when you do object an overly large amount. But we saw that yesterday where he's like, I'm trying not to object, but I mean, come on. This guy's just walking him down through the park. And so I think they're trying to make their objections very precise. Oh boy. Stogies and Boomsticks says defense can win if they don't flub the closing. Yeah, I'm feeling more and more faith in the defense team as time goes on here. I was really worried after that opening statement that this would be just a complete bungle. I think the guy just got wrapped up in his statement, and then once the objections started coming in, he maybe just couldn't He just couldn't figure out a way out of what he had started. They're doing much better now that they're actually running the trial. These long pauses, though.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you're muted. Oh, yeah. You're on the phone. Got it.
We're getting some work done on our car today.
I saw your mouth moving before I looked over, and then I was like, wait, does he have one of those Men in Black things? Is he going to clear my memory? And then I was, oh, no, that's his phone. Oh, okay, that's why he's muted. Root beer buzzard, we'll bring the overlay back at some point. Long Crime actually, my editor says they actually moved their logo. Let's see. It looks about this. No, actually, I think they did move it over just a little bit. Very funny. Very funny. What a pointless fight. Now you are muted. I'm serious. You are muted that time, whatever you were saying.
Sorry. Someone asked if that was my ex-wife who would come in, and no, of course not. That's the current wife.
She's not allowed.
Well, the current wife, as if there's going to be a next wife. The good wife. That's what I should have said.
That's a movie.
The Good Wife. Oh.
Yeah.
Our
Did you ever
TV
see
show?
it?
No.
I think it was a movie. Maybe it was a TV show. I don't know.
Who has time for TV?
I don't anymore. My wife watches stuff in the background. Like while she's doing other things, she'll have something on. And sometimes I'll be in, like a room where she's doing that. And it's always like, God, I hate TV. That's what I think every time now. I don't want to watch it. We occasionally try and watch a show together, but we'll binge through it, on Netflix or Amazon or whatever. We'll just watch through an entire season. It was a TV show. Oh, okay. Old TV show. I don't think it was that old. Oh my goodness. This is a long sidebar. This objection is, let's see. Okay, so so YouTube's got this cool practice for this is what Law and Crime did. They did a delayed copyright takedown. So it gives 7 days to contact them. Otherwise, YouTube will take down the video and then issue a strike to the channel. And only then can I appeal their bogus copyright takedown. I cannot appeal it during the 7 days that it is pending, which is about the stupidest system I can imagine, because their copyright claim isn't going to change in 7 days. It'll be the same thing. But it is an invitation to discuss the matter prior to applying the copyright takedown, which, again, my lawyer has already been in contact with Law and Crime, and we asked them to prove that they owned any of the footage that they claimed to own, and they did not. They did not do so. So that's it's a little bit interesting that they're using this process to quote unquote initiate a conversation. when that means of communication was already open. So that is the status right now. It is very possible that, I guess, 6 days from now, I will be on a mandatory break from live streaming here on YouTube, and we'll see if it looks like that's going to be the case. I will tell people what to do about it, but I would highly suggest that Law and Crime discuss this with my lawyer, who's reaching out, and go ahead and figure out the right thing to do here, because they really don't want to do this. This fight will be stupid and petty. But that's, the way it goes. That's the way the law works, I guess. It's actually not. It's the way the law works when it interacts with third-party companies like YouTube, applying their own weird standards to it. Is Law and Crime using a YouTube copyright strike in bad faith to hurt you financially? Kind of looks like they might. I mean, they haven't technically done it yet. Remember, it's 7 days. It's 7 days, but it's entirely possible. I guess with that, I'll put this up again. If Law and Crime broadcasts your trial, will you cover it? Yes. Gates of Above says the story of the trial is sidebar. I fell asleep watching the stream. They were in a sidebar. Wake up. They're in a sidebar. Whoa.
Welcome to do so as well. And just be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we're taking a break now.
That's good.
It's lunchtime. Well, I guess I'll move this over here. And yeah. Well, that was an interesting way to close things out going into this break. So in 10 minutes, they're going to come back and then what? Go to lunch late? I guess we're going to have a late lunch or something. Is the court aware of the clock? Who knows? So what else is going on, man? What's any other big trials coming up that you're interested in?
Nothing immediately comes to mind, but as I tell my wife, it's a growth industry. People are not going to stop shooting each other. So
besides the dumpster defenders.
When is that though? I keep hearing different estimates for how far out that's been pushed.
Yeah, I do too. Last I heard, it was either April or May, which would be not terrible. But I also had heard something like September. So who knows?
I'll be in Disney for one of those weeks.
April or May?
Yeah, one of those weeks. My wife is scheduling it. Yep, the mouse is getting more of my hard-earned dollars.
So when you do Disney, do you stay on property or do you stay somewhere else?
Well, I've been so many times. We've done it different ways and different times. Currently, we stay on property.
Okay. Which property, room number, dates, and times will you be? If someone wanted to send food service, what are your allergies? So they can avoid that.
Right,
They
of course.
avoid sending room service with allergies.
Somebody will show up to the room. I swear to God, we get the strangest letters here. Invariably, they're almost actual, real physical letters that people mail in, and some of them are very odd indeed.
What's your favorite park to go to out of all of them? I know you've been to all of them a million times, but
hey, listen, if it was up to me, I wouldn't go. But my wife loves Disney, so when we go, we usually go for a week. We go to all the parks. My favorite ones, if it's hot, I'd just as soon go to the water parks.
Oh yeah, there you go. I liked that. What did I do? The Avatar ride was pretty good. That was at the
Yeah, that
Animal
was good.
Kingdom. Sitting there on that, riding that weird, like organic motorcycle looking thing.
That was we did that one back to back, actually. It's one thing about staying on the Disney property. My wife knows all these tricks, but they have different hours you can get into the park, or you can stay later at the park. And so we were staying at a Disney property, and we were able to go in at night, like at 7 or 8 o'clock, and there was nobody there really. So we went to that brand new Avatar ride and did it, and it was fun, and just did it again. There was no line.
So my favorite place to go visit is actually in your state. It's Pagosa Springs, Colorado, down in the near Durango.
Not far from Durango. Yeah, I take it. That's one of my favorite motorcycle trips. Actually, a 3-day trip. I'll go from where I live in Castle Rock out to Durango, then up to Glenwood Springs, and then back home from there.
Well, someday you should take a little Toodles down to Pagosa and stay at the Springs Resort there. They have very nice rooms. They have some fun specialty rooms. First time I went, I stayed in the O Suite, which is not what it sounds like. It's actually named for Oprah, who was the first person to stay in the room, apparently. And then I stayed in the John Wayne Suite, which is a little bit, that's if you have a few more people with you. And they have, they own the hot spring. The resort owns the hot spring there. And so they have the hot spring running into all of these different hot tubs you can go into. And if you stay on property, you can go into them at 24 hours a day. And
are they clothing optional? Are they one of those joints?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. This is a decent place. No, I'm just kidding. But no, but it's open to the public, till like 10 p.m. or something like that. And then, but after they kick the riffraff out, that's when I like to go to the spring. No one's out there, only people staying on property. And the Colorado River runs right by.
Sure.
Like, and so you're like overlooking the Colorado River. I like going in the, late fall or early spring where it's still cold. There's still snow, and you just hang out. It's serene, man. I could stay there all day. That place is great. They also have really good food.
Stop there for gas. I've never really otherwise stopped because I'm always on my way over Wolf Creek Pass onto Durango from there. But I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
Colorado's beautiful. It's great for it's certainly great for motorcycle riding. The portion of the year you can motorcycle ride over it, but that's always the catch. The mountains are the fun places to ride, and the mountains come with snow a good part of the year. So,
yep. That's the only downside of going. Every time, like, I'm thinking about going to Colorado, anywhere near the winter, I'm like, am I going to get stuck there for like a week from a stupid snowstorm or the close down pass?
We were at Glenwood Springs one time with the kids, and we're driving back on I-70, and right over Vail Pass, they shut down the pass because there was a bunch of snow, and we ended up just turning around, going back to Glenwood Springs. But I'm sure some people spent a good 10, 12 hours trapped in traffic there.
Almost happened to us when we were driving home one year, and we got stuck. We were down by Colorado Springs, so we weren't up by Denver, because normally we would have taken the interstate from Denver, and we were heading east from Colorado Springs, and they shut down the highway we were on, and we ended up going back to Colorado Springs. It was like we were 20 minutes away. It took us well over an hour and a half to get back. You couldn't see anything. Then probably the only reason we made it back was because a snowplow went past as we were. My in-laws wanted to stay at this Econo Lodge, and I'm like, I'm not staying at an Econo Lodge for like potentially, several days. That's terrible. I had to get back and go to work. And so we were leaving the Econo Lodge parking lot, and a snowplow went, and I went right behind it, and we followed the stupid lights the entire way, because you couldn't see anything. It was whiteout conditions, heavy wind. It was terrible. Probably one of the worst storms I've ever driven through.
Yeah, I was riding back from Moab last week of May, I think, last weekend of May, and going over Wolf Creek Pass east of Durango, and got caught in a snowstorm. even that late in the year.
It's wild.
Northern New Mexico is nice too. I really like Taos. I go there. That's a common trip I take a lot. Stay at the historic Taos Inn, where all the drinks are doubles, for anyone who's curious.
Ooh.
And it's an interesting hotel because it's all adobe, like actual adobe. So all the walls are like 3 foot thick.
Sure.
And that's a nice ride through the Spanish mountains down from my neck of the woods.
William Andrews says, truly amazing what can happen if a bullet doesn't strike the nervous system. A Maryland cop shot Kevin Coslow 12 times in the chest from less than 10 feet away. Maryland thinks we only need 10 rounds. Yeah, bullets are they're a small thing that just moves very fast. And that very fast movement causes them to penetrate through a lot of different things. And it can cause them to bounce in very weird ways and mess up a lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, it is a pretty small thing going through you. So there's the only reason center mass works so well is there's a lot of important stuff packed pretty tightly. But some of that stuff, though it's important, isn't immediately important. It's important later. And so, just shooting someone and not actually stopping them by not hitting something that caused them to either have massive blood flow issues or knock out some nerves. You could be dealing with someone who's still hostile for a very long time and now they're mad. So you have to, that's why you shoot until the target is actually neutralized and the threat is gone. That's why you have to do it. Andrew Pigzik says, I'm in northern New Mexico. Have a great shot of my R1200R with the Cumbres and Toltec engines.
All right.
Fantastic
Council
area.
approach.
Fantastic area to ride. Wishing I can buy some acreage up there.
Yeah, for anyone going to Moab, I would recommend being there at sunrise. In fact, last time I was there at sunrise, they didn't even have the booth manned. You just rode right in. There was no wait at all. But when I left an hour and a half after sunrise, there was half a mile of cars waiting to get in. And they were charging at that point.
What the hell's Moab?
Moab is a rock formations in, Moab, Utah, close to the border of Colorado, southeastern Utah. Very, very pretty.
Similar to like Garden of the Gods or whatever?
Yeah, not dissimilar, but I would put Moab higher on the list. And adjacent to Moab is Canyonlands, which is kind of a Grand Canyon
Back in, Tina.
type of vista.
Deputy Martin, sorry.
Because see, I always think of multiple offensive aerial burst.
Yeah. Mother of
That's
all
definitely, that's definitely what they meant, and not mother of all bombs.
Yeah, Arches National Park, I guess, is actually the name of the park with the rock formations. It's in the town of Moab.
I see.
And actually, I prefer Canyonlands. I think Canyonlands is prettier. A little harder to get to, also, so not as crowded.
Okay.
So
and they let
that was the 10-minute break.
Yeah.
When are they going to break for lunch? It's 12:30 there, right?
Recess?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be taking a lunch break shortly, and
Probably just want to wrap up this
everybody's
testimony.
Okay on sustenance for the moment. All right, good deal. Thank
They,
you, Mr. Martin.
Allow a shocking amount of laptops in this courtroom. Saw like 3 people with laptops in that shot.
Yeah.
Is that a different witness chair? Did they finally get around to changing the chair from the McSaggy chair?
Several of the photographs, not only Mr. Olson's wound to his chest, the bracing room to his right wrist area, and we also looked at the photographs of Mrs. Olson's hand.
Oh,
Okay?
gosh.
Now, we were talking about the effect of stippling, right? So if you would let's go back to where we were. Put how her hand was so the bullet doesn't hit these, but hits these. Okay. Using me.
I believe that her hand is roughly in this position. And then let's say the bullet enters right there. Her pinky finger is going to be right below, right in this area like that. Maybe
Was she
curl a
on that
little bit.
side of
This is
him?
the best I can do. Probably it's going to be something more like this. And then his wrist is going to be up here. So I get stippling here, and that accounts for the stippling that we're seeing here. So her hand could be here. Her hand could be here.
Or what?
His
She
wrist,
was in front of
I can move it
Curtis,
in and out
and he was in
and
front of
still
his
line up
wife.
the wound. So it's not like I'm telling you exactly the range of fire, just with somewhere, and the gun is here going this way. And so the wrist.
I mean,
is
she
anywhere
certainly was not
from
positioned.
Just say
like,
15.
I guess
It's
if
not
she
that
was-
scientific estimate.
She's still in her seat.
And then
She stood up.
her hand is somewhere behind his wrist and probably down here. Because
Speculation.
Oh,
probably down here because I stippling here and then stippling here, and not so much on her fingers. Right.
If you would, just put the hand back where it was.
You would put your hand back
We
on my
talked about
body.
Intervening objects, and is that one?
Yeah,
of the
it was
things
the
that
it
we
was the
look
use
at
of the word
in
probably
different
that
possibilities?
raised the speculation
where
objection,
we're
but he's actually
located
making
and,
reasonable inferences here from
their shot.
evidence. That's
Yes,
permissible.
In this case, you have 3 intermediate targets. 3,
3. Look how happy he
3.
is.
2, and then the shirt he's wearing.
Like he's writing a journal piece on
And then
this.
his body. Right.
You want this guy to like
in
teach
the
forensic
event that it's a
autopsy
seat
to
back
kids,
and
right? Like, because he's so into
Close
it.
proximity of Mr. Olson's hand, and there's no bullet.
And can anybody
hole
guess how many dildos we found in that deceased? Yes, Tommy? Yes?
yeah, I'm assisting. Move on.
Let's assume this hypothetical, go back to where the position is. Assume the hypothetical that there's in fact a intervening object consistent with a seat back. The hypothetical is there's no hole.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ooh, he's
Oh,
got
he-
him mad. Keep doing it. Keep
He has
doing
no expertise in theater seating, Your Honor.
it. Oh my God. Hold on. I gotta see. My wife was in town. Is she still in town? Is she back? Wait, it's Wednesday. Oh no, she's back. Okay. I was gonna have her pick me up some food. Yeah, see, I mean, I know they don't want to object too much, but man, these prosecutors get real salty when the objections come in. So I like it. I think they should do it more. Shown Photo says, my husband went to high school in Pagosa Springs. Literally the best place on the planet. I would move there in a heartbeat if the housing was cheaper. I would love to live there, actually. Although I like spending my time at the resort. So that's the caveat is like, if you live there, I guess you don't spend as much time you wouldn't spend as much time at the resort itself. Although maybe you could. I just like going in after hours because God. Oh, you can also do, they have massage therapists or whatever at the spa there, and they will do your, oh no, they don't do the massage, but they do like craniosacral therapy, which if you've ever had craniosacral therapy, it's just the best excuse for a nap on the planet. Someone's just sitting there like holding your head. You just go, I just immediately pass out. It's great. They'll do that while you're floating in the hot tub pool thing. You get a private like pool and someone sitting there like giving you this like gentle neck massage as you're floating on your back. It's it's pretty fucking peaceful. Don't get that too often.
Now, you described this as what kind of room for Ms. Olson?
Intermediate range graze gunshot wound.
Okay. Is there anything to indicate that the bullet struck an object before it hit Mr. Olson's wrist to cause it to tumble?
No.
Okay. I see.
You may.
Oh man, Lady Ragged just brought me some mail. It was one of the it was something that looked official. She thought it might be from Law and Crime or something. And so I open it up. I'm like, oh, this could be interesting. It's one of those stupid like you could borrow up to $75,000 letters. Damn it. They send those things in like huge the mailers that they send out. They've got to be expensive. They must get good success.
Yeah, it must work.
So I missed that. What's his deal? What's going on? He got real mad about the objection. Was it sustained or overruled?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
Damn.
Mhm.
When they go
A
to
lot
the
of times they don't announce. I guess the judge
Yeah.
just gives them directions and
yeah.
I'm placing in front of you State's Exhibit number 51 that's in evidence with the testimony that this is in fact Curtis Reeves, a photograph taken at 3:44 p.m. And also in front of you is State's Exhibit 52, a photograph with the previous testimony that it was taken at 4:03 of Mr. Reeves. And I'll give you a moment to look at those photographs.
Okay.
Okay.
well, if he stopped with the hypothetical, it's not because the objection was overruled. It would be because the objection was sustained.
Yeah.
We're going to shift gears a little bit. Let's talk about blunt trauma. What is blunt trauma?
Well, you have sharp force trauma and blunt force trauma. Somebody hits you with a bat, it's blunt force trauma. Somebody stabs you with a knife, it's sharp force trauma.
They're going to have him testify about the absence of trauma to Curtis
Maybe
Reeves.
A butter knife would be kind of sharp force, but you get duller and duller.
He would not have examined Curtis Reeves.
So it means non-sharp force injury, a blunt impact.
I'd like for you to assume the facts in this hypothetical. If a blunt object the size of an iPhone was thrown from a distance of approximately 3 feet and strikes
How hard?
a human head in the face while that individual is wearing glasses, what injuries would you expect to see about the face behind the glasses?
It depends if it hits the
That's a tough
glasses.
question. I mean, how hard is the phone thrown would be number one, but typically on your face, if you get something thrown at you and it hits you in the glasses and you're wearing glasses, behind the glasses, you're relatively spared. While if the glasses are mashed against your face, the bridge of your nose, where the nose piece are, or around the ear, or around here, if the lens impacts you, if you're going to get impact significantly, the glasses will protect your eyes to a good degree. You may see peripheral injuries, but if it's hard enough to break the glass,
This is going to go on cross.
yeah, you could probably get an eye injury.
Add to the hypothetical that the glasses were not broken.
Of all the places on the face that you would expect to see an injury, if you throw something at someone with glasses, would be the least likely place to get injured, logically would be behind the glasses because they're protective compared to the rest of your face.
What I'd like for you to do, may I just approach?
You may.
Using State's Exhibit number 51 in relation to
James
State's
Briskin,
Exhibit
I don't go to
number
Rumble because
55,
people keep fucking asking me to go to Rumble, and I hate that question so much. I've said it multiple times. I'm actually in the process of opening a Rumble, but adding another
State's
thing
Exhibit
to
number
do is adds a ton of
52
maintenance for very little
along with
actual
53, with the
benefit.
previous testimony that those
So-
two photographs were taken contemporaneously.
So every
at
time someone asks me, I delay
4:03.
going to Rumble by 5
I'd like
minutes.
to direct your attention, sorry. I'd like to direct your attention to the left. Well, let me just ask you this. Do you see any injuries in those photographs?
Well, I've been shown these photographs before, so I already kind of know what you're asking. If you were
But
to
the jury doesn't.
actively tell me where the injury is, I'd say I don't appreciate one. I have
What
no.
does that mean you don't appreciate?
I would be like saying, tell me where, I don't know what I'm looking for. It would be, if it's an injury, it's so subtle that I wouldn't immediately stand out to me in the photograph.
Okay. If I directed you to the left eyelid,
I can see that it appears in the first two photographs with the glasses on, it appears that the left upper
Deli
lateral
8079
eyelid
says, Nick,
is
why don't
more-
you go to
slightly more
Rumble?
red than the right one.
using the photograph that was taken a time later in the white jumpsuit there. Do you see that injury?
The lateral photograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, his eyelid,
I call it injury. What do you see?
I don't see any swelling or edema. If anything, it's a little red, and compared to the other eye, it's a little bit redder. But doesn't look like there's any hemorrhage in the white of his eye. There's no swelling or what we call edema in the
Of
eye.
course, you're not required to actually suffer injury before you can defend yourself.
In the upper eyelid, not
So-
much different color from the lower eyelid. If there's an injury there, it's extremely subtle as depicted in these photographs.
Okay. Let's talk about the eyelid. I don't know if I'm going to use the right term, but I'll do the best I can.
So the redness suggests there was a blow. And if there was a blow and Chad Olson had stepped back, there'd be no rationale for shooting him because there's no longer a threat. But that's not what happened. If you believe there was that initial blow, then there was the whole hands back and forth with the popcorn situation.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Well, the skin is very fragile. It's protecting. It's got to move fast. It's very vascular. It's blinking. It's mostly there to protect your eye from debris. It would be probably one of the most fragile pieces of tissue on your body. I suppose your lip would be pretty fragile as well. And on men, there's certain parts of your body that are fragile too, but your eyelid is not a strong part of your body. In fact, if you're strangled to death with somebody's hands, the blood vessels in that area of the body are so fragile that the actual strangulation and obstruction of venous outflow from your head will cause those blood vessels to rupture. They're so fragile. You're not even touching the blood vessels, just pressure's causing them to pop. So the tissue and the blood vessels there are fragile. Certainly more than your forehead, palm of your hands, skin of your back, your feet. It's thin.
Going back to the hypothetical that a blunt object the size of an iPhone being thrown from a distance of approximately 3 feet, give or take, strikes the human head in the face while wearing the glasses. Specifically, if that object is thrown and hits the glasses themselves, what injuries would you expect to see?
This really is speculation.
If you're wearing glasses like me, my glasses, I've been wearing glasses since I was 19 years old. I've been hit in the face by stuff. If you saw stuff,
Probably
if you
by
had
people
stuff
every
flying
time you
around,
get
kid throw
excited
something
about
at
an
you.
autopsy.
My glasses have saved my eyes numerous times. Now, if you have a baseball, a high velocity cell phone, a high velocity larger object hit your face, the glasses are going to be mashed against your face, and you're going to have injury here around the frame.
This is entirely improper.
The stuff underneath the glasses is.
It's unlike the
protected as
Stippling
compared
evidence. He's
to
not making
the
reasonable
stuff not
inferences from
covered.
actual evidence now. He's just
I can say that. It's almost
hypothesizing from his own personal
if-
experience with being struck. I mean,
Glasses
that's
are intact. If they're not broken, if it's not a penetrating bullet, then yeah, the stuff behind the glasses are going to be more protected than the stuff not protected by the glasses.
Can the redness that you see in those photographs, can that redness be caused by taking one's finger and just rubbing it over and over? Is it the eyelid that fragile?
If you rub your eyes, you can make your eyes red. If you rub any part of your skin with sufficient frequency and velocity and
Tell us more,
you can make
doctor.
abrasion. You can make hyperemia, where you're irritating the tissue and the blood vessels dilate and you get a welt. You can do that. Certainly the eyelid would be one of the easiest places to do that.
Now, you talked about previously about the cheekbone area where there's bone underneath the skin, the chin, as far
What chin?
as it's not flexible. So if something hits it, it can cause what?
Well, if the most likely places for a blunt object to cause skin injury from a flying object would be skin that overlies bone. And so if you fall on your chin, you'll get a laceration, a cut from hitting the hard object like you fall on your chin. Or if you get punched, boxers, people that do martial arts, a lot of the cuts are here because basically the fist or the blunt object hits the skin and crushes the skin between the hard object and the bone underneath, causing a laceration or a cut. But if it hits you in the belly, you're not going to get a laceration or a cut. You're more likely to have no visible injury at all. You may have one inside, but generally outside you may not. So the most likely places to display injury on the human face are areas where there's bone underneath.
Yeah, cross should be
Or
interesting.
teeth.
Yeah.
Hit in the mouth.
So a blow to the head of a 71-year-old, could that cause death or grave bodily injury?
Regarding the photograph,
How many autopsies
Have you ever done an
had?
autopsy where someone
do you see any
died as a result of a blow to the head?
consistent?
Exactly.
Well, there's nothing on the bony prominences of his face that I can say. I don't see any injuries there at all.
There's a time difference between the photographs.
And this is all irrelevant.
Would you
Is anyone
expect
making
to
the
see
claim that he
some
was
swelling to
severely
begin
injured
between the two photographs?
from this?
He was hit with a blunt object.
Well,
From
I
that
got
point in time,
I have 3:44 p.m.
and the other
and
one.
then 4:03, and I
And
think
the
the incident was 1:30.
This guy's now reminding me
So,
of
I mean, if there's gonna be some
the
swelling,
vehicle
I
expert
think
brought
that's
into
some
the
of
My
it. I don't
Cousin
think
Vinny
there'd be a big
movie
difference between the two
that
photographs.
gets blown up by the girlfriend.
You know, you're going to get, it'll be an hour or two, you'll start to see swelling. If there's a significant injury.
Gates of Above says, objection, Your Honor. This prosecutor cannot ask any chin-related questions because he lacks one. This is the state's medical expert, King Boom.
Yeah, Mr. Wilbur from My Cousin Vinny.
An autopsy. And you observed what we see in the photographs of Mr. Reeves. How would you describe him, if at all?
I don't even know if I don't even, like I said, would even say anything about it. It's so subtle. And, you know, people don't have monochromatic faces. Sometimes you'll see someone with a little bigger eye, little lower eye, maybe the lip is a little redder on that side. And you get to the point where you just describe something you know is an injury. This, I don't even know if I'd appreciate it as an injury.
Again, we use the term appreciated, which is a term of art in your world. Explain to us what you mean.
Kind of like, hey, look, there's an injury. I'm seeing it. Yes, I see the injury here. You'd have to point out, what about the eyelid? And I'd say, I don't, it's a little redder maybe, but, you know, I'm not really going to say it's an injury.
Have a moment here.
You may.
If he hadn't shot Chad Olson and the blows had kept coming in, might that have caused death or grave bodily harm?
Dr. Todd Martin, based on your internal and external examination of Mr. Olson, Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? As to
Did you do an external or
Yes.
internal examination of the
Gunshot
defendant?
wound to chest.
And based on the criteria that you laid out for us earlier this morning, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the manner of death?
Yes, homicide.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Whew.
Carlos?
Want me to do it now, Your Honor?
I don't know. Approach.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here we go. Here, I'll tell you what. I'm going to email the Rumble guy right now. Okay? All right? For all you Rumble assholes in the chat. Look, I'm not opposed. I said the other day I'd be opening a Rumble, but it takes what I was mentioning in the chat. It takes a lot of time. I know it sounds simple, like, oh, just open a Rumble account. But when it's your business, you have to do a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Like I have to get channel art. I have to get everything attached and set up. There have to be descriptions for everything. I have to start porting over videos. And don't know if you noticed, but I'm streaming like 12 hours a day. And the rest of the time, the couple hours between that, I'm catching a nap and hanging out with my
Ladies
kids,
and gentlemen,
making dinner.
I think it's going to be a little while before Mr. Michaels gets done. And not surprisingly, Mr. Martin took quite some time as well. So I think we better go ahead and take a lunch break and let you guys refresh a little bit. Let's take 1 hour, be back at 2 o'clock, and we'll get ready to get started again. Dr. Thogmartin, sorry, you can take a lunch as well.
Thank you, Your
we'll
Honor.
resume. Remember my instructions during the recess. Thank you.
You need an assistant to do that stuff. Yes. It's always fun hiring someone. That's actually the most fun thing in the world to do. To get someone. Remember what you're saying. Like, yes, it's great to have an assistant, but you have to find someone whom you can trust to have access to your source of income. Because what if an assistant decides to upload a bunch of horsecock porn right onto your YouTube channel or whatever? And shockingly, people do stuff like that. So it always sounds simple. Get an assistant, get a thing, do this, hire a person. But there's a lot that goes into these things, and I don't willy-nilly run into shit when it comes to my business. Unfortunately, hiring
And you have to be able to fit them into your workflow and their schedule. It's I know when I work the kind of hours I work and produce content the times a day I produce it, the prospect of having an assistant available the moment I need them outside of 9 to 5 is pretty slim.
Right. And for a lot of this stuff, a lot of the stream management stuff, you would ideally want someone. I think you would want someone who's actually present with you, like in the same place. I know some people do remote stuff, but like swapping communications between live versus people who are remotely connected to you, that seems like a horrific nightmare to me. But yeah, so it takes time and energy and effort, and those are three things that I lack a lot of times. But I've emailed my Rumble contact to get something hopefully going here very soon. I mentioned the other day that I wanted to, when Rumble put the 100 million up for Joe Rogan, I thought that was a very, very ballsy and bold move. And I think they're a real competitor to YouTube. And so, I'll be working on getting something set up. Someone said hire Jack Murphy.
So how does monetization work on Rumble? Is it similar to YouTube?
I have no idea.
No.
They have a super chat function called Rumbles or whatever, Rumble chats or something. I know that, but I believe they may also have ad monetization. I'm not 100% sure how it all works. But yeah, I know Viva does great over on Rumble, and you know, I had picked multi-streaming to Odyssey a long time ago for people who did not like YouTube, but it's just yeah. See, the Odyssey people they're already annoyed that I'm gonna set up a Rumble, because they know it's not about just setting everything up. It's managing multiple streams at the same time. When one goes down, what happens? Are you watching the chat from all of them equally? Because everybody gets pissy when you don't. Did you grab all the stuff from every stream that you need to do? And it's just another layer of management and another layer of attention away from live streaming. So, but you know, like I said, I'm just giving you all the reasons that I haven't done it yet, is because it's a bunch of work and I'm lazy. But it is going into it's in the pipeline here, and we'll get it set up. So C McBlock. Plus, one last thing that people may not consider is in a lot of ways, when you do set up multi-streaming, and you are competing with yourself, and that's a weird prospect to do. But most of the time, or for many people, it works out better. I know, but at the onset, you are competing with yourself, which is a weird thing to think about. C McBlob says, I think the prosecutor from Edgecombe would win this, but I hate Chinless Binger so much, I'd vote not guilty no matter what the evidence shows. I mean, he may win this, but the facts as they're kind of commonly known are a narrative, an 8-year strong narrative, and not necessarily the actual facts of the case. That's the part of the issue here, is that there's a narrative about this case that he shot a man over popcorn. Heck, I'm guilty of falling for the narrative, but that may not actually be the facts of the case. The facts of the case may be that he shot someone who was big, towering over him, while he's sitting down, taking multiple swings at him. And that's a different story. And that's what the defense has to elicit here, is if the popcorn is the false narrative, they have to elicit the real one and convince the jury of it. So,
or at least raise a reasonable doubt.
Right. Exactly. But I think raising a reasonable doubt in practical terms with a jury is often more than a reasonable doubt. I think it's selling them on the story of what happened. We have a high-minded idea that it's this reasonable doubt thing, but a lot of people get convicted with a whole lot of doubt about their cases.
Yeah, and if you want to try to rely on raising a reasonable doubt, you really have to drive it home, in my opinion, from jury selection during voir dire. Get the prospective jurors to emotionally commit to that standard. In fact, B. Ivory did this in the Edgecombe case. Not that it helped because the facts were so bad, but he had that graphic he held up. This is what beyond a reasonable doubt is. It's all the way up here. The judge will instruct you. Will you commit to holding yourself to that standard? The legal team during jury selection, I think that's what you have to do. If you wait till the end to closing to expect the jury, they've made up their minds by then.
Right. Well, it's not surprising that they did that in the Zimmerman trial, and then B. Ivory did that in his trial, because I'm pretty sure almost all of his trial was plagiarized from someone else.
It looked like exactly the same chart, I have to say. But
I would imagine it absolutely was the same chart. I think it would not surprise me at all if they just paused the video, pulled up that
print one
chart.
like this.
Yeah. Did you see the E10? What the hell's the E10? I don't know what the E10 is. No. So no, I don't think I saw the E10. All right, let me see. There are some chats over here on YouTube and Odyssey that we can start catching up on. Hellsnake says, wakey, 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 it's time for court. Come on, wake up, it's time for court. Yes, I was very late this morning, as I was not supposed to be asleep at all. And I I woke up on my couch going, oh no. Oh no. Jackson Kai says, Nick lives. Stomp, stomp. Seriously, though, you had me worried you had a family emergency or something. Lots of love, Nick. Well, thank you for being concerned. Max Hines says, Nate, say this is MAGA country. P.S. Give this money to Nate the lawyer. Beast on the Run says, Nate, what do you think of the buildup of White Dragon just for him to get popped in a 4-minute fight? What a waste of a cool looking villain. Bowtie Charlie says, Nate is hoarding adamantium. Captain America shield. Vibranium. Bowtie Charlie. Captain America shield is vibranium. C. Goody 564 says, there's a bench warrant out for you not showing up for your scheduled court appearance. No kidding. Mercy Rain says, good morning, law nerds. This nerd loves your coverage. I never laughed so much. Great for my mental health. Root Beer Buzz says, E10 these nuts. Got him. Got him. Thank you. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that. Oh, damn it. Oh, in the comics, it's adamantium rather than Oh, okay. There you go. I believe you. Britt Cormeyer. Hey, I have to come here to see my favorite lawyers. Nate and Andrew are far superior to this Rackets guy. Oh, thank you. Heartfelt. Mercy Rain says, oh, wait, I read that one. Wazapalooza the Drunk read that one. Hunter says, didn't A&E try to do the same thing Law and Crime is doing to small YouTube channels with public court / cop videos? Probably. Patrick Allen says, cop has butt plug hitting the right spot eyes. Don Pedro says, Nate's comment about the cop has reinstated his standing in the trans community. United States of Q says she has those AOC eyes. Yeah, she did. She did. The kind where it's like, I'm going to stab you. I'm going to stab you. If you turn around, I'm going to stab you. If you don't turn around, I'm going to stab you. You're going to get stabbed. John Keeler says, chinless prosecutor to Chad's widow. Have you ever been with a man that has no chin? Gosh, it's tough. S. Asp says, hey, Nick, can you check your Twitter DMs? I would like you to partner with you for a holiday season sponsorship / ad campaign. Yeah, I'll check them in a minute. Kay says, you guys should heckle an old trial Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. The problem, a lot of people have said, well, would you do this for an old trial? When? Like those trials, I mean, they're long. They are long trials. And people know the outcome, right? So people have they've asked me to like cover the OJ trial or whatever a million times. And it's, ever since I started the channel, talk about the OJ Simpson case. It's like, but you know how it ends. It's a giant spoiler alert. I don't know. Plus the OJ trial. I mean, it was forever. It was forever. And the rules change, the laws have changed since a lot of these trials. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that wouldn't be the same. John S says this cop is on the booger sugar. Not applicable says lady looks spooked like she's seen a frosk. Eldritch Blast says this trial is the weirdest episode of Twin Peaks I've ever watched. Root Beer Buzz says you pass lick and cuck on view count. Well, good. Shizzy Wiznut says Binger's little brother. Tortheo says look up Senpaku eyes for Miller. Man, she had some serious focus going on. Let's see. Lee Nicholas says, this witness looks like a white nationalist version of Trinity from The Matrix. She just looks like Switch or whatever from The Matrix. Not like this. Jennifer Lamb, this is my first time back since Rittenhouse. Sorry. Oh, no need to apologize. Is this guy for real? I take a poop, plop, plop, plop. What the ever-loving hell? Love you guys. These, this prosecutor, he's a weird dude. I mean, at the end of the day, this prosecutor's a weird dude. Josh Vermillion says, you three guys need to do a bad lip reading trial. That could be kind of funny. Ethan Flash says, F you, Ricada, you stream snapping unbreaded bitch. Why don't you go to Subway and cry as they cut the sandwich wrong? I do every time. Every time tears flow. Mercy Rain says she reminds me of the lead singer of the Eurythmics. Yes, Annie Lennox. Ethan Flash says, just to return home and find a delicious sandwich ready for you, only to take a bite and realize your wife spread the jam on the peanut butter. Disgusting. And then Ethan Flash also says, you're nothing without Flashcast. I made you. CB says, nobody else seeing Roseanne Barr when they look at the prosecutor? I guess I can see it a little bit. I can see the Roseanne Barr thing. Roxif says, if this trial takes any longer, I'm going to throw popcorn at Curtis Reeves. Stephen Cabrera says, she looks like she is looking for Sarah Connor. Trevor R says, Gecko versus Lizard. Robert Norwood says, I didn't know Binger's husband was testifying. Tyler Wright says, I'm a pharmacy student that will be a doctor in May of 2023, but I hate that and love law. Any recommendations for someone in that situation? You're gonna, I don't know, man. If you go into law, I mean, sure, there's a whole bunch of stuff you could do that would take full advantage of your doctoral degree, but you're probably better off just then you're doing the same stuff just under the guise of law, so you might not be happy doing that. If you go into law, you're going to spend a bunch more time in school.
This is the pharmacy guy who's going to be an MD.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're going to continue and get the MD and do that for at least a couple of years, you certainly, make yourself more valuable working in the law. Medical malpractice, there's plenty of money in that. You won't actually have to see patients. If what you don't like about being an MD is patients, that might be a way to go.
But it depends on what you don't like about it, because if you end up just utilizing your MD in a legal setting, you might end up hating what you're doing there too. So you got to figure out what you don't like about being a pharmacist and what you do like about law.
Plenty of lawyers hate the practice of law. I'll tell you that much.
Yep. But there's if you want to go into law, it's 3 to 4 more years of school, a whole bunch more money that you have to spend, and a longer delay in earning on your advanced degree. So those are considerations to make. Kiwi Kelly says, who knew the prosecutor is Carlton, the doormansling lost love child? Okay. I don't know who is that. Carlton from Fresh Prince? Maybe. Rye Guy says, the unbreaded are the bad guys in the game Overcooked 2 on Steam. They're slices of zombified bread walking around. Bring the smoke. This is a very important super chat. It says, Nick couldn't be more right about the peanut butter and jelly application process, but Nick, if you're not book matching the bread, then you're just a savage. Nothing worse than bread not lining up. Dude, the worst thing in the world, there's a sandwich place I go to, Nelson Brothers. They make great sandwiches. They have these homemade loaves of bread, or store made, but they're freshly made every day loaves of bread, right? And so they're like an artisan loaf, so they're not uniform. They're weird, and so you'll get one slice that's longer than the next one, or whatever. And sometimes you go in there and they take the 2 slices of bread that are right next to each other and they lay them down like this. And then they sandwich it on top. So you've got the back side of one and the inside and they don't match up. It's the stupidest thing. It's like, no, you take the 2 slices of bread and you open them like this. That's the only thing that makes sense. Anything else is heretical.
Got to throw that sandwich away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't
Yeah.
eat it like that.
Not at all. Doesn't taste right. Michelle Campos says, Nick, you mentioned yesterday that some witnesses were looking over at the prosecution as if looking for help, but I wonder if they were looking at the widow for her reaction to their testimony.
No,
I mean, yeah, it was,
he was looking for help.
It was that cop, and he was sitting there sweating bullets because he knows he knows his testimony was not helpful if he told the truth. Or, well, I shouldn't say he knows. He thought his testimony would be either damaging to the state's case or less helpful if he told the actual events. And he was worried that his previous recollections were actually going to help the defense here. Because, again, people have been stewing on this for 8 years, including the witnesses. And they witnessed something that you don't like to see. You don't like to see someone get killed. So they've been telling themselves stories about it for a long time.
And the previous statement's not going away, folks. So,
no,
I mean, the only appropriate way to deal with that is to say, listen, if that's what the statement says, that's what I thought then. If you're asking my recollection now, I'm telling you my recollection now. That's it.
Yeah. Brian says, sorry to be the one that calls Nate out on this, but his MAGA country line was ripped from Dave Chappelle's Sticks and Stones special. There you go. There you go. Andrew Hansen says somehow tested COVID positive, thus a COVID death. Cracklin says the prosecutor has a bad haircut. He'd be better off bald. Ranjakar Patel says, old turtle, do you defend client from India? My friend in India shoot cow, and now he will going for jail. This for self-defense. Cow touches body. Thanks, dear. Okay. Ranjakar Patel says, please, old turtle, my friend no rich, but amazing body. Cameron Nelson says, is this a gunshot wound or a popcorn party? Berserker. I thought Terry from the cigarette commercial died, but she really just became this prosecutor. Oh, wait, is that one of those where it's like the lady with the stoma or whatever? She's like, I was smoking for 19 years. That one. New Age Cuck says, I'm surprised nobody who was involved in this case died of old age, including the defendant.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah. I go yet.
I'm sure 8 years ago he thought to himself, man, if they can only drag out this for 8 years, I'm golden.
Yep. This is there's no time. Or no way I'm gonna live through this. Hold on. Gosh. Okay. Trevor R says, Branca, I always thought a gun was a fart machine with a lead shart, but this guy keeps calling it a powder tattoo machine. Which definition is correct?
Well, I wouldn't characterize my guns as either one of those things. So
your gun's not a fart machine with a lead shart?
No.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Buckley says squats now. Cameron Nelson says Branca dropping them hitters today. Staying hard ain't easy, but someone's got to do it. And Cameron Nelson also says Chinna bro. Distro 32 says in Richard's voice, Your Honor, the stippling clearly spells out guilty. We request a mistrial and an 8-year extended delay. I was trying to find the media order on this case. And so I pulled up the documents for the trial. Have you seen the docket? It's insane. Here, I'll pull it up real quick so people can see. Here we go. So here's the going all the way back to January 14th of 2014.
I looked it up. I pulled up the page, but all the titles are so generic that I never had time to dig through for what was interesting.
Yeah, there's so much of this going on. The defendant's notice of taking depositions. Look at all the witnesses that they've taken depositions of. We're still in 2015, folks. Oh, 2016 now, more depositions. This defense has to have cost infinity dollars.
Yeah. Yep. All that's a lot of money, folks. Depositions are expensive.
And then of course you have the stand your ground motion. You can here's the entire transcript of it. Whew. Keeps going here. Change of addresses for witnesses as they've all moved several times during this process. I mean, this is why the binder is so big. And we're into 2022. There we go. There we go. So there is a lot of stuff going on in this case. That's an 8-year long trial. That's what it looks like. They get to be almost impossible to follow. That's why you have to pay your lawyers so much. Let's see. Justin P says, I worked as a video game tester. We had a special needs employee who wore a kimono and washed his junk in the sink. Perhaps he should be a medical examiner. Bwahaha 9000 says, law and crime is artistically adding choppiness to their stream to make sure they can push their copyright claim. Very good. PG says, as Trump, Nick will be winning like Adrian Blair. Brian says the real question is the redhead behind Curtis old enough to be hot? Man, I hope so. Unbreaded. Probably. I don't, not a ton of minors in courtrooms, but it could, who knows? Caveat emptor, buddy. Nicholas Gay says, hey, Nick, taking a month off work to decompress and travel with the pup. Any towns or places you'd recommend to visit in Minnesota besides the St. George Floyd Memorial? Places to visit in Minnesota. Where would I go? No, not really. I kind of hate this state a lot. It's all pretty. The whole thing's nice. Out by my place is Green Lake, which is a very popular fishing lake. There's a lot of ice fishing that you can do on Green Lake, but that's about it. I mean, there's nothing around. If you want to go get robbed, you can go to St. Cloud or Waite Park. That's fun. If you want to get knocked out, you can go to Minneapolis and walk around and wait for someone to play the knockout game and KO you. If you do go into Minneapolis, I would go to Moto E in Uptown. That's good food, good stuff. I'd eat at Moto E right now if I could. They have ramen. They have these pork belly bites that are delicious. But no, I mean, anywhere you go, it's going to be pretty. If you go up to the north area, like up, by Lake Superior, it's gorgeous. Even out here is it's really nice. But Pie is God, says Bueller. Crazy Warriors is bread, jelly on bread, the peanut butter on the jelly. Mix it up as peanut butter won't just spread nicely. Eat with a touchdown. Set on paper. Make unbreaded. Die. Disgusting. Sweetbread says, hey, Nick, ever get that cannibal cookbook I sent you? Got to take a nibble. Just saying. I don't recall getting a cannibal cookbook. John O'Brien says, do you even bother to hire a biomechanist to rebut, or are you good enough to handle this fool on cross? The doctor, the medical examiner. I mean, I don't know that you need to hire anybody to rebut anything he's saying, because the bullet killed him. Like, that's the damaging testimony of the medical examiner is already admitted to. They're gonna have some interesting questions for him about all of his speculative glasses and having something thrown at your face. So you said at the very beginning, right, that you would have to know a lot about a cell phone being thrown at someone before you could actually make accurate representations about what would happen, right? You said that at the beginning. I mean, you then went on to answer some hypothetical questions that were highly contrived by my opponent to get you to say something about this phone, but you don't actually know anything about the phone, right? Because you don't know how fast it was thrown. You don't know if it was thrown in anger or if it was slipped out or whatever.
You may never have even seen the phone.
Right. You don't know if a phone actually was thrown in the first place. You don't know anything about it. The question is not whether or not the phone did sufficient damage to justify the shoot. The question is, was the phone, was his arm movement in throwing the phone or not throwing the phone sufficiently threatening to Curtis Reeves? And that's the question. And I think you're right. They're going to ask about, have you ever encountered head trauma causing death in an elderly person? Can you tell us more about that? That's coming. But I think the defense does have their own expert who's going. They have an aging expert who's going to come in and talk about this stuff too. So, and they may have had that person review the medical examiner's report or talk to him about what questions they should ask.
I don't think any of this was in the medical examiner's report. I think it was just ad hoc here in court.
Ryoji Mata says the autopsy guy is most likely nervous. Some people's nervousness shows itself as though they are excited sometimes. Well, I mean, maybe, but also some people get really excited to talk about their field. Some people are in the field that they're in for a very long time because they really like it. And so then when they get the opportunity to just expound, they'll do that. That makes them happy. Cameron Nelson says, all rise for Judge Mullet. Kelly R says, after listening to Sword and Scale for 100 episodes, never hire a nephew for help. I hate hiring anybody. Oh, it's such a disaster. Sean Luby says, hi, Nick and Andrew. I'm super aggravated with the prosecutor and that really long line / inane line of questioning to Dr. Bones. How pissed is the jury if they're awake? That's the question.
The jury may not know any better. They may think this is how it happens in every trial, that they're not being, unnecessarily subject to life-threatening boredom.
Right. And the interesting thing is it may be good strategy for the prosecution to bore the jury here. Because remember, Nate said this earlier, the simple story is the better one for juries. It's really easy if they can be just lulled into, shot guy over popcorn, then the state wins. If that's the narrative, the state's going to win the case. It's going to be very hard to convince anybody that they would shoot somebody because some popcorn kernels hit him, So, so that's where the state wants to go. And one of the ways to do that may be to bore the jury out of anything else. So who knows? Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base says, I can think of no better reason to protect your livelihood and brand than it's pain and annoying. Don't set up Rumble, bend the knee and comply. There's this assumption that a lot of people have that my channel is in particular danger on YouTube. I have not really ever gotten much indication of that. I know I've gotten a strike before and my other channels got deleted. I know they could have deleted this channel at the same time if they really wanted to do something like that. But I have lots of reason to believe that my channel is not in particular danger at this point. Randall McCollum says the Matt Harris is unemployed. Yes, he is. It's a crying shame. Welcome to Paralegal. Frederick Little says, I'm glad to be a member for 17 months, Nick. Much love for you and your channel. Keep up the great content. Thank you. Stug says, just do it for the trial in To Kill a Mockingbird. Michael Curry says, Carlton was Mary Richards Dorman in the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Oh, okay. I only think, I never actually watched that. I only think of Carlton from Fresh Prince. Darian Edwards says, got more free Canadian Monopoly bucks yesterday. Apparently our auto insurance needs to rebate us, but the government can't give us our freedoms. Interesting. Good luck with losers and cucks. Sweetbread says P.O. Box. Oh, well. I'll have to check. I have some boxes that I haven't opened. Eric L says, tell them to go to International Falls in the middle of winter. And then Beast on the Run says the price of mink furs is skyrocketing right now due to federal regulation 34. For more info, Google for inflation R34. Yeah, do that. Fur inflation R34. That'll do great. Just Google that one if you want to know about it. Don't turn on safe mode either. It'll be fine. So we're all caught up on those. Oh my goodness. Are you familiar with Rule 34?
No.
Okay, good. Okay. Keep life simple. But okay. So when they come back from lunch, it'll be cross-examine the medical examiner. What are you expecting to see on this? What's your thoughts?
I expect Cross is going to chop them up and spit them out, especially around all these hypotheticals, point out to the jury how speculative they really are, that he doesn't really know anything substantive on those issues for this case, that people are killed by head injuries all the time. People are killed by punches to the head all the time, by sustained barehanded attacks all the time, that elderly people are more vulnerable to death and grave bodily harm from those blows than would someone of a similar age to Chad Olson. I would get him to concede all of those points.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're also maybe they'll take this opportunity to talk about to focus in on the wife's hand, and highlight the fact that the wife's hand is closer to the body than the husband's wrist or whatever, that that her hand is directly in front of him as it's going, and that the stippling is on the back of the hand, indicating this. I guess she's on this side. When she was on the stand, she was doing like this motion, which was weird. But then the medical examiner is doing this motion. But either way, hold back this way, hold back this way. It's the palm of the hand is touching his, or is on his body, presumably. It's at least facing his body. And so she seems to be holding him back. I think they'll focus in on that a little bit. Yeah, I think chopping up the speculation will be a solid strategy. Other than that, I think they'll keep it pretty quick though, but maybe not. Who knows? I wonder how fast
he
they're going to
testified
get
for an hour and a half for the state. Now, of course, a lot of that was fluff that doesn't really need to, be countered on cross.
Right. Yeah, and they don't need to go after his employment, his CV. They don't have to go after much of anything.
The bullet kill him.
Right. Now, how do you know the bullet's the one that did it? Rick Nikita said, toasted bread, crunchy peanut butter, sliced gherkin pickles, delicious. Peanut butter and pickles is a weird sandwich to me. I don't know. I've heard of that, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Some people eat weird stuff.
But they'd be smart to keep it as quick as they can, pointed, on target.
Yeah, they've been doing that so far, but just hit them on everything. It's on everything that hit them on everything they want to hit him on really fast, quick questions, and get him out. I wonder how many more witnesses the state plans on calling.
And here's a good opportunity for some theater too, right? Like, so you never examined that cell phone? Not once? Really?
Yeah, that's that'll be interesting. Because they barely did anything with the cell phone at all. And that's part of the theory of the case, right? Is the theory of the defense's case is that they didn't do a thorough investigation, which didn't work out in the Edgecombe trial, but a lot of that had to do with Edgecombe being the cause of them not being able to do a very thorough investigation. Whereas here, they've got a guy who cooperates immediately makes the claim that he believed he was being hit, and immediately has a lawyer involved in this thing. So they've had all of this stuff. They could have tested the phone. They could have gotten, or they could have conducted it more like a self-defense investigation or trying to rule out self-defense. And they didn't. They just didn't seem to take his claim seriously at all. It's a little weird to me, but I guess they had the guy. So they didn't need to do much else. They had the killer. But what the hell is this? Oh, someone on Odyssey linked to the Keltec PLR-16 pistol package rifle power. Fires a 5.56 NATO round. It's good stuff. 11 Bravo Crunchy, I missed your super chat. Did I really? I don't think I did, but I can. Oh, I did. There it is. Sorry. 11 Bravo Crunchy says PB&J is best with each on their own slice, unless when it's eaten the day after it's made as a cold lunch. Then it's best to put PB on each slice and jam jelly in between. And only crunchy peanut butter. Creamy is just peanut spread. Okay, yeah, but who makes the sandwich and then eats it the next day? That's weird. I don't do that. Make your sandwiches fresh, people. Stop this sandwich abuse. Locking them in refrigerators or whatever. Very horrible. Soundwave TM3 says, hey, Nick, watched an old video of you discussing Broly actor with DBZ super movie. Was wondering, have you kept up with all the manga and thoughts on the new movie trailers? Also, thank Andrew for his book. It helps me in Massachusetts.
It'll help you in whatever state you're in. Equally applicable to all 50 states.
Not the 51st state of Canada, though.
No, don't do Canada.
What about Guam?
I looked at Guam self-defense law once just to make sure it wasn't something bizarre from the islands and it was consistent with the traditional 5 elements content, but we've not covered it like in a separate class or anything. We have done DC.
What about Puerto Rico?
No, I haven't done Puerto Rico either.
Is that because of your racism?
I guess that's what I keep seeing the comment. It's fun.
What you muted?
Every once in a while, I'll just see a comment stream through here, some kind of insult. Andrew's racist or a hypocrite or whatever, and it's always people who don't pay for a super chat. It's funny.
Yeah, I know.
They're not willing to back up their insult with even $2.
Guys, if you want me to insult Andrew, you got to pay for it. Call him whatever you want. Jay Kessler, 1975, says, peanut butter and pickles. Is your chat made up of pregnant women? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, hard to make a PB&J Sammy fresh driving a semi. I mean, I guess. Don't you have knees that you can use for the wheel? That's legal, right? Just get that out there, slather that peanut butter on there. You don't even need to watch the road most of the time. How did this sandwich come about? What sandwich?
With the pickle?
I don't know. I don't eat peanut butter and pickle sandwiches. They sound disgusting to me. Pickles don't interact with peanut butter the right way. Not applicable says, I can't insult Andrew. He's a prince. A prince. That's nice.
Opinions vary.
Give Andrew your best insult? How do I give him an insult? El Gonzo says, here's $2 for you to call the other racist. Yeah, Andrew, you racist. I knew you'd be hilarious when we did that Arbery stream a long time ago. And the comments on that stream, the people on behalf of Ahmaud Arbery came out strong to kind of condemn. And you were in there just like firing off comments. It was great. And I was like, this guy's hilarious. He doesn't care about any of these people. It's beautiful.
No, I don't. I mean, I literally could not care less.
Someone random on the internet called me a name. What am I going to do? You'd be surprised how many people though that's like a thing.
Yeah, I know they get super offended and begin to act irrationally themselves, and that's that rarely works out well for anybody.
Yep, it's good.
People can only insult you if you want to be insulted, folks.
You have a humiliation fetish like Jack Murphy.
Whatever happened with that? Is that still ongoing?
Only as jokes.
I still see the beard pop up sometimes as an overlay.
Yeah, he disappeared completely for a while.
Well, that was probably smart.
Yeah, then he came back recently, and he's had a couple lines. He found Jesus while he was gone, which is like, of course you did. And he's reflecting on his past mistakes or something. Who knows? And then his whole like thing that I've seen of him. I'm very blocked on Twitter, so I only kind of get snippets of stuff. But his whole thing I've seen seems very PR managed.
Yeah, well, that's smart.
I mean, maybe.
Listen, if I ever badly drop the ball, I'll probably PR manage too.
I suppose. You don't think you could navigate your own PR?
Yeah, I don't think I dropped the ball in the first place, so it's not something I worry about a great deal.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, and I don't think so either. And it all depends on how you're set up and established, right? He set himself up as this guru of sorts for men, business guru, life guru, whatever you want to call it, and then that kind of came tumbling down. If you're not set up that way, it's hard to fall from the pedestal. So that was one problem. But I don't know, to me, PR management falls really hollow on the internet versus other places, because I think people are kind of used to it. And so,
well, I mean, it's always obvious when people are doing it. It's a very apparent pattern. But it's better than setting oneself on fire on the internet, which is what a lot of people do when they're not managed.
Yes, it's the better response than what he was doing for sure. But I don't know. I think he should have just owned it straight out. But these sort of canned responses, like the whole, like, I found God and have been doing reflection. I choose to live my life as a godly man now. It's like, no, stop like that. No, do that or whatever, but don't use that as the like excuse. I was wrong then, but I'm right now type thing is very weird. Just, I think people just need to own what they do, and then move on. And people will either move on with you or they won't. And that's the ropes. But trying to like artificially preserve things when the evidence is in your face is just, that seems like a problem to me. But, okay, here we go. We've got some more insults. GenoFast says, insert insult here in your thickest Wisconsin accent. Okay, here we go. Mr. Branca, I read your analysis in a case. I don't even remember which one, frankly, and I found it to be lacking.
You got the verdict wrong. You got the verdict wrong. You miscalled that one. I get that a lot because I don't call verdicts. So, folks, it's impossible for me to get them wrong because I don't predict what they're going to be. I just evaluate legal arguments.
Right. You have to, I mean, people always want a prediction. It's like, I mean, I can take a guess, but it's literally a guess. There's so many variables that go into a jury outcome of a trial.
If the case were based solely on the legal merits and the evidence, this would be the just outcome. But juries are dangerous and unpredictable creatures, and you never really know what they're going to do.
If the case were based just on the legal merits and the evidence presented, we wouldn't need juries, right? Or judges. Everything could be just put into an algorithm that would produce the answer. Every first year law student, or well, every first year law graduate would be able to analyze every case and spit out an answer and say, well, this is simple. It's a math formula, but it's not. A lot of people want law to be a math formula. Engineers really want law to work like math, and it does. It almost never works like math.
And by the way, very capable lawyers can look at the same law and evidence that I'm looking at and come to a different conclusion. It doesn't, there's personal and professional judgment that comes into play as well.
Yep. Alfivra says, if you want a good sandwich, banana and mayo. That sounds horrible. What? Not applicable says, oh God, not applicable says,
Maybe it's a euphemism.
Things that don't matter about sandwiches for 500. Not correct. Because I know what you're responding to. You're responding to the bookend bread thing. And if you have your bread on different sides and the edges don't match, that is wrong. 2D Harem King Jack says the only Prince Andrew I know is Branca, Slay King. Prince Andrew did go ahead and settle his lawsuit with the
I heard that.
With the lady. I don't know. People were asking me to comment on it. It's like, what's the settlement? And it's confidential. There's
Seems like the prudent thing to do. I mean,
yeah.
If the price is reasonable for making the problem go away, you pay to make the problem go away. Even more so, by the way, if you're actually guilty of misconduct.
Right. Zyver Warrior says, Andrew is racist. Example, I point to 92 Hurricane. Oh, Hurricane Andrew. Yes. Very, very racist.
Yeah. That was a bad one.
That was the Florida one, right?
Yep.
Where it just devastated. It went right across.
And it went through Orlando, right through the middle of the state.
Yeah, it was bad. Ricky L. Hendricks says, I've been called worse by better people. Arcad says, ran out of sliced bread once. Had to put my crunchy peanut butter on a hot dog bun, then put the jam on top. On top? Why wouldn't you just do the peanut butter on the one side of the hot dog and jam on the other? Why would you put it on top? Or get 2 hot dog buns, open them up, and then sandwich them together that way. What are you doing? Sweetbread says the chat is racist, unbreaded. Soul Fiend says, you say that, Branca, then one day you're having a bad day and find a toy in your ass while streaming it on Chatterbait. Yeah, that's true.
That would be a bad day for sure.
That'd be awful. Bwahaha 9000. I think it would be like if people found out law of self-defense got his legal degree from a community college in Puerto Rico.
I do get that insult sometimes because I got my degree from Hofstra Law School, which at the time was okay. I mean, it was in the top 10% of law schools. I hear it's gone downhill since then. So people like to evaluate my degree by what the law school is like today.
I destroyed my last school. I graduated and that shit burned to the ground. Changed names completely afterwards. They didn't want to be associated with me at all.
Yeah, they changed the name of my law school too. They named it after some benefactor who gave them a bunch of money. But I don't remember the guy's name. That was long after I left.
Gates of Above says, screw trying to be on a moral high ground. I like to joke and call old ladies Fallout ghouls. That's the spirit. That lady yesterday, I mean, that stroke was, well, the stroke plus the brain tumors was very unfortunate.
I will cop to, I mean, people can legitimately criticize my jokes because humor is completely subjective. And apparently about a third of the population, including the chat, doesn't have a sense of humor. So they're naturally offended at every joke. But if you don't like the jokes, you don't have to laugh, folks. That's the deal with that.
Chat just got annihilated. Tortheo says, RE uneven sandwiches. Don't you eat the side? What do you mean? I mean, I eat the whole sandwich. Yeah, I eat all of it, unless it belongs in the trash. I was so mad. Wait, what is this? But did your school send out a memo to the whole university after 100 reports against you for making fun of BLM? No. Did that happen to you? That'd be pretty fun. No, the school never had to send any memos out about me. I'm a good boy. I just would show up to class most of the time and then go hang out.
I used to get a lot of threats. People were going to send mean things about me to the Massachusetts bar, but I never heard anything from them. So I don't know if they never sent it or they sent it and the bar didn't care. I'd like to think the latter.
You got to get on my level. I've had 11 bar complaints. They're all from YouTube, not from a single case I've worked on. And it's like, oh, okay. We don't like him. He's making fun of people online. It's very unprofessional. Let's see. Rowan Cowart says, Branca, what shooting sport did you do? USPSA, IDPA, etc. And what was your preferred division and highest rank achieved? Thanks, Boo.
I did a year or two of USPSA, but right then IDPA started forming up. And in fact, I was involved in the formation of IDPA. My number is 13, my member number. I think they have over 30,000 members now. I helped edit the first rule book for IDPA. I was a range officer, safety officer, the first, I don't know, half dozen national level championships they had. So I was pretty active in IDPA. My preferred class was custom defensive pistol. Shot that with a 1911, the same 1911 I carried for 25 years. And I also did a little bit of shooting in enhanced defensive pistol. I had to actually borrow a gun to shoot that one. But I was at the master level in both of those classes.
Damn. I started a fight club in college. That count?
I should say that I haven't been engaged in competitive shooting for a number of years now. So it's my level of participation is pretty much zero at this point.
Jeff Davis says it wasn't the Messiah. Jack was blowing an illegal behind a Home Depot. Damn. Alfira says, how dare you? It's the Southern staple. Banana and mayo will rise again. Oh, it just sounds horrid. Why would anyone eat that? Lagging says, add a slice of American cheese to the PB&J. No. Cheese and jelly? Will's message was retracted. Beast on the Run says, Branca, what are the legal consequences for using my gold-plated SBR with testes-shaped front grip and fleshlight stock for self-defense?
Guilty of all charges, whatever the charges may be.
Now you have on the front of your SBR a pistol grip that is shaped like testicles. Is that correct? Yes. Why? Because I like to tickle them while firing. AA Ron says a good sandwich requires mayonnaise, provolone cheese, lettuce, roast beef, and 2 slices of 12-grain wheat. That's a good sandwich. I would also add pickles to that. I love pickles with roast beef, and spinach and sprouts, maybe jalapenos. I like a bunch of green shit stacked up, crunchy stuff to go. If I'm going to have a meat and vegetable sandwich, I like to crunch through a bunch of different textures on the way to the meat. Lasso says, is Andrew going to Demolition Ranch or going on Demolition Ranch?
Oh, so there's this guy on YouTube, Demolition Ranch. I did not even know who he was until a week ago. I don't watch a lot of gun-related YouTube videos. Mostly my hobby's motorcycles now. But he's in Texas, Hill Country, and someone suggested that I should meet up with him while I'm on my motorcycle trip. I went to his website, looked at his YouTube stuff. It looks fine. They had an email address there, so I emailed that address, told him I was going to be around, and if he wanted to meet up, that would be fun. But I have not heard anything back, so I would not expect that to happen.
Michael says, Branca, can you go into further detail if an attacker takes a step back from you after they made their attack, you don't have justification for deadly force? Sorry if I misinterpreted what you said earlier.
Well, again, you have to look at the totality of the facts, right? If you're going to be using force to defend yourself, there has to be an imminent threat, meaning a threat that's actually taking place or immediately about to occur. If someone's stepping back away from you, that would be more consistent with them no longer being a threat. If they're stepping back from you and have a gun in their hand, they could still well be a threat. So it depends on a lot of detailed facts that aren't in your hypothetical.
Yeah, it's always, is someone at the time they fire the shot.
More accurately, at the time you make the decision to fire the shot.
Right. In reasonable fear of imminent death or serious bodily injury. That's the basic standard wherever you are. And so if someone is pulling their foot back and actually stepping back and turning away, then, they may be going away from you. However, if they're really close and they're stepping back, they might be stepping back to kick you in the face if you're down on the ground. Like we talked about this a little bit with yesterday when we were discussing Michael Drejka, the guy who got knocked down in the convenience store parking lot, and then he took a shot, and the guy had actually stepped back, and the shot went through the side of his body, which is how part of the way they could confirm that he had stepped back prior to the shot being fired. Michael
he took a
Drejka,
definite step back. They had that on the surveillance. It was like a
Oh,
half
yeah.
step backwards, but that could have been consistent with delivering a kick too.
That's
so I think
where I was going.
the physical evidence was ambiguous on that point. I think where Draker really hurt himself was he undermined his own self-defense narrative in his very lengthy and extensive expository statements that he made to the police immediately afterwards.
Right. And so with the Drejka case, what he could have done had he not done what you just said, where he made very bad statements to police for his self-defense case. Frankly, his statements were things like, "I'm not afraid of anybody. I wasn't afraid at the time because I had my gun. I was not afraid of getting into an altercation because I had my gun. I'm fine with confrontation," things like that. All of those statements were very, very bad for I was defending myself, and looked a whole lot like I was trying to start shit so I could shoot someone.
Yeah, I mean, not suggesting that people should lie in these cases, but if his statements had been different, if his statements had been, "Look, I've been knocked down, I struck my head on the street, I was dazed, I was making reasonable perceptions for someone whose head had just been hit on the street," that would have been a completely different case.
I don't know that it would have been a lie necessarily, because I got the impression, trying to be deferential to him here, I got the impression that he was puffing, right? No, because he's talking to cops. He's using this tactical language. I neutralize the situation, and he's trying to use cop lingo with these guys. And
he read a bunch of gun magazines or Facebook gun self-defense internet Facebook pages and picked up all those pseudo terms of art.
Yeah, and so to me that was, I don't know that he would have been lying by saying that he was actually in fear. I mean, the guy did pull a gun and shoot someone. I don't think he set out to do that. I didn't picture him as a bad guy who wanted to murder someone. I didn't get that impression. So this is why you hire an attorney to help you navigate an interrogation post shooting, because he did not realize he was in an interrogation setting. He seemed to be under the impression that the judge was his friend, or that the cops were his friends, and that they were not investigating a murder, but were rather just helping him establish his self-defense case so he could go home.
Yep. All the more important to have legal counsel if you're not that bright, folks. And most people are not as bright as they think they are.
I don't care how bright anybody is. Maybe I just think I'm dumb, but I would hire legal counsel in a heartbeat for a self-defense shooting. That'd be one of the first calls you'd make. But I'm hearing the court. You guys are probably hearing it too, but there's nothing actually happening. As soon as something does happen on screen, I'll gladly set it up over here. Let's see. Will, thank you for the donation. Tortheo says, "Sorry, I meant, do you not eat the side of the loaf?" Oh, you mean like the ends,
the heel
of the bread?
The heel of the loaf.
Not usually.
I believe is what they call that.
Yeah. I mean, I'll sometimes use it for something, breadcrumbs or like homemade croutons and stuff like that. But I don't usually eat it by itself, or on a sandwich. Look, I want the middle slices of the bread. Will says, "The Second Amendment seems to be a simple algorithm." Kind of, except if you read Heller or McDonald, if you read those two cases, I mean, hundreds of pages written about the Second Amendment, all over the simple question of, can you keep an unlocked, assembled firearm in your home under the Second Amendment? It seems simple algorithmically. It should be, in my opinion, simple. It makes Congress shall make no law, or no, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I mean, I don't care about the prefatory statement or prefatory clause or whatever. It's the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. To me, that means that there are no restrictions on guns at all. You just the people generally. Now you can always
the arguments in in favor of a very narrow or non-existent interpretation of the Second Amendment are inane. I mean, there are arguments like, well, the people doesn't mean the people. It means the governments the states can have guns, not that the people, but it would be the only place in the Constitution where that was true, where people didn't mean people. I mean, that's not legal reasoning.
Yeah, and the other one is that because that comes down to it's only for militias. It's only for state militias because it's the security. What is it? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state is the prefatory clause, and then the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Or there people are, well, you can only have guns in the context of a militia. It's like, well, I mean, even if you take that approach, the answer is okay. Well, at the time that this is written, the militia, and still is, by the way, under U.S. code, every able-bodied man between 14 and 35 is the militia. So, or no, 14 and 45, I think. So,
and if that's the interpretation, it would have to include guns suitable for warfare.
And if that's the interpretation, it would also necessarily have to include women once the 14th Amendment was adopted for Reconstruction. And it would have to expand beyond that 45 age limit because we regularly employ in the military people exceeding 45 years of age. And the militia is basically an unspoken military. And so the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment would expand that definition out from what it is. They don't want that argument. But the other thing to keep in mind is just because the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed does not mean an individual's right cannot be removed due to their bad behavior. You have a general right.
Just like all your other rights.
Right. To liberty and speech and all of that. Except if you commit a felony and go to prison, then you don't have those rights while you're in prison in the same way that you could lose your gun rights. What do you think about permanent loss of gun rights for a felony conviction?
Not in favor. Either you're safe to let out in society or you're not. And if you're not safe to let out in society and have a gun, then we ought not let you out of jail. You don't suddenly become dangerous just because you have a gun. You're dangerous or you're not dangerous.
Yeah. So you're on the side of even if it was a violent felony conviction, once they serve their time and do their probation, they should have their rights reinstated.
Right. Now, as a matter of, for completeness, I would also suggest that the felons may not like the consequences of that, because that means if you committed a violent felony, you may never get out because I can't trust you to get out.
Yeah. Well, and of course, felonies at the founding were death penalties. All of them. All of the felonies. So, well, you get to die now.
And by the way, if a felon is released and he wants a gun, he'll get a gun. No felon is without a gun because they're incapable of getting them. I mean, heroin is complete contraband, but anyone who wants to use heroin knows where to find it and where to get it.
Yeah, and people get their hands on guns constantly. In fact, many guns used in crime are quote unquote illegally obtained. They're legally purchased. That's a fun thing of the media. It's like, well, this gun was legally purchased. And it's like, yeah, but then it was illegally stolen or illegally transferred or something else has happened to it. I love that from, what was that? Was it Newtown? Was it Adam Lanza who killed his mom and took the gun? Yeah. And then goes and kills the kids. It's like, well, his mom legally purchased the firearm. It's like, yes, but then he took it from her, murdering her or whatever. I think he killed her, right?
I mean, we know that people kill large numbers of people by simply driving cars through parades, right? So if someone wants to create havoc and death, they don't need a gun to do it. By making it more difficult, more costly for law-abiding people to have guns, you're making it impossible for them to defend themselves.
I cannot believe you're on here saying this. That SUV in Waukesha drove itself. It drove into the crowd.
I know.
Man was just a helpless passenger.
Vehicle kills 5. Really?
I was trying to
self-animated.
stop the car the whole time.
This is a
Have you ever
Stephen King
seen-
short story.
Yeah, Christine. You ever seen Christine? That was a Cadillac, sir, not a red SUV. You shut your mouth. Eugene says Alpha Giga Chad's PB&J is prosciutto, bacon, and jerky. If your lawyer is B. Ivory, you may enjoy prison PB&J, which is penis, butt, and jelly. Nick, can you sue Long Crime first? No, I don't. I don't think I can sue them for an anticipatory false copyright strike or anything. That would be a weird.
What's the cause of action? Malicious
Yeah.
childishness.
Because they could always just not do it, and they may still not do it. Right? They might be continuing on a bluff here. We'll have to see, but and we'll take it as it comes.
You're seated. Thanks.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Are we
Just a
ready to bring
reminder.
the jury in?
Back with Dr. Fart Martin. Thog Martin. Thog Martin.
I can send them a cease and desist letter, but it'd be the same as them sending me one. I mean, it wouldn't have cease and desist letter is just a suggestion that can be ignored. She needs to stop with the fucking pens.
All righty.
She's got a pile of them right in front of her in case she
And
gets
a whole
tired
box.
clicking one.
She had a whole box the other day. She must break the springs on them.
She's down to 4 pens after she ate the other 16.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Very good. All right. And Dr. Thogmartin, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thanks. Mr. Michaels?
Thog Martin sounds like a name of somebody from a character from a Dickens novel.
Kind of does.
Doctor, about
It was the best of autopsies. It was the worst of autopsies.
the stippling and all of that.
Yes.
Now, you will agree with me, the first time you'd ever laid eyes on those photographs were when Mr. Escobar and myself were at your office to take your deposition in 2015.
I had seen a photograph of one side of the hand. I think it was the bottom side, or maybe the top side, and you showed me the other side, and it really clarified it for me.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that previous to that day, that someone had showed you photos of Mrs. Olson's hand?
Yeah, at some point before then, can't tell you exactly who, but I had seen one side of her gunshot wound hand. I can't remember if it was the anterior side or the posterior side. I do remember that, and you showed me the other side, and it really clarified the directionality and how her hand was positioned.
Okay, so you were talking about seeing from our presentation of the photos to you, seeing the posterior part of the hand where you can actually see the stiffening.
Yeah, it was, I can't remember which side of the hand I originally saw, but you showed me a side I hadn't seen. And I can't remember.
I'm sorry, a side that was helpful to you
Oh,
in
yes.
being able to explain today.
Yeah, the directionality part. I
Oh my
thought that
God.
it was pretty much a
This
flat
just
hand.
happened?
When I saw the other side, I could tell that her hand was kind of crooked, and it came in and hit that other. I couldn't even see the pinky finger wound when I originally saw the photograph. So it was helpful.
And one of the reasons why, that didn't concern you necessarily in your job as a medical examiner, because your job is to testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death, correct?
Well, my job is to determine cause and manner of death on certain cases that fall under 406. And then testimony is kind of a separate thing. It doesn't happen all the time. But for those cases, I testify as to cause and manner, directionality, survivability, all these different little things.
And you testify, as I said, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, right? That's kind of the
Yes.
standard for you.
Yeah, some people use reasonable medical probability, but like I previously stated, this case, as far as his cause of death, it's not often, but it's nice. Absolute certainty, his cause of death. There's no reasonable medical on him. He died of a gunshot wound to the chest.
So let's talk about, you talked to the prosecutor about an iPhone, I think, in this case. You recall that?
I think he said a cell phone or whatever. Yes.
Straight to the
Okay.
point.
And so certainly you can't make any sort of determination based on the hypothetical posed to you by the prosecutor that, number one, an iPhone or cell phone was thrown or not thrown in this case, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
And certainly you cannot testify as to whether an iPhone thrown in this particular case caused or didn't cause any injuries.
Right. I don't have enough information. No, like I don't have
But
velocity.
the prosecution did this
I don't
to
have weight.
themselves.
Yeah.
I have insufficient information.
So in other words, you don't know how much the phone weighs, right?
I saw a picture of one of them that weighs, I have an iPhone, so I kind of know, but I don't know what we're talking about. What is
So this is why the defense didn't object, because they wanted the opportunity to do this.
Yeah.
So and also,
This
you
was a
can't get
strategic
hit by
decision.
an object, but it not leave a mark. Happens all the time.
And so that comes to something I know that you and I spoke about before, is this kind of idea of being stunned. It's a subjective idea, right?
Yeah, it's, I think it was dazed was the term we talked about. What is dazed? What does that mean? I mean, I don't know. It's not a medical term. It's just a feeling someone has, I suppose. Very subjective.
Okay, and that may or may not leave a visible injury that one.
You know, it seems like half
Sure.
the
I mean, you
witnesses
can
and
be-
lawyers
you
live
can
within
be
half a
dazed by
mile of a
very
Nair
bad news, I
factory.
suppose, in the vernacular of English, right? You can be dazed by something that doesn't necessarily leave a mark. But what is dazed? Dazed means caught unsuspected, maybe hesitant, maybe confused. I don't know.
Wax
It's hard to
poetic
say
on what
dazed
dazed means,
to a particular
please.
person.
Well, you
I'm way out of my bailiwick here.
You
Your
could be dazed
bailiwick?
by a running back getting hit by a linebacker and having a concussion, right?
That would probably fall into the broad category of dazed. Yes.
You may be dazed by getting hit in the head.
But may not have a mark.
with a blunt object, right?
Sure. If you are, again, we're talking dazed, which is broad. I suppose you could be subjectively dazed by a lot of different things.
Speaking about your bailiwick, you looked at a photograph and the prosecutor asked you something about it.
You guys think it's quiet? I don't think it's quiet.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll turn it up a
Now,
hair.
certainly.
The lawyer's a little
agree with
quiet.
me that you
No,
cannot
he's not
make
near
decisions based on a
close enough to
photo
the
as
mic.
Whether a person was injured or not.
I'm only assessing the photo. Is there, do I see a visible injury on the photo? And I testified that I can see one eyelid's a little redder than the other. That's all I'm doing.
To determine whether or not there was an injury, you would have to speak to an individual, correct? For instance, do you have any pain in that area, right?
Yeah, it's always better to see, like, no one does autopsies remotely. You may look at photographs and assess somebody, like photographs of an autopsy, but visualizing yourself is always better. And it's
Just
the
as
same
we
thing
predicted,
with
right?
crime.
You didn't actually see
Seeing
this.
photographs of their
Yep.
rash or their tumor or their injury. That's great, but directly interacting with them is superior.
So that's analogous, and correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody sends you autopsy photos, an autopsy that you haven't performed, you can look at it and say, well, it does look like this, it does look like that. Without you actually performing the autopsy, you wouldn't be comfortable in saying 100% this is what it is.
Yeah, I think when you are actually that's why I'm sitting here and not one of my associates that didn't do an autopsy. The person that actually does it hands-on, their testimony is going to have a lot more weight, because let's face it, a photograph of somebody's face or a photograph of an injury just doesn't hold water to seeing, touching, and interacting with a person to make a medical diagnosis.
And I know you talked about glasses and how your glasses have saved your eyes, I guess, on occasion you testified to, right?
Yes, sir.
And certainly you would agree with me, there are different types of eyeglasses, right?
Yes,
Some may be more sturdy than others.
that's correct.
And some, I hate to call them some old people glasses, you can almost twist in a knot. You'll wear those kind of
I
glasses?
have seen those.
Okay, and they bend in all kinds of ways.
Yes.
So in terms of how that affects any potential injury on the face, you would have to be familiar with the eyewear to make any sort of assessment.
Very, very solid cross. It's almost
it would be
impossible to
helpful
believe
to
this is the
assess
guy who
the
did the
eyewear.
opening statement for the defense.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I know you talked about redness on the eyelid. You said that was a very sensitive part of the body, or what's the wording on that? Gave me the
Fragile,
impression that it was fragile.
fragile, sensitive, prone to injury.
And so that means by rubbing it, right? Like I'm doing now, is that what you're talking about when you said rubbing it?
Yes.
Something like that? Okay. By rubbing it in this fashion, one could make one's eyelid appear red.
You could do that, yes. It is within the realm of medical possibility.
Now, let's say one was hypothetically trying to feign injury by rubbing the eyelid. Would you agree with me that using a fingernail would cause more of a pronounced sort of redness?
Yes, a harder object would be more likely to take less force and less time to do that.
And in order to affect the eyelid and actually make it red, one would have to directly apply some kind of either friction or cutting motion directly to the eyelid, right? You can't do that from touching somewhere else.
You'd have to, any part of the skin, if you rub it enough, you're going to cause hyperemia if you do it long enough and hard enough.
And so somebody rubbing
Is
their
that a
temple
challenge?
like this, it's not going to make your eyelid red, is it?
Just
No,
like the
you-
prom.
When you're rubbing, you have to rub on the spot that you're going to make red. And hyperemia means I'm irritating the tissue and maybe the blood vessels are dilating and I'm creating a welt, or the blood vessels dilate, making the skin appear more red.
They start talking about rubbing yourself raw.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
That's
And
it.
It looks like Aunt Becky's in the back of the courtroom now.
Redirect.
Short and sweet.
Dr. Thogmartin, when you
We're
and I
talking
were
more about rubbing.
correct, I didn't ask you any questions. about
That's
days.
Aunt Becky behind
I
Ray
can't recall.
Donovan.
Came up from Mr. Michaels.
I right now I remember that, yes.
All right, so Mr. Michael brought up days, being days hit with a blunt object. Remember him asking that question?
Yes.
And then during cross-examination, there was some discussion about a concussion, and you said, yeah, that would be in the broad spectrum of days.
Note how concise
I'm
the cross
kind of
was.
uncomfortable with the term days. It's
Yeah.
very subjective. It's not in medical books. It's just it's kind of like saying I'm flustered or something. It's one of those words that's not really a medical word, but kind of in the common usage. I suppose if you got hammered by a linebacker in the Super Bowl and you were a little bit out, yeah, it fit into dazed. Yes.
Okay. I'm following up on Mr. Michael's conversation with you about equating a concussion with days. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay.
So when we talk about what Mr. Michaels was talking to you about, if you are hit with a blunt object that is sufficient in the face, I'm talking about the bony area, the chin, the head, anywhere in the head.
Where's the chin
sufficient
again?
to
Can you
cause
please
a
show me?
Concussion, which you expect to see some type of injury to the facial features or the head, if it's not protected by a helmet.
If you're throwing a phone, like
Yes.
a general, you'd have to really hurl it like Nolan Ryan on the pitcher's mound, and I would expect there be some sort of obvious injury or mark.
Yeah, this prosecutor played football. He'd have to get the strap of the helmet between his teeth.
Why are you talking like that? I have to hold my heel and
Thank you.
Hike.
Go ahead.
Did you
Mr.
see the
Martin,
look?
You can always have the last word, but we're not going to make a habit of it.
All right, the prosecutor just talked to you about you would expect to see some sort of injury. Certainly if the object hit one's eyeglasses, potentially you would not see an injury. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
Can I follow up on
You
that?
may, yes.
Oh, good Lord.
We have the eyeglasses sufficient and being hit sufficient to cause a concussion, be dazed. will the eyeglasses compress into the face and absorb the kinetic energy associated with that blunt object, resulting in
Objection,
glasses
leading.
causing injury around the facial
Oh my
area.
God, it's like he's writing a short story
That's
here.
that velocity. That's what
You're
we're
saying
talking
a
about.
velocities to cause a medical concussion.
That's what your conversation
Okay.
with Mr. Michael.
If you got hit in the face, in the glasses with sufficient force to cause actual head injury, brain injury,
And who's
concussion,
claiming brain
I would
injury?
expect to see injuries around the area, and you're hitting the glasses, bridge of the nose injured.
The only really
around
question
the
is, was
glasses,
there a
some
blow
sort
to the
of
head,
abrasion,
period? It
something
doesn't really matter
on
how
the
hard it
frames
was.
of the glasses
Yeah.
hitting your face.
Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
I'll stand by, Your Honor.
On standby.
Doctor, you're free to go. If you get called, come back. You'll have to come back. Okay. Thank you.
She's so disappointed.
You wait, I read that one. There was a super chat I need to read here.
Who's next, Mr. Martin?
Audi Joe says a
Mr.
Sammy with one bread and one heel. Oh
Mr.
no.
Garcia.
Calling Alan Proctor.
Okay.
Yeah, no, one bread and one heel is disgusting. Why would you ever ugh. Blech.
Oh my God, that was a very, very disappointed Judge Susan Barthel.
Yeah, she did not sound happy about the prospect of him being called back. Mike Missbox says, maybe a dumb question, but do you actually have to be afraid to defend yourself? Shouldn't it just be that you believe you are in danger? Maybe just semantics, but seems important for parking lot guy. No, you have to be in reasonable fear. That's the standard. Reasonable.
I mean,
fear.
a more accurate term would really be apprehension. Fear is like an emotional state. You don't necessarily need to have that emotional state, but you need to have a reasonable apprehension of death or serious bodily injury, for example, to be justified in using deadly defensive force.
Yeah, if you're not afraid or in apprehension of death, then you can't be justified in causing death to prevent the death that you apprehend is coming. You have to have the apprehension that you might die. But if you're cocksure or whatever, then you don't have that apprehension. Then you don't have the justification to shoot. So, but yeah, I think apprehension is a better word because people think of fear as like the emotional state, like you mentioned, of being afraid. But fear that's not the only definition of fear. One other definition of fear would be a healthy respect type thing. So that's
yeah.
like
I mean, sometimes when people defend themselves, they're actually angry. They're angry. They've been put in that position where they're going to have to use force. I mean, I've heard that, for example, from many women who defended themselves from sexual assaults. They're actually pissed. Now they are in genuine apprehension that this guy's trying to rape them,
right?
But they're defending themselves angry.
Yeah. So you don't have to be like cowering, but you have to be maybe concerned is a good word, but beyond just concern, like you have to think that it's going to happen, and believe that you're justified. You have to believe the justification exists. And that justification is you're in danger. So you have to be conscious of it, aware of it, and reacting to it in this particular way. Let's see. Matt Delaire says, just wanted to make sure you saw you toasted my mom on her 81st birthday last night. She loved it and cried. Thanks again from both of us. Oh, thank you, Matt. And best wishes to her as well. Very nice. Not applicable says jam tastes way better than jelly. Everyone go try it.
Go ahead, Mr.
Good
Garcia.
afternoon, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Proctor, I'm going to ask you to speak loudly and clearly, and if you would, please direct all your answers to the jury, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your full legal name and spell your first and last name, please?
My first name is Allen, Allen, middle initial W, last name Proctor, Proctor.
All right. Mr. Proctor.
Christine Moore, thank you for the
what's your current
donation.
profession?
I'm in pest control
Okay.
Ooh.
And prior to that, what were you doing?
and law enforcement.
Okay. Directing your attention back to January
cop left
13th
law
of
enforcement.
2014, were you a detective of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you have since retired from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And how many years did you serve the Sheriff's Office?
I started with the sheriff's office in August of 1998. I started my law enforcement career in January of 1985 with the Department of Corrections.
Okay. So you started your law enforcement career in 1995?
85.
I'm sorry, 85?
That's correct, sir.
And how long were you in corrections?
3 years, 9 months.
Okay. And from there, you went to the
In
Sheriff's
4
Office?
days.
And you
It
started?
was horrible.
August of 1988.
And then you retired what year?
May of 2016.
All right. And back on January 13th of 2014, you indicated that you were a homicide detective?
Yes, sir. I had been in major crimes against persons since January of 1995.
Okay. How many homicides did you investigate in your career?
Not enough.
Approximately 35 as the lead.
All right. First, we'll talk about lead, then we'll talk about assisting. So you were the lead detective for 35 homicides?
That's about right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give us a ballpark of how many homicides you assisted in?
Counselor, a lot of years we had 7 or 8 count from 95 to 16, and some years we had 25, 28. So probably 100 or so at least, if not.
Okay. Hey, the bottom line is a lot.
Yes, sir.
All right. And being a homicide detective, are you sent to various schools
Yes, sir.
and you receive training?
I did.
And do you receive training as far as the investigation of a homicide,
Yes, sir.
the do's and don'ts?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Easy question would have been,
Directing
tell us
your
about the
attention
schooling
to
you went
January
through to become a
13,
homicide detective.
2014. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where were you?
I was on the east side of the county. I believe I was probably in Dade City, possibly Zephyr Hills.
All right. Were you asked to respond to the Cobb Theater in Wesley Chapel?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond to the Cobb Theater in Wesley Chapel?
I did.
Is the Cobb Theater located in Pasco County?
That's correct.
What time did you arrive there?
If I might check my note.
Judge May, would that refresh your memory as
Yes.
far as looking at your report or your note?
Do you mind your thing?
Oh, make sure you get that one procedurally correct, and just lead with the rest of the questions.
I was
though. That's fine.
notified at approximately 1:45. I responded there, and I was there about 2:15,
Okay. So it took you roughly
30 minutes.
30 minutes to get there?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you arrived there, where did you go?
I made contact with Major Corbin and my acting sergeant at the time, Tim Harris.
Okay. Upon arriving there, were you briefed of the circumstances that had occurred in Theater 10?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. By whom?
By Major Corbin and Detective Harris.
Okay. And prior to January 13th of 2014, had you been to the Cobb Theater before?
Yes, sir, I had.
Had you been in Theater 10 before?
I believe so, sir.
All right, were you familiar with the layout of the theater?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you familiar there was a lower, a middle, and an upper section in the theater?
That's correct.
Now, the upper section, is it fairest to Cine Bistro?
That's correct.
Okay. After you're briefed by Major Cormid and Sergeant Harris, what did you do?
I went in and I made contact with the man who retrieved the gun from Mr. Reeves.
Okay. And was that Alan Hamilton?
That's correct.
Did
Since you made contact,
meet
would he
with his
be
wife, Angela Hamilton?
justified in
did.
defending himself
Okay.
against you? We've learned that contact
Where
means
did you meet
contact.
with him or talk to them?
I believe I conducted the interview with Alan Hamilton in the party room, what they call the party room there.
Oh, is this where we're going to get the evidence of
So
the
it wasn't in Theater 10.
off-record
correct.
conversation they
Different part
had
of the
prior to the
movie
interrogation or
That's
to the
correct.
interview?
Who did you speak to first?
Foreshadowed that
Mr.
yesterday.
Alan Hamilton, Corporal Hamilton.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Detective Proctor, did you, when you met with him the first time, did you speak to him off tape?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you do that?
After talking to several witnesses throughout my career, I wanted to make sure that he was going to be able to articulate, tell me what occurred in such a way that I would be able to understand that.
Okay. Well, at the time, did you know he was a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir, I did. But understand, he's a human first, and every human has different ways of reacting to violence.
Okay. Did you violate protocol as far as talking to him off tape and then on tape?
This sounds completely orchestrated and repeated for the third time when he realized he had muted himself.
I have done that in the past, and it's never been an issue in the past.
Okay.
It's simply not credible. You can turn on the recorder, and then if it's not understandable
Whatever he said
explanation, you
off
can clarify.
Yep.
Did he say the same things on tape?
Yes,
Well,
sir, he did.
they knew this is coming from yesterday, and so they're
Was
trying
there
to mitigate it
anything
as much
off
as
tape
possible.
that wasn't said on tape.
No, sir. The thing I do is when he's talking
But
to
it's
me,
not
I'm
on tape,
asking
so how
what
do we
occurred,
know?
And I'm taking these notes. And then at the end of that, I tell him I'm going to put them on tape. And then we go through my note. And that's how I'm able to obtain the statement from
All
him.
right. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Proctor, when you spoke to him off tape, where was his wife?
She was out in the lobby.
Okay, so she was not privy to your conversation of Mr. Hamilton when it was off tape.
She wasn't privy to Mr. Hamilton's statement at all.
At all, period.
At all, period.
Okay. All right, so you spoke to him off tape and then you go on tape.
That's correct.
And the entire interview was tape recorded?
The entire
On tape interview?
on tape was recorded.
All right. During the on tape interview, was Angela Hamilton present?
No, sir.
You're positive about that,
I am
right?
positive.
Okay.
That's
You
inconsistent
conclude
with what they said.
the interview of Mr. Hamilton.
That's correct.
Do you recall how long the interview was?
About 5 minutes, I believe, Counselor. I'm not for sure.
Okay,
5 minutes on tape.
all right. So there comes a time that you're going to interview Angela Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you share with us her demeanor at the time back on January 13, 2014?
She was upset. She appeared to be traumatized.
Was she crying?
Yes,
Did she look hungry?
Did you interview her on tape?
I did.
And did you allow Alan Hamilton, her husband, to be in there when you interviewed her?
I did.
Why?
I felt like that she would be more comfortable with her husband being in the interview with her. We're sitting at the table. I recall her sitting directly across from me. Mr. Hamilton sat directly behind her. Corporal Hamilton did. There was no eye contact, no conversation at all through the pre-taped state interview and the tape interview.
Okay. So just to clarify,
Yes, sir.
you spoke to Miss Hamilton off tape as well,
That's correct.
and Mr. Hamilton was present for that.
That's correct.
And then you went on tape.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Hamilton ever say anything?
No, sir.
Did he ever look at his wife?
No, sir.
Oh, he didn't look at her at all?
Like I said, the reason I allowed him to sit into that interview was because I felt like
This is going to get
She
torn
needed
up on
reassurance.
Cross.
Yep.
because of her demeanor.
I mean, it sounds
I
weak
allowed him to sit
here.
there. You knew
Yeah.
not to say anything during the interview with her.
All right.
And we sat at the same seat. No, there was no movement.
Did you
there.
record those instructions
Let's
to
talk
him?
about off tape first. with Miss
Or was that
Hamilton.
off
Yes,
tape
sir.
as well?
She gives you a story, right?
Yes, sir.
You go on tape now.
That's
Gives you a
correct.
story.
Does she give you the same story or that
Why would
she
you do
told
that? Why would you
off
call it a
tape?
story?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
And after
Tells you what
you hear
happened.
the interviews or you conduct the interviews of Mr. Hamilton and Mrs. Hamilton, are they
Look at the look on his face. He knows he screwed this up.
identical?
No.
he looks just like
Are
the
there
cop the other day,
variances?
yesterday.
And
He's not even on
is it fair to
Cross.
say there's differences too, right?
And that would be consistent with doing separate interviews.
Okay. But let me ask you this though, Mr. Proctor. That practice is frowned
Was your
upon.
poor investigative practices why you're now in pest
Yes.
control?
You shouldn't do it,
Shouldn't do it.
That's correct.
right?
That's correct.
You're taught in the academy not to have two witnesses together and allow them to overhear their statements.
Yes, sir. But the reason I allowed that to happen that particular day was because I wanted Miss Hamilton's best recollection as to what had occurred. There was no involvement in Mr. Hamilton.
So
I
why
wanted to
why
be
have him
able
Why,
in there?
why have him there?
Court system, her statement, and I felt like I would have had a better opportunity of obtaining that with trying to give her some comfort with having her husband in that room.
Okay. Now,
Could have just had a pile of donuts in the room. That would have comforted her.
Would you have allowed him to sit in on the interview of Mrs. Hamilton?
Absolutely not.
Now he's certain.
All right, so as far as your investigation goes, you interview Mr. Hamilton, you interview Mrs. Hamilton. Who is the next individual that you interview?
I interviewed Mr. Reeves, Curtis Reeves.
Okay. And where did that occur?
That occurred in my vehicle in the parking lot of the Cobb Theater.
All right. But prior to that, had he been in Deputy Gondak's vehicle?
That's correct.
Had he been handcuffed?
But yes, sir.
Was he in the Tyvek suit when you got to him?
No, sir, I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, the person that you came in contact with back on January 13th of 2014, who later became known to you as Curtis Reeves. Do you see Mr. Reeves in the courtroom today? Thank you.
Thank you.
So he's originally in Deputy Gondak's car.
Yes, sir.
How does he get to your vehicle?
We opened the back door. Gondak, somebody opens the back door. He's walked over to my vehicle.
Sounds like a Lord of the Rings character.
So that he could get in the front seat of my vehicle.
Lord Gondak.
Where is your vehicle parked?
It's in the back parking lot. I'm not for sure if I'm on the grass at that time or not, but I was trying to
It's a
avoid
weird
the media
community.
the best that I could.
Lord Thogmartin
Get him in
met
the-
Lord Thongback on the field of battle.
All right.
Seeing us.
On January 13th, 2014, what type of vehicle was assigned to you?
I'm not for sure, sir. I think I might have had a Chevy Terrain. I'm not for sure
Okay.
what that vehicle was at the time. I believe it was an SUV. I believe.
Okay. And back on January 13th of 2014, were you on the FBI task force?
Yes, I was.
And was your vehicle assigned to you by the FBI?
It was.
Okay. And that's
Okay.
why you recall now that it was a terrain?
There again, yes, sir. I believe it was a Terrain at that time. It's I don't remember which one I was driving at the time.
Well, the vehicles that are assigned to other detectives wouldn't be Terrain or Chevy Terrain, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it a small vehicle, large vehicle?
No, sir. It's a full-size SUV.
All right.
That suit fit in 1976.
So you
Does it
said
have a
you're-
giant
you're
plastic
behind
cockroach on the roof like your
the
current vehicle?
contact.
Yes, sir.
So you come in contact with Mr. Reeves.
I have a spider nest in my attic. Can you help me out with that?
Is placed in the front of your car.
That's correct. We moved the handcuffs from the back because he's sitting in the back of Gonak's vehicle, handcuffed. He's leaning back in the corner of the seat.
dungeon.
We transport him from that vehicle to my vehicle, or they move him from that vehicle to my vehicle. When he gets around to the front of, or at the door jamb of my SUV, we remove
He
the
looks so uncomfortable.
handcuffs and we move those to the front for him to sit in the front seat
Okay.
of my vehicle. Detective Konek is sitting behind me.
All right. And I think you even asked Mr. Reeves, right? Do you have anything else on you, anything? And he said, no, they've searched him several times.
That's correct.
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with the palmetto bugs of Florida. If you stand with one under each foot, they will carry you around.
Correct.
Prior to interviewing him.
They're
did you
hand-sized.
Read him his Miranda rights.
Disgusting.
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have that card with you here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And if you would, please, could you read it?
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you for any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
Do you understand these
Any
rights?
time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Having those rights in mind, or do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Having those rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
Okay. Did Mr. Reeves agree to speak to you?
Yes, sir.
And did you conduct an interview?
I did.
Was that
Did you
interview
inform
on
him that
tape?
he has to
It is.
affirmatively express his right
Have you
to
had an
remain
opportunity
silent?
To listen to that tape.
Yes, sir.
Was his wife present?
Yes, sir.
Likewise, it's my understanding there was a transcript that was prepared in conjunction with the audio tape.
That's correct.
Have you looked at it?
Yes, sir.
Have you read it?
I have.
Does the audio tape?
Do
and the
you know
transcript
it?
comport with
Do
one
you
another?
love it?
Yes, sir.
Eugene says, this is so boring. At least the question, how many homicides have you assisted in, had waked me up. Unfortunately, the response was not, you see, I think of myself as a solo killer.
Judge, may I approach the clerk, please?
And Christine Moore says, what have you done to Branca? He was so refined when I started watching during Rittenhouse. He has been fantastically brutal today. Tell him to just take off the tie. Now you have $40 for this stupid comment. Christine, I'm sorry that YouTube censored your first chat. I don't know what you wrote that was different that made them racist against you. But if that ever happens, please tag one of my mods and let them know. They can usually send me your comment on Discord. You should not have to pay extra, although I do appreciate the extra super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, you get more jokes the more boring the trial is, folks.
That's true.
Filling in space.
You know who doesn't need space filled in? This roster of witnesses. There's no space remaining. They're way too large.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Proctor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 000 for identification purposes. First of all, do you recognize that bag?
Please tell me this is
sir. Okay. Does it have your handwriting on it?
It is.
And I assume it's dated January 13, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time.
Can I have that back, please? Can I have it back? Will you give it back? Give it back.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's
Sand
the
just-
DVD.
Creeping a little closer.
DVD first interview is 61. Will be admitted as 61. States 61.
Judge, may I get a pair of scissors from-
You want the defense attorney to just be an asshole and say, Your Honor, I would like to admit the unrecorded conversation into evidence. Oh, but we can't, can we? Because they didn't record it. Because you get it? Because they just had that conversation that we'll never know what they said 8 years ago.
I would definitely say that. I wish I could have that admitted into evidence so we could know what was said, but we can't because they did not do their job.
Yep.
They didn't interview my client with his wife present.
Can you, like, the best part about this testimony so far is that this isn't even cross and it was a disaster. Wasn't that was against protocol, wasn't it? You did the wrong thing, didn't you? Yes, I did. Yep. I really should have recorded it and had them separated. But you know what? Gosh darn it. He was a cop and I just didn't want to do that. You're muted again.
Yeah. It was wrong. It was wrong. We're taught at the academy not to do that, but I had a weak ass reason.
but I felt like this time that rule didn't matter.
I thought I'd get a better interview if I did it the wrong way. And that was basically his explanation.
No. Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. It's completely inappropriate. Let's check in on the poll real quick. So far, we have 34% say guilty, 26% say not guilty, 19% say guilty, but the jury will say not guilty, and 21% say not guilty, but or it says by because I can't spell. Jury will say guilty. So overall, the verdict prediction right now is 55% guilty and then 45% not guilty on the verdict prediction. Although there's a little bit of mix of people who think it's the opposite result that will actually come out. So, but the chat still is a majority guilty verdict on this guy. The majority of them think he is not justified in taking the shot. So that's
They never word it correctly though. It's not whether or not you think like it's more likely than not it was self-defense. The question is, do you feel the state's disproven self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt?
okay. So now you're on here on my stream criticizing my poll writing abilities. Got it.
Was that
okay.
yours? I
Yeah,
you were reading the law and crime one.
No, I wrote it. God, just did you hear that? Jeez.
For the person in the comments, yes, I tend to, not always, but most of the time carry appendix in the waistband.
You carry your appendix in the waistband?
Yes. Very
Oh.
important. Those have to take care of those vestigial organs.
Oh my gosh. So what is this 8-hour sidebar? Like, what is going on?
Your Honor, we'd like to get this witness some body armor before cross.
Your Honor, have you ever noticed that the prosecution looks like Willy Wonka and a couple Oompa Loompas?
Look, they're organized by height. I guess it was bring your kid to court day.
We went to Men's Warehouse, but we couldn't find a suit small enough for this
It's
prosecutor.
like, dad.
I love that he's always behind them too. He's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yeah, Curtis Reeves is apparently left-handed. That's what he does all the writing with. But I think this shot was from he drew with his right hand shot, I believe.
He just wanted more of a challenge.
So I was at our homeschool co-op the other day, and do I teach tomorrow? Oh my God, that'll kill me. And we had a local sheriff deputy in, and I noticed he had a taser, and it was all black. There was no yellow on it, and the handle was actually like a full size handle, not like the snub handle that Kim Potter had. And he was wearing it cross draw. It was on the service side or whatever, but it was cross draw. And I asked him about it. I said, "Hey, I thought you guys wore those things as straight draw on the service side." And he said, "No, we're required to wear them cross draw to eliminate the chance of a Kim Potter type event." I found that very interesting because the testimony was kind of like that the straight draw was the way to eliminate the Kim Potter type of event. So I found that to be neat. That's all I got. Oh shit, I do. I teach tomorrow. That's
What time do you teach?
9 to 9:45.
Your time.
Yeah. So the trial starts at 7:30 my time. And then it goes until 9:45. I'm going to have to figure out what exactly to do about that.
Well, if you want, I can set up a stream for that window when you're teaching.
We could do that, or I could start the stream over here if we wanted to keep it in one place. I don't know. Maybe we should discuss.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I worry about is if something goes wrong, I can't fix anything from
right.
here.
Yeah. I'll think about it. Think about what exactly to do. It'd be basically 1 hour of time because I have to drive. I'm done at 9:45. I'd have to leave at about 8:45, but done at 9:45, be back by and ready to go by 10. Very inconvenient teaching going on.
Yeah, I think my inclination would be set up 2 streams on your end. One for the morning, one for the afternoon. I can set one up in the middle, and people will know where to go.
We can do something like that. Let Nick's wife run the stream. She's teaching too. She's also there teaching. But yeah. Pay him to do it, you cheap asshole. if you want to, we could certainly do that too. I don't care. It's the problem is the stream management aspect of it. Like you said, if something goes wrong, being able to switch over, switch the cameras around, that's all controlled on my StreamYard end. So, but we'll figure it out. We'll get something done.
Just things like being able to bring other people in.
Yeah. No. That's the whole thing. Of course, I could give you access to my StreamYard. I don't know.
I'd rather not have the responsibility.
That's the complicated aspect of all of this stuff. Is like they don't let us control everything, or it's not so simple. It's never so simple. Ugh. When I signed up to do the teaching and we got our times and everything, I was not anticipating streaming trials because that would have been well before Rittenhouse had occurred. Actually, it would have been last spring that we talked about doing all this stuff.
Maybe you can ask Law and Crime to handle your stream. For the,
yeah, there you go. I don't know if I send Law and Crime message that says handle my stream, I think they might take that the wrong way too. Let's see. All right, what do we got? Let's see. I'm trying to I've got the draft of my lawyer's response.
Got the draft of my lawyer's response to Law and Crime.
Is it just F-U, you F and Fs? Sincerely.
I wish. No, it's better written. It's more legally thorough. Let's see. The problem is I'm pretty sure Law and Crime did not record the video. So how they're going to claim copyright on something they didn't actually create is just marvelous.
Mr. Proctor, now,
That's fine, sir.
so used to it. I'm handing you the actual CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, sir.
And how is it do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Okay.
My my numbers on it. That's my
Okay.
handwriting.
And you have your initials AP on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about the bag. The front of the bag, you indicated you recognize it because it has your initials, your
Right.
signature.
Right.
All right. When you took this into evidence and impounded it,
Yes, sir.
was this white sticker on there?
No, sir. It's not.
Do you have any idea who or how it got on there?
I tend to believe that's from Property and Evidence. That's their tracking
Okay.
system.
You tend to believe.
It's fair to say you don't know when that was put on there,
That's correct.
but it would have been after you had signed it and actually dropped it in the chute or delivered it to property.
That's correct.
Okay.
You may.
Oh, you want yeah, I want it all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective Proctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
He's gonna punch him in the face.
And I told you, Detective, too, because we've had these conversations before, right?
Yes, sir. We do.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Mr. Proctor,
You're fine, sir. In fact, it's fine.
now, in looking at the evidence bag,
Yes, sir.
would you tell the court and the jury the date on that evidence bag?
Is there a possibility I could look at my property receipt?
Sure, you have it in your notes?
I do not have
Why
it
do-
in my note.
Why do you need to look at your receipt for the
It's
date
out
on the
4AP.
evidence bag?
Pull it real quick, people, yeah. And I'm sure they can pull it as well.
You think this guy's part of that Jack Murphy group? Seminole something?
the seminal.
He's got the
order.
look, right? You need an overlay. You can put that beard on him.
I wish I could do that on StreamYard. I could do it on OBS, but have like a little thing that I can move around to follow him around with it. Keep the beard.
Just for identification, can we mark it? That's course exhibit number 3.
I do like the wine fridge there.
Oh, that's right.
Told me not to mark it.
Right, right.
I guess that's
Well,
gonna be
we're at
number
one.
Number 1.
One, that'll be one. That's fine, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
As an exhibit or an ID
Court.
as a
Court,
court exhibit?
court exhibit at one. You're gonna put it in, right, Mr. Escobar? You're gonna put it in?
Oh, yeah, I think
In the
since
record.
we're going to show it to
Yeah.
them. I think the record will reflect.
Right, right.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Proctor, I'm going to go ahead and approach you, ma'am, Your Honor,
You may.
and show you what's been marked as court exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
And that was the item that you were looking for, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, so let's go back to my question concerning the evidence bag.
Yes, sir.
that you have in front of you, if I
Yes, sir.
can. And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what date you have listed on the bag itself?
1/24/14 at 14:55.
1/24/14. So how many days after the incident that occurred on January the 13th of 2014 would that have been?
11.
11 days.
Yes, sir.
So
Correct.
you put that CD
Good math.
in that particular bag 11 days after the incident.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so now, when you turn the bag around, would you read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the white label says on that particular bag?
Gives the case number.
I want you to read the entire label if you can, please.
Case number 14001529. PR, I'm not for sure what that is, the # 496004. PSO CLS MED for a PCD interview with Angela Hamilton.
Angela Hamilton.
That's correct.
So that bag is indicating that the contents of that bag should have been Angela Hamilton's CD.
According to the bag, according to property and evidence, yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to take it one step further.
Okay.
Now, what was in that particular bag that you took out
Yes, sir.
is this little item right here.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And so I'm going to have you, likewise, I'm going to have you read to the jury what the CD says.
The CD says, for AP, Curtis Reeves, over in the corner, I've got 1/13/14, 1510 to 1540. That's the date and time of the interview.
Okay.
It says over in the, and I've got up original, and then I've got it verified on 5/3/16.
Okay.
And then the case number down at the bottom.
Okay. And so what you mean by verified is that you got this particular CD and you did what with it?
I verified that with this for the purposes of court. There's other copies of this that I had originally verified it with, but for the purposes of court, I used that. I opened up this package to verify it for the court.
When you
I don't think I'd hire this guy to do my pest
it
control.
say, as you read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that it contained the CD interview of Angela Hamilton.
That was a mistake, I believe, on the part of the property and evidence. The front of the bag.
Always a good
calls,
look.
That is
Yep.
my
When you're trying to put
That's
someone in prison
my,
for the rest of their
writing
lives.
Front. The back is just a label. And as you look at my property receipt, that technically should have been 380. So that they
Technically.
just flip-flop the property evidence did. But that, sir, would be the original bag that I placed into evidence with that CD in it.
This was the original CD.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You want a minute? Okay. We need to take just a real short break for some technical setup. Let's just go, say, 5 minutes. Will that be enough? 10? Well, it will take 10 minutes, and they can go to the jury pool room if they want, or stay back there if they want, whatever you want them to do.
Okay.
All right?
All right, we'll take recess for 10 minutes.
So he had a CD that was purportedly of one interview, and it was labeled for a different interview. Is that
I
is
think
that
so.
what we just got there? And it was opened, so it was put in there 11 days after the incident, and then it was opened sometime several months later, and a different thing was allegedly put in there. So you have a chain of custody issue with the evidence. Not a good look. I'm surprised he didn't just hammer on him on the interview itself, on the, you did the pre, but it's all the question's lingering, and
It'll all,
the state
it'll all
brought it
come
out.
back at closing.
Yeah. Wow. So we've got a little break here. So this is why you got to do stuff right, though. It's why you have to do stuff right, and it's why defense attorneys are supposed to hold the prosecution to the state to the highest standard. Make sure they do the work. You got to do the work. So if you're not going to do the work correctly, then what are you even doing? But let me get a couple more of these chats in. Scooter McDuder says 2/3 Branca. Don't you mean 3/5 racist? Pickle Puss says, hey guys, this is for C Goody 564. Great job. B Freeman says peanut butter and banana slices with a little bit of honey. Bananas okay. Banana slices are okay. But yeah, I don't know about banana slices on peanut butter. I don't know. Justin Wright says my sandwich is crunchy peanut butter, horseradish, and sweet baby rays. That sounds
hard to
satanic. So wait. Horseradish, barbecue sauce, and peanut butter? Matthew Vicari says, Branca, I know you're an adventure rider, but have you owned any other types of motorcycles or have another favorite?
I do not have another favorite. I've ridden many different types of motorcycles: Harleys, Ducati Monsters, Triumph Bonnevilles, lots of dirt bikes, lots of different stuff. But I'm not really a generalized motorcycle person. The larger adventure bikes are my go-to. If I had a different kind of bike, I'd never ride it. It would just sit in the garage.
I see a couple of people saying they don't think that was a cross. That was just a proffer or a verification of evidence. I mean, that was cross-exam, right? Like I didn't miss.
I don't know. I presumed they were bringing up a different witness here, but maybe they are just bringing in some big screens or something to watch the CD on, or the DVD.
Okay,
on.
that could be then, I suppose. Yeah. All right. Sean 0802 says, hey, Branca, did you consider 5.7 times 28 millimeter a suitable self-defense round?
I mean, will it stop an aggressor? Sure. But I prefer to keep my self-defense equipment as boring as possible. And that's not a boring round. That's an unusual round. So 9 millimeter, 40, 45 for me, maybe 380 in the little pocket gun. I've got one of those for, Speedo weather.
Happy says, hey, Nick, would you and Andrew please do a quick review of attorney Joe Tamburino opinion on Kim Potter's appeal? It's only 5 paragraphs. Posted it recently.
I don't know who that attorney is.
I think I've seen that guy somewhere. Would you post it on Locals or something? Let me take a peek. Let's see if it's over here. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Okay, I'm not seeing it on Locals. I gotta find this damn thing. All right, Joe Tamburino, Kim Potter appeal. He weighs in on Kim Potter's odds for appeal. May have strong grounds for appeal. Attorney Tamburino tells Star Tribune.
I mean, the actual strong ground for appeal is the mistaken statement of what recklessness requires under the law. So if he's arguing that, I concur.
Well, let's see. Joe Tamburino penned an op-ed for the Star Tribune on the likelihood of a successful appeal. Oh, we can read the op-ed here. Let's do that. Potter has some good arguments or good grounds for appeal. Conviction for first-degree manslaughter isn't straightforward, which means there's a path. Attorneys have just weighed in on sentencing for Kim Potter, former Brooklyn Center police officer convicted of manslaughter. The lawyers have filed their respective sentencing motions. Defense is asking for probation. Prosecutors for a sentence longer than that recommended. Yeah, this is all normal. It's likely we'll see a middle ground prison term when Judge Chu makes her final decision. I mean, she's gonna go with the guideline sentence and then more, because there's aggravating factors. The Blakely factors are already there. The probation ground is because that's it. You don't usually get to have a reduced sentence term in Minnesota. You actually have to have a reduction in kind from incarceration to probation. It's kind of an all or nothing proposal. You can get reduced duration, but it's harder. It's actually harder with with less factors available for the judge to consider for allowing a reduction of the sentence term. It's very strange, but that's how
So
it
I
goes.
saw someone in the comments. I don't know if it was a super chat or not, and of course I don't know if it's true. It's the comments or the chat, whatever you call it. Say that the Minnesota Attorney General was asking for 7 years for Potter,
Could be. I don't know.
which would mean there wasn't any upward departure. If anything, it was a downward departure.
Yeah, because I think it was. Oh, I thought it was 6 years was the sentence. But I can look at it later.
Yeah, I just don't remember now. Sorry.
The basis for Potter's conviction for second-degree manslaughter is straightforward. The jury found beyond reasonable doubt that she was culpably negligent when she shot and killed Wright, which means she created an unreasonable risk of seriously harming or causing the death of someone by her negligent act of mistaking her gun for her taser.
See, that's the problem right there. Negligence is not a basis for criminal liability.
Right. Let's see. In contrast, Potter's conviction for first-degree manslaughter is not straightforward. It's based on the confusing legal ground of using the predicate misdemeanor offense, negligently handling a firearm, to support the first-degree manslaughter. So he's just saying, he's just talking about this first one, because he seems to think the second one is fine. And she might have a better grounds for appeal on the first one, just because trying to argue that against a jury conviction is tough. But this other part where this is a matter of law that the court could decide that negligent handling of a firearm can't be a predicate offense for first degree manslaughter. Very generally, a predicate offense is a crime from which death does not typically result. But in cases where death does occur, a prosecutor may allege that a defendant's actions in committing the lesser offense led to a victim's foreseeable death and therefore charge a homicide crime. There are, however, several problems with that conviction could be the basis. Recklessly handled a firearm has never been found by Minnesota's appellate courts to be a proper predicate offense. Last time the Supreme Court examined the issue was in State versus Parsley, where it held that the intentionally pointing a firearm at someone may be used as a predicate offense to first-degree manslaughter, but they stated we need not address whether the misdemeanor offense of recklessly handling or use of a gun may also serve as a predicate offense to first-degree manslaughter. The court also recognized as part of its reasoning that intentionally pointing a gun at someone is a crime of violence under Minnesota law. Okay. So they didn't address it. That doesn't help anybody. Second, recklessly handling a firearm is no longer a crime of violence under Minnesota law. It was removed from statutory list of crimes 18 years before Potter was charged. Therefore, she charged with very serious violent crime, first-degree manslaughter, on the grounds she committed an underlying misdemeanor predicate offense that is by definition not violence. Lastly, it violates what is commonly known as the Calvig rule from the court's 1973 State versus Calvig decision. There, the court ruled that when two criminal statutes have basically the same elements, but one is more specific than the other, the one that is more specific governs. Potter's charges involve two criminal statutes, first and second degree manslaughter. First degree is more general because it requires a predicate offense. Second degree is more specific by requiring culpable negligence in all cases. Here, the theory of culpable negligence was Potter's recklessly grabbing her gun instead of her taser, which is the identical conduct that the prosecutors used to support the first degree charge. There's no difference. In other words, second degree manslaughter was the more specific statute that encompassed all Potter's actions. First degree charge was excessive, unnecessarily, and legal overkill.
Well, I don't know who this lawyer is, but his constant conflating of negligence and recklessness does not impress me.
Yeah, well, that's the main issue, and the concerning issue is that under both scenarios, culpable criminal negligence requires recklessness. That is the case. That was misstated by the prosecution during their second closing argument, which was also improper, cumulative, and there were other issues as well in the trial that they'll all be bringing up, I assume, when the appeals are filed. But right now, they're still waiting on sentencing and to see what happens there. If they get her on probation, rather than prison, they probably wouldn't even bother with actually going through with the appeal. I mean, I guess it could, but it's not as big of a deal. And they maybe make some different arguments, but we'll see. Her sentencing is on Friday, apparently. So we should be able to find out kind of what happens. But yeah, I thought I don't know about that whole requesting 7 years thing. Maybe I can pull that up real quick. Oh, give me this back. Potter. Oh wait, I'll just go to the courts. Sort of has easy access to case records in major cases. Let's see. Covering cases, high profile cases. Kim Potter. State sentencing memorandum. So they're using an unpublished opinion in their state sentencing request for State versus Harrell. So that's interesting. Okay, so the presumptive sentence provided by the sentencing guideline is a proper sentence. Oh, they're not going for acceleration or aggravation, I should say. 86 months. There you go. That's the so it is 86 months that they're going for on that. So yeah, I guess that would be not the worst sentence she could get. There certainly are aggravating factors present. She's a police officer. That alone is an aggravating factor. But yeah, she'll get sentenced to the presumptive sentence then. Like there's almost no way Regina Chu is going to do a dispositional departure or a durational departure. But did you hear 86 months is the requested sentence?
You can be seated. Thank you.
You can be seated.
Yeah. But just appealing her 5th degree or her 1st degree murder conviction or manslaughter still gets her 2nd degree and still puts her in a similar presumptive sentence. It might drop it from 7 years to 6 or something like that. But yeah, she needs to get the whole thing. She needs to get both of those charges taken out because of the misstatements about recklessness. The odds of her doing that successfully are very low, by the way. Very, very low. The likely outcome is she will go to prison for her 86 months.
Appeals are for losers.
You may.
Justin Wright says, as to that Zimmerman coroner may have been Muslim. I see Muslim truckers wash their feet all the time in sinks at truck stops. Has to do with prayers. Was a detainee ops soldier in Iraq.
Could be.
You don't know off the top of your head?
No, I don't remember.
You don't follow them around and check on their religious practices?
I don't. I mean, I certainly listened to all her testimony, but no, I don't remember any mention of what her religious faith might have been or not been.
Not very thorough. Mike Missbox says, maybe a dumb question, but wait, I read that one earlier. The end is near beware says, are you a candy person or more of a nuts type snacker? Or if you don't like either way, candy's unwashed nuts fill your jaw. Koi 540 says, could we amend the Second Amendment, putting in a clause that any public official that puts forward legislation to limit gun rights should be executed in the most painful way possible at that time? We could actually put that amendment into the Constitution. I don't know that would get successful votes, but it should. That'd be great. Just go ahead and lay this out there. 0000 says states versus people is currently separate terms in amendments 9 and 10. So I don't know why anyone would think that people means the states in the second, because they have to have it mean something else. Otherwise their entire argument crumbles. Ogonzo 1000 says,
Defense.
what if they're addicted to guns?
Transcripts are okay too? Okay, good. And you have one for each of the jurors? Fabulous. Okay. When they're ready.
Oh gosh, my shoulders and back are just sore and tired. Caligula says, speaking of Potter, is it just me or is it impossible for a cop to get a fair trial in Minnesota?
Pretty much.
It's there's an argument to be made that cops are going to have trouble getting a fair trial anywhere. But Minnesota, it's pretty tough right now. And I think there's plenty of evidence for Chauvin's guilt, but I don't know if I could trust the jury that found it.
Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Thank you. All right, I've got an instruction for you. You are about to hear recorded interviews. These recorded interviews are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You will also be furnished transcripts for the recorded interviews. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recorded interviews. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it, and they are not evidence, so they will not go back to deliberations with you. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. Also, the recorded interview you are about to hear contains opinions and statements by Detective Alan Proctor, Pasco Sheriff's Office, and Detective Todd Koenig, Pasco Sheriff's Office, to Curtis Reeves. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the detectives as true, but only to establish the context of Curtis Reeves' reactions and responses. Mr. Martin?
Your Honor, at this time, the state has the agreed upon transcript. I have 10 copies.
Why isn't the recording hearsay?
Yes.
Because the witnesses are actually brought into court and can testify.
I'll sit for a moment
Okay,
and then
you'll start the audio.
It's also not someone saying someone else said something. That's the say part of hearsay. This is them actually saying it.
No. No. Yeah, sorry. That juror number, that was juror number 7, I believe. Okay, yeah, no, these are not evidence. There's simply is aids to listening to this recorded interview, which is evidence. Just like if you were listening to testimony, the recording is evidence, not the transcripts. They're just to aid you, and they will not go back with you during your deliberations. They are not, the transcripts are not evidence. What you hear is. All right, go ahead, Mr. Martin.
may I publish?
You may.
1510. Yep. How you doing, Curtis?
It's good.
You all right, Curtis? Can you get out of there, man? Oh, all right. There you go. Come on, Curtis. My name's Alan Proctor. We'll step over here in my car. You all right? Sit here in the front seat. Go ahead. Okay.
I got you. Alan, what do you want to do?
You want to cuff him in the front? All right. Curtis, you don't have anything else on you, sir, do you, Mr. Reeves?
I have no idea, my friend.
You want to double check and see if he's got anything else on him?
I think they stripped me
Yeah, they.
at least three times, maybe four.
Okay, cool.
That was one of the reasons I wanted the handcuffs loosened. Anyway, just put them in the front. Wait, don't push on me. I understand. Guys, like turn around, face me. It said kind of straight back into where you're supposed to be.
Curtis, my name's Alan Proctor. I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office. This is Todd. We're here investigating this shooting that occurred here. I understand that you're a retired TPD cop. I want to make sure that everything is okay here, and you know the spiel, well, I got a Miranda, okay? You have the right, Miranda warnings are, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questions if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights or answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights that I've explained to you?
Yes.
Having those rights in mind, do you want to talk to me about what occurred here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That happened.
Can I have some, get something to drink? Anything?
Uh,
My throat is.
There's a bottle of bourbon in the glove compartment.
yes, sir.
And I really didn't get to move that left shoulder in. Well, I do hope the folks sitting on either side of me were paying attention.
What movie were you watching?
Well, we were watching the previews.
Watching the previews?
Yeah.
Okay. How long has the lights been down? A couple minutes?
Yeah. Well, the lights have been down for quite a while because they go through all that stuff. Turning off your cell phone, the concession stand and all that stuff.
Right.
So I have no idea on the concept of time. 5 minutes.
Brian's going to get a couple more. Hey, they're going to get something to drink.
I'm not trying to do anything other than get the feeling.
That's all right. That's all right. How long have you been retired?
20 years.
Wow.
He was a cop a long time ago. 30 years ago, he was a cop now.
Yeah.
He retired at 51.
Let's see, I went on in October of 19.
Well, he just said he'd been retired 20 years when he was 71. That was 8 years ago.
I was a drug security discharge for 12 years, and I've been trying to enjoy my retirement for about 9 years.
I understand. Look, he's gonna bring you some water.
I don't care if it's cold.
All right, sir. I've got some here, but you probably want to drink after me because I've got all kinds of, well.
There's vodka in mine.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I've been a cop almost 30 years myself, so.
And how'd you bungle this investigation?
Well, I'm telling you the plain truth. I hate to be here. This is crazy. It was absurd. I tell retired cops that you don't do this. But I've never had anybody jump on my ass like that.
Right.
It was crazy. It really was. It's completely uncalled for.
I understand. So the lights have been down. What happens?
Well, the guy was playing with his cell phone, so I think I should be answering his cell phone.
Right.
And he told me to fuck off or something like that. So I leaned back and he kept on doing it, so I got up and I went to the manager on phone. I said, look, that's bad. I said, I asked him to turn his cell phone off for his play with it. He told me to fuck off, so I said, I appreciate you guys.
Okay, so he kept doing it. What manager?
Oh, I don't know whoever was sitting at this. He had his say about it with class of time. Whoever was sitting at the desk at the house. I assume it was a man. I don't know exactly. I don't know what he said.
But he's a heavy-set guy.
Yeah.
Wearing glasses.
What a shit recording he made.
Yeah.
The powers of observation fade.
I understand. So what happens then?
Come back into the movie, and the guy put his phone away, and I was like, one guy, I said, I see you put it away. I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went in and ratted him out. If he was going to put it away, I would have gone, you know, it's right. And he turns around in his seat and let's get some. And he says something about he was answering. You're going to have to get it.
You got it.
And he said something about he was. I don't remember. If it was any of your fucking business, I was texting my daughter or something like that, and you stay the hell out of my face. I think that's when he said that. And his wife was holding back, so I sat down, and I think I got the bag of popcorn from my wife, and suddenly he jumps up and he turns around and he stands in his seat, which was, well, you saw the crime scene. He was off to the right.
Right.
So as he's pushing on the back, there's a crack between us. So I'm leaning back in my chair. I got nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm leaning back in my chair. So he kept on hollering, and I'm not sure what he said, to be honest with you. He said something. And that led me to believe he was going to kick my ass. And I don't know if that's exactly how he phrased it or not. So I'm looking briefly. I know I can't go anywhere. So I'm leaning all the way back in my chair as far as I can to get away from him. And suddenly he's virtually on top of me. So because I'm stretched out, if you look at these pants, the pistol was in the right front pocket.
Uh-huh.
And you sit it down, there's no way you can get it out. So I'm stretched out trying to get away from him. My left arm is out in front of me, and I think I'm saying either no, 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 or whoa, 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 one or the other. And then suddenly my head was to the right, so he hit me with something. And I assumed it was his fist, but I don't know. You see, something was wrong with my left eye. Anyway, I had him wash it out for me. So he hit me with his fist or with something. I think he had his cell phone in his hand because I saw the blur of the screen.
Right.
And I got my left hand out in front of me, and he hits me in the face and knocks my glasses sideways. And there was a young Sumter County deputy that came over right afterwards. And I have frames that you can bend them all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But the left side was stretched out, so
So he knocks your glasses off?
They weren't off. They were partially off, and I fixed them where they fit my head again. And for a while there, I was kind of dazed, and it had to be from the strike, even if it was a glazing blow or whatever. But I felt like I had something in my eye. Still do, but not as bad. The fire department guys rinsed it out with some kind of shit. Anyway, I'm leaning back. He's virtually in my lap. I got contact with something with my left hand. It's dark in there. I mean, suddenly this happened so damn fast.
Mm-hmm.
And the trajectory of the bullet should be upward because I came out of my pocket with it, and surprisingly, I didn't shoot myself in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
But, and good hell, I didn't need to do that. That was just, I hate to say that. I've counseled cops for.
How many rounds you shoot?
I guess you could say I was scared shitless.
Okay.
I got arthritis in both hands. My back's a freaking wreck. I was on SWAT for 15 years. We thought we were Superman, and then as you get older, you find out you're a physical wreck.
Okay. And you had that gun in your right?
It was in my right front pocket, and I'm stretched out. Like I said, you can see the pockets here, and you can't get it out if you're not completely unstretched out on my seat, sort of like this.
Right.
And I'm holding, I'm whoa, 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 or no, 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 and one or the other. And I'm hitting the face and head of one. And
you got any idea where you shot him?
I have no idea. I heard somebody saying he was shot in the chest.
You see anything in his hands?
I think he had a cell phone. When he turned away from me, I looked down and the cell phone was laying at my feet. So I think that's what he hit me in the face with.
Anyone saying not a single person heard the whoa, 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 or no, no, no. Listen to how hard it is to hear him on this recording. Now imagine previews are playing.
She was sitting on the right.
And he might have been thinking it and only thought he said it.
If she's paying attention, and bless her heart, she's, there's no justification for what happened in there. So
right.
I understand her.
Where was your son at?
He wasn't there. We were waiting for him to come in. We saved the seat for him and all that sort of.
And this guy's sitting directly in front of you?
No, his wife, I think, or whoever was with him, this lady was sitting directly in front of him. He was off to the right side, which makes it. Yeah, if he'd have been sitting straight in front of me, I'd have just been whipped if I couldn't do anything.
I can see a lot of people in the chat don't have any arthritis themselves.
Just one chair.
Yeah. What's the status on this?
We don't know yet. We got people down there. It's not looking good.
All over it.
Yeah. Did
his wife was trying? Whoever was with him was trying to hold him back.
Right.
And,
what is he saying to you?
Fuck off! Get out of my face! Fuck you! I'm talking. He was sitting there playing with it, and what he said to me was that he was texting his daughter. Well, he wasn't. He was scrolling through the name. I think when I leaned over and asked him to turn the cell phone off, he told me to get the fuck out of his face, and so I knew right away that.
What about just immediately prior to the shot? What is he saying to you?
And he's saying, I think that's when he's talking about, he's texting his daughter. If there was any of my, there's fucking there 3 or 4 times. I don't remember. If there's any of my fucking business, or I'll kick your fucking ass, or whatever he was saying was threatening. I got to be candid with you. I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It was enough for me to try to look for a way out. And my wife is saying, and when I got up to go tell the manager, she said, well, we should have just moved, is what we should have done. And she said that afterwards.
Right.
And she's absolutely right. She said, that's exactly what we should have done. So But it's something that when he jumped up and turned around, it was no problem. I mean, it's just a guy being mouthy.
Right.
When he jumped on the seat and came over in between the crack between the two seats, that's when it scared me.
Okay. Now, you say he jumped up. Now, does he come over the seat or is he still on his row?
His feet were on the seat. At least one of them was, and he was pushing back with his hand, and he was coming over the seat. Now, exactly where his feet were, I don't know. He was coming over into my area, where I'm sitting.
Okay.
And I'm saying, whoa! It's like this is just a cell phone. What the, this is nothing.
Right.
And I don't know if I would say no, or whoa. So he's coming over on me. I'm pushing him off with my left hand, and I had a hold of something. I'm assuming it was probably his chest.
With your left hand?
With my left hand.
As he's coming over, do you actually make contact with his?
I made contact with something, his arm, his chest, his shoulder. I'm saying, no, whoa. And like they say in the books, it happened so fast. So, and then as soon as I pulled the trigger, I said, oh, shit, what is this? But again, I'm 71 years old. I don't need to ask what. I'm a younger man.
How old was he?
I don't know. I'm going to say 35, 40, maybe.
Did you think that he had something other than a cell phone?
I had no idea what he had. All I knew is the guy was coming after me. It's dark. The theater's dark. The show's on. I don't know him. I don't know. I see that he's very explosive, unnecessarily. I don't understand what his motivation is or why he wants to pursue something that's not worth pursuing. I had no idea what his motivation was. But when he jumped up, like I said, it was not a big deal. But then when he started for me and he started yelling, then it scared the crap out of me. I'm thinking, holy crap, what's going on here? And after he hit me,
you keep saying he hit you, but what did he hit you with?
it's dark. I don't know.
Okay.
I think he was wearing a dark shirt.
Okay.
Yep, I don't know. Fist. Like I said, after he hit me, my face went sideways. My glasses came partially off. By now, I'm stretched out completely, in my seat, kind of like this, with my left hand out. And when I shot, he was, it should have been pretty darn close to a contact.
Okay.
I know we're trained not to stick it out in front of us, but
Right.
to be honest with you, I was afraid I'd shoot myself. I don't know all that happened so fast. I didn't say it. I'm thinking, this guy's fixing to do me some bad stuff. If I had it to do over again, it would never have happened. We would have moved. But you don't get do-overs.
So what made you shoot him?
Well, I guess it scared the hell out of me.
Okay.
I thought the guy was fixing to beat the shit out of me.
Okay.
I don't know how else to say that. When my
But
glasses,
he never told you that, right?
he said something that led me to believe, and then when the guy starts coming at you with the aggravated position, the contorted face, the fuck yous and stuff like that, I don't think I've ever had anybody get in my face like that, and it scared the crap out of me. If I was 20 years younger or something like that, I might have just wrestled it out with him, but
Okay.
I'm not all that agility and shit's gone. And actually, I'm very surprised that the last time I shot that little pistol, I couldn't hardly shoot it. That's so much arthritis in the hands.
Right. All right. What else can you tell me?
That's it, I guess. I don't know.
Todd, what did I miss?
Well, I want to kind of make things a little bit clearer. You talked about it came at you in an aggravated manner.
Facial expression.
Let me ask you this. You keep saying that if you had it to do over, you would do something different. If you had it to do over, do you think you could have took him more knowing he didn't have a weapon, that you could have took him physically by?
No, man. I'm shit. I can't fight. I'm 71 years old. I couldn't take that guy. I couldn't take anybody. Not anymore. I retired. I've 20, 30 pounds. I got arthritis in my back, my knees, my hands. Couldn't take anybody.
You think that it could have been prevented by not using the gun?
There's no way that me or anybody else can speculate on that. I don't think. If I had thought that I wasn't going to get beat up, it would have never happened. I was pretty confident after being hit one time that he wasn't going to stop.
Well, what we got to do is we got to figure out what we're going to do.
Oh, I know.
And we got to figure out.
Wait. Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You got a lady that was sitting one seat away from me. She should have seen everything.
Elderly little lady?
I don't know. She was just a lady. There's a vacant spot. She should have seen something. My wife was sitting right next to me.
Okay.
She should have. I mean, I don't know what she was doing, but she was right there. And then there was a space where we left for my sister, and there was some other people sitting there. And when I said something to them when I left, they could tell the manager about the sofa.
And we're talking to everybody just to try to get.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, you talk to everybody before you.
You've handled these kind of cases before. What do you expect us to do? What would you do if you were in that situation?
Oh man. Well, let me put it this way: if I wasn't afraid of getting hurt or beaten up, I would have never pulled a pistol. First of all, and I've trained cops when I was on the PD. I actually trained Prosecution County. A lot of those guys. I would. A lot of things are different. When you're in law enforcement, you have coverage if this happens. And what I tell people is, if this ever happens to you, even if you're 1,000% right and the other people are 1,000% wrong, it's still not a healthy thing to get involved in. That you shouldn't be doing. So I was in training for years, and I still hang around with a bunch of retired SWAT guys. I was SWAT team commander for 15 years, and I still hang around with a bunch of those guys. And we thought we were King Kong for a long time. And as it turns out, as you get older, you end up with all the injuries that you thought had gone away come back. So we're a bunch of cripples now, I guess you could say. He's laughing, calling himself that.
You're not intoxicated or anything like that, right? You know what's going on here?
I don't drink. I don't take drugs. I drank part of a cold drink, and I was eating popcorn when the guy jumped up and turned around. So should be popcorn all over the place in front of where I was sitting, because that went by the wayside almost immediately.
It's so low, I don't want to talk over it.
I'm not sure if I dropped it or if he knocked it out of my hand. I don't know.
Okay.
All I remember is after I shot him, I laid the pistol on my leg, put my glasses back on, and a young man came over and said he was a Sumter County deputy, and I handed him my pistol. I said, here's the pistol. I said, it's got one in the chamber.
Okay.
He's 78 now. He was 71 then.
I saw the popcorn on the floor, saw a cell phone right in front of me. I thought it was mine.
79 now.
And I'm thinking that's kind of what hit me.
Okay. Kind of gun.
It's a Kel-Tec 380.
I know that's something.
It's a Thunderball made by it now. It's some good stuff.
To go back to that question I asked you, what would you expect us to do?
Well, I would expect you to, and I hate this term because I've been reading the damn news. I was defending myself. It don't make it any easier for me to accept it, but that's what I was doing. I was defending myself from what I thought was going to be some serious injury. The guy was very aggressive, considerably younger.
If this guy dies, do you think it was worth it? Or your actions, nothing's worth it?
Nothing's worth it.
But do you think the actions that you took were just an elevated?
I would like to say no. I would hope that the answer to that question would be no. But unfortunately, it's yes. I felt. I mean, I got a bruise on my arm. It takes 2 months to heal. I couldn't take an aspirin. guy hit me on the left side. And I'm thinking, oh, shit, I don't want to be blind. I don't want to be any of those other things as I get older.
All right.
I haven't been scared, but I've been.
Blinding would certainly be grave bodily harm.
This guy scared the shit.
Okay. And how old would you say you thought he was? I know, I don't, Dr. Fox asked you that. In his 40s, 50s, 30s?
I'm going to say 35, 40. Yes.
And how old did you say you are?
71.
And I missed the part. Can I get your first and last name? I don't need all your information.
Curtis Reeves.
C-U-R-T-I-S.
R-E-V-E-S.
R-E-E.
All right, sir.
You guys would change your vote
What else?
after this? Very interesting.
I think what we need to do is talk to them.
Curtis, we're going to have some people come out. We're going to do GSR on you. We're going to take photographs, photograph your injuries, things like that.
Yes,
Gunshot residue.
sure.
All right. Photograph you, things like that. We'll take it one step at a time. All right. Got any questions? Get,
Well, do this too. Hey, before you leave. Get all the questions you want, because if you scare the shit out of me, I'm not going to get that job.
well, believe me, you know the system as well as we do.
I know the system 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But you understand what we're trying to do in our job. And you know what, we haven't decided what we are gonna do, but if we go talk to them and everything verifies both ways, and we'll do what we think's fair. And
Who's them?
we think right, all witnesses.
Oh, okay. Oh, you guys have already talked to the witness. You guys talked to the state attorney, right?
I've talked to two witnesses.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's all I've talked to.
Have you talked to my wife?
No, I haven't. I will talk to her. We'll go one step at a time, all right?
She's gonna, like I said, she, bless her heart, she's the sweetest thing on earth. I don't deserve her. She could never, ever, ever justify this anywhere. She made a comment to me that what it was like, what was that, or
Right.
why'd you do that?
I understand. Well, I think that, take it one step at a time. All right? This is Sue Miller here. She's a forensic tech. She'll get you all photographed up.
Well, about the only thing you're gonna, they look, that's too bad. I feel like I got something on the left side that's still watering, but.
I don't see anything there. But
No, they,
you see anything?
no, they rinsed it out. I was kind of pushing on it. To try to do it. I think it's right here on the right here. That's where.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah.
We have helicopters everywhere. So if you want to pull up here,
Pull up where?
up here where he's going, there's an empty theater, and we'll just walk right inside there. And get out of the way of all the helicopters. Right over there is a number 11 door between these two cars. Right there.
Good enough. Here we go. And wait a second, the media's right there too, damn it.
If you want to pull right up on the grass.
Of course, they've already shot us back there. I didn't realize they were standing there. They got cameras 15 miles long. You know how that crap works.
They probably already know who I am.
I love being a cop.
I did too.
Ah, these ambient noises.
Everybody gets those down, back down.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's next?
Well, Mr. Garcia's going to continue with Mr. Proctor.
Okay.
There's one more.
We'd like to play 10 minutes of white noise for the jury.
Okay.
Okay, so they're going to bring back the detective
Right,
to ask
yeah.
him more questions. The guy who just was up.
He's still on the witness stand.
What was that?
Yeah, he's still on the witness stand.
Yeah. I see a lot of people want me to put up a
Mr.
new
Martin,
poll.
Could you just maybe turn it sideways?
I thought
so I
his
can see all
his
the
statements
jurors?
were
Thanks.
consistent with what the testimony has
Just
been,
like-
and
Just like that, it'd be fine, because I know your courts.
consistent with self-defense. Question is, do you believe him? So I'll put up a new poll, a different poll.
Judge, what I was going to do, since the monitor was already out, I was going to play the second interview.
Right now, without further questioning?
Well, I was going to ask him a few,
Okay.
and then we're kind of taking it out of chronology.
Mhm.
But if not, it'd be taking the TV and then bringing it back and bringing it and taking it. So if I can proceed, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right. May it please the court, counsel. All right. So Detective Proctor. Judge, I'm going to object. I think some of these juries
Huh? Okay.
I'll be glad to do it, Judge.
No,
I think.
you want to just play the other one and then,
I'm good with that.
question?
I'm good with that. That's
Can you
fine.
do that?
I mean, that's fine. It's kind of out of order, but that's fine, Judge. But
Okay.
I have to lay the predicate and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can just show it to me, I will allow him to remove the predicate.
Okay. Maybe.
No objection.
Okay, thanks. All right, so that will be admitted as 62?
62, Judge.
Mhm.
Kayla, I got this, please.
Borrow of.
And I'll pass to the rest of the court.
Oh, the court reporter unbuttoned her sweater.
Mhm. Where'd the other scissors go? Oh, thank you. Oh, we're missing a pair of scissors. Oh, no. Okay, good.
Would you like me to go ahead and
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Actually, no one wants you to go ahead and do anything other than leave the courtroom and never
Ladies
come
and gentlemen,
back.
I'm going to go ahead and read that instruction again for this one. Same thing. You're about to hear recorded interviews. These recorded
crap. I'll be
interviews are
right back.
proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You will also be furnished a transcript for the recorded interview. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recorded interviews. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. And same as last time, the recorded interview, is this pertinent, the same to this one too? Okay, the recorded interview you're about to hear contains opinions and statements by Detective Alan Proctor, Pasco Sheriff's Office, and Detective Todd Koenig, Pasco Sheriff's Office, to Curtis Reeves. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the detectives as true, but only to establish the context of Curtis Reeves' reactions and responses. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
tall are you?
About 6'1", 6'2".
What do you weigh? You got blue eyes. Look, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Man, I don't think there's anything else to tell you. I'm sitting back here, second guessing myself. Did he hit me? Did I get out of the way? Did this have to happen? Did I need to be here? You guys have given me too much time to think.
I understand.
This is a lifetime. I'll tell the next one. I don't know what to say, except this is a life-changing event that I would have avoided at all costs.
I understand.
It's a life-changing event for me, and certainly this young man has a family. I think I was mentioning to your deputy there earlier, thinking it over. In all my law enforcement career, I don't think I've ever been that scared that quick. Does that make sense to you?
I understand.
I mean, usually something builds and then just something explodes in your face like this.
Well, we've talked to everybody involved.
Okay.
And nobody sees a punch being thrown.
Right. Well, it's hard to see it, right?
And he's dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry.
Because Curtis, I'm sorry because I don't have a choice. Because understand what's going on here. I've got somebody that I respect a great deal. You put your rear end on the line a lot of days.
That doesn't have anything.
Yeah, it does. It does. I've been a cop 30 years myself, sir. So I hate to do what I have to do sometimes, but I don't have a choice right now.
I don't know what to say. I'm sitting back here. I'm thinking to myself, my life is ruined. His life is ruined. My family's life is ruined. His family's life is ruined.
That's all true.
I'm going to have to arrest you on a second degree. I've talked it over with the state and my command staff, and everybody's in agreement.
And thus began the legal battle.
You know, all the procedures. I'll make sure that they're aware that you're law enforcement. They will treat you with respect, just like if you know how it's just like anybody else. They will take care of you, sir.
My wife is sitting next to me. You're saying that she never saw that guy close to me and somebody put you back.
No, sir. She never saw a punch.
Well,
she says that he leans over.
Oh, how did she feel?
But, you know, and I asked her point blank, did you ever see a punch? No, I never saw a punch.
I never saw it.
Did it happen?
I've been sitting back here second guessing myself. I got hit the left side of my face. I was like, oh, I got my glasses knocked off. There was nobody else there, man. There was nobody else there.
Did your wife see your glasses knocked off?
Not that, you're gonna have to ask her.
Because she says no.
Well, they didn't come all the way off. They came sideways. That's the only. They didn't come all the way off. If they come all the way off, you would on the floor.
I understand. All right, sir.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I guess at this point in time, I have no alternative. I'm trying to cooperate, and
I appreciate that.
I guess I better give myself a damn attorney that goes along with that.
I'm sorry, buddy. Curtis. Thank you. I'm sorry about that, son. Hey, hold on. 16 for the day.
See a lot of people saying he wanted to kill somebody. He's guilty. I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe.
There's no evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the question is, do you believe him on his statements? He said he didn't even see the punch thrown, and that's not uncommon, by the way. If you've ever been punched in the face, a lot of people don't see it coming, especially in the dark.
If you saw it coming, you'd block it. I've got
He
hit in the face
also-
plenty of times.
He also maybe didn't get punched. He even said, he doesn't know. He could have gotten just struck by the phone. It could have been anything, really. Yeah.
But he's very consistent. He felt that impact to the side of his head. He's not
His
equivocal about that. He's equivocal about what the nature of the blow might have been.
Right. His testimonies, his statements have been consistent for 8 years, which is actually less than you
Go
can
ahead,
say
Mr.
for many of the
Garcia.
other
May it please
witnesses.
the court, counsel. Mr. Proctor,
Yes, sir.
as far as the chronology of events that occurred today, you interviewed Mr. Reeves, right?
Yes, sir.
And during his interview, he had said, "Have you spoken to my wife?"
That's correct.
So prior to your second interview, did you in fact interview Mrs. Vivian Reeves?
I did.
And was that audio taped as well?
It was, sir.
Okay. And then you did the second interview with Mr. Reeves.
That's correct.
All right, now let's talk about when Mr. Reeves was in your car,
The first interview, yes, sir.
the first interview. Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Reeves?
No, sir.
Did you observe any bruising?
No, sir.
Did you observe any abrasions,
No, sir.
scrapes,
No, sir.
anything on his face?
No, sir.
And while he was in your car, what was he doing in the front seat?
A part of the time he was rubbing his eye,
Okay. Which eye?
left eye.
And can you demonstrate for the members of this jury how he was rubbing it? Okay, so for the record, you're indicating the corner of his left eye,
Yes, sir.
and you used your left index finger.
That's correct.
Okay, is that what he was doing that day?
Yes, sir.
Did he complain to you or state to you that he had been hit on any other part of his body?
No, sir.
So it would have been his head, the left side.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you photograph Mr. Reeves that day, specifically his face and his eye?
Forensic technicians did that.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, as a detective in this case, if there have been injuries, would you have documented those in your report?
Yes, sir, I would have.
For instance, you would have said, left eye or left side of cheek, there's bruising or a scrape, a
Of
mark.
course, the thoroughness and accuracy of his
You didn't do that in
documentation
this
might be
case.
questionable.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Right? That, you didn't observe anything.
Right, and I actually have that noted in my report.
Okay. As you are conducting the investigation, are you getting bits and pieces of evidence from other detectives, other sergeants, other majors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever go inside Theater 10
Theater.
prior to interviewing the witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Why not?
I'd been in that theater, I believe, before.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you learn there were items of evidence in the movie theater?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where?
In the aisle,
Which
Troy
aisle?
Kukulka.
which is later 9 and 10, the back row.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll wait for
the
a
aisle
break.
immediately in front of it.
Okay. So is it the first aisle then?
At the top, yes, sir.
All right. And then just so everybody's clear, is there a wall behind that aisle?
Yes, sir, there is.
So if you're informed, Detective Proctor, there's items of evidence in aisle 1, seats 8 and 9. You have a visual picture of where those items would be.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about the items. What items did you learn were there?
Popcorn and a cell phone.
Okay. Was there a popcorn bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall, but it was a popcorn bag there.
Okay. Was there a skinny cow wrapper?
Yes, sir.
Was there a spent casing there?
Yes, sir.
Was there also a drink in one of the cup holders?
Again, I'm going
Yes,
to,
sir.
I think these are all leading questions.
Yep. They are all leading questions. I mean, the guy just testifying and the detective's a yes man. Yep. And they're not that big of a deal, but do the work. Do the work. What does this guy remember? Not what are you telling him happened? Troy Kukulka says the second he said the self-defense magic words in the recording and then looked pleased with himself, right after talking about how he's talked other people through a shooting, cemented him as guilty for me. There you go. That's the risk of the person talking. I mean, he and certainly is a concern, right? Everything he said was technically correct. He hit the nails on the head for his testimony or for his statements. I guess he hasn't testified yet, but his statements to the police were, straight down the line. This is how you would articulate a justifiable self-defense claim, but he knows that. So does that make him more or less guilty? I don't know. The problem is just because you know what a self-defense claim is, are you then not allowed to say the words leading up to it? How do you balance those two things? And you balance it based on your perception, I would assume, of the credibility of the defendant, whether you think is credible or not. But the problem is he couldn't not say the magic words. If he doesn't say the magic words, he's guilty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia.
So what do you do?
Mr. Martin would like me to notify you that I have collected 10 of both packages.
Okay.
Now.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So going back to my previous question, Mr. Proctor, there was a skinny cow wrapper there,
Yes, sir.
and then there was it looks like a drink, some sort of a drink in the cup holder.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I would object again.
That one's sustained.
All right, Judge. Was there a drink in the cup holder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than those items that you have listed, was there anything else?
No, sir. Not in the immediate area, no, sir.
Okay. So being the lead detective, knowing those are the items, did you absolutely have to go up there and view these items?
No, sir. I was told that where those items were located at, we were most concerned about the cell phone itself. And when we arrived, or when detectives arrived on scene, that cell phone is pushed up to the chair in front of him toward the center, or toward to where the victim had been sitting.
Okay.
In that direction.
Stop clicking your pen, Judge, or turn off your mic, you weirdo.
Prior to arresting,
Judge needs a death sentence.
Mr.
Oh my
Reeves,
goodness.
did you
Only after a
meet
fair
with your
trial.
command staff?
Yes, sir. I met with the command staff. We had different units there, different major crime units. They were conducting interviews with the witnesses. They had reported that back to their supervisors. We stood there and discussed what the witnesses had said.
Okay. So prior to the decision being made to arrest Curtis Reeves, You knew exactly what witnesses had been interviewed and what they had said.
Not by name, sir, but I was under the impression when I left that meeting that no witnesses that saw a punch being thrown, no witnesses that saw a cell phone being thrown.
Had
and
seen,
that's
by
when
the
the
way.
determination was made to make the arrest.
Okay. Now, in the taped interview, you indicated to Mr. Reeves, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I have no choice. What did you mean by that statement?
What's the relevancy of that?
Yeah.
Judge, can we approach?
Okay.
Oh my God. This is the most cumbersome and laborious way to handle objections. The objection is relevancy. That's it. That's the objection. What is relevant about that statement? Nothing. Nothing is relevant to it. They're gonna say, well, they want him to say, well, I respected him a whole lot because I'm such a nice guy who's full of respect and acting in a way even deferential to him. And but I still had to arrest him for being guilty. It's like, it's prejudicial. There's no probative value. It doesn't make any fact about this crime more or less true. It's just it's a complete waste.
Judge
Look it up.
Borkowski would have those dog shock collars and all these lawyers. Your Honor, may we approach? What number button are you?
The defense attorney looked pretty pissed when he leaves, so she's going to allow the question, I'm guessing. Oh, now he looks smiley.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Proctor, based upon the totality of the circumstances,
Yeah,
did you
I
feel
got-
you had probable cause
She sustained
to
the
arrest
objection
Curtis
there.
Reeves for
Good.
second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Judge, please?
You may.
Oh, one other thing I neglected to ask. May I approach the clerk? Judge?
You may.
At least she sustained the objection. Made him walk that statement back and rephrase it. Did you believe you had probable cause to make the arrest?
That'll be 63. 63.
Judge, I'd ask for record reflect. I'm going to show Mr. Escobar triple Q for identification purposes.
You're a triple Q, if you know what I mean. I'm excited. I just found out Lady Rackets is actually in town with one of our kids. Is going to bring me some food.
Nice.
Man, that's a weird fitting suit on that guy.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Detective Proctor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit QQ for identification purposes. Do you recognize the outside of the bag?
Yes, sir.
How is it that you recognize it?
My initials and the date and time that I placed it in evidence.
Okay. Do you recognize the contents?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the bag is open if you want to check it.
Do you recognize the contents? Yes. Do you want to look at them first? Like,
Madam Court Reporter, I believe it's QQQ for the record.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, may I have more time?
Yeah, as soon as he's done.
Did
okay, so he's going to challenge his actual knowledge of what
Proctor, did you receive
what's
that,
in there.
Holster from Deputy Long?
Yes, sir. You have. Yes, sir.
I think it's already in, Judge.
Okay, go ahead and go Dyer first.
Yeah.
That one hasn't come in just yet.
So he's going to now try and qualify his knowledge
Good
that he just
afternoon,
testified to.
May I approach you?
You may.
Mr. Proctor, can you read the date and time on the bag, please?
1/24/13, 13:58 hours.
What was the date of the incident in this case?
1/13, sir.
Can you tell me why we have it's an 11-day lag of that particular item not being in evidence?
I'm not for sure, sir.
You're not for sure.
No, sir.
Now, you're the lead detective.
That's correct.
You're supposed to make sure that items go into evidence immediately.
Yes, sir.
And that bag said that that particular piece of evidence was somewhere, you don't know, right?
It was in my desk drawer.
Is that where you normally keep evidence in a homicide, in your desk drawer?
No, sir. But I have kept evidence there before.
You have, and you've kept it there.
That's why I'm currently in pest control.
In this particular case, sir, I kept it there 11 days.
Is evidence in a homicide case not important?
Evidence in a homicide case is important.
Was this case important to you?
Yes, sir. It was very important to me.
But it's okay to just leave it in your desk drawer for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to go in there?
It's under a lock and key, sir.
It's lock and key. That's not proper procedure for the Pasco Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct, sir.
In fact, you violated Pasco County Sheriff's Office protocol in doing what you did with that particular item, correct?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Have you read the protocols?
It's been a while, sir.
No further questions.
It's been a long. He's got.
Well, do you wish for that to be admitted?
Thought he said a wall.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Maybe. I mean, but you know, his
I've got one more question.
if I'm basing the accuracy of his word on the accuracy of his evidence keeping, you have one job.
Those pests you control, do you keep those in your desk too?
Did you write the date on that?
That is my handwriting, sir.
So you must have gotten the year wrong as well.
1/24/13 is what it should be, sir.
Is that when this event happened?
No, sir. That's the date and time that I placed it into evidence.
You placed it a year after? Or a year before? I guess a year before.
That's correct, sir. My mistake. I did have the wrong date there, sir.
So you also had the wrong date on the piece of evidence.
That's correct.
And that's against protocol as well.
Yes, sir.
Do you wish for that to be admitted?
Briefly, Judge.
Well, do you wish it admitted?
Proctor, you would agree that the incident date was January 13th of 2004, correct?
2014. Jesus.
I mean, I'm sorry, 2014. I apologize.
Just let him agree to it. That would have been funnier.
2014.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So is it fair to say that you're going from December?
Look at the other prosecutor's got his head in his
into
hands.
January,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Everybody makes mistakes sometimes.
Do you sometimes, even though it's January, would write 2013, but really, you know, it's 2014?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's a common thing that happens, I would say, with everyone.
Yes, sir.
Object.
Slip and capture error.
Have you written the wrong year right after New Year's
Yes, sir.
and written the previous year?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay. So was it a mistake on your part?
I make mistakes. Yes, sir.
You're a human being,
I'm a
right?
human being. Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Cross
Do you
him on
wish
it.
for that to be
Fact, not in
admitted as
evidence.
Number 63.
Yes, Judge.
Wish you would have recrossed it and say, "Did your parents make a mistake?"
What is it?
A holster.
It's a inside the pocket holster.
Okay. Did you want to publish or?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was the holster for the gun. That's what was in the. That's what he kept in his drawer.
What you have?
It was a souvenir. Do you have him autograph it?
Oh, it's over here.
Yeah, if the chairs in the courtroom were comfortable, they'd all be asleep. So they probably intentionally make them uncomfortable.
That judge's chair looks pretty comfy, though.
Yeah.
I
They
can't
call
tell if
that one
she's
the Queen model.
can't tell if she's 4 feet tall or if that chair is just monstrous. What are you doing? Why are you standing there? Oh, he's still got the guy on direct exam, right? Like, because that was just a voir dire of the evidence, wasn't it? Or are they calling someone new? I don't think they've done a full cross, have they?
Yeah, I think that was the cross. I mean, was that all foundation for?
No, he's still on the
still
stand.
there. Holy cow!
Yeah, that was just voir dire. They haven't even cross-examined this guy. They just voir dired him on that.
Questions, Mr. Garcia?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been conveyed to me that the cross-examination of Mr. Proctor may take a lot longer than 5 o'clock. So we're gonna go ahead and quit for the day.
Woohoo!
Start up early tomorrow, 8:30 tomorrow with Mr. Proctor again and cross. So I don't like
there we go.
Quite early when it can be avoided, but I don't think it can be avoided today. I think it'd make for a very long day otherwise. So we'll just call it a day right now and have you back at 8:30. Remember my instructions during the recess, and I'll report to the jury pool room in the morning. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen.
Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. A great night. Not just a good night.
Okay. Well, that's
thank you.
That's exciting.
Mr. Garcia, can you retrieve the evidence, please?
Man, his evidence is just getting left all over the place.
Just stick it in the desk drawer.
Court clerk is missing a couple pieces of evidence.
Okay. That looks like, that's court exhibit. So those both go to her. Is there a DVD in there?
Remember, this is still the state's case in chief, folks. We haven't even heard the defense case yet. And I didn't hear anything in that recording that was flatly inconsistent with self-defense, and much that was consistent with self-defense. He didn't tell the interviewing officers, that bastard pissed me off. He had it coming.
No, that was a discussion we had. I think you were off camera, so I'm not sure if you heard, but someone in the chat said he said all the magic words for self-defense, and that made them distrust him. And the problem, like, that's fine. You may come to that conclusion, but the problem with that conclusion is that just because someone knows the law doesn't mean they're not allowed to then recite the elements of self-defense when they defend themselves correctly, and because that would be silly, because that means that the only way for him to be not guilty would be for him to say words that would not be consistent with self-defense, which would then make him guilty. That's a paradox that you can't get around. But that'll be everybody is allowed to, including the jury and the jurors, draw their conclusions based on their perceptions of the defendant, right? Like that's the key. That's one of the reasons he's going to likely that he'll be testifying, is that they want good job on whatever happened to the stream here. These hiccups going on. It doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Done, right?
So, yeah. Yeah, he's leaving the courtroom anyway. I don't know what's going on with their feed. But okay. Let's get.
Yeah, before we start, let me get my pen here. Make sure we're.
Oh my God! Put her on a cross. Examination, not a crucifixion. No, that was there. But yeah, just again, if using the right words for self-defense makes you guilty, then all lawyers and police officers are always guilty no matter what. So. for me, that's not sufficient. He seemed relatively authentic in his statements. I don't know. This is a tougher case than I thought it was going to be. I'm moving just every witness a little bit more towards Curtis Reeves' self-defense, which
I mean, his statements were not, "Hey, he threw popcorn in my face. That's why I shot him." That's not what he's saying. He's saying, "I thought I was going to get my ass beat. I'm already
he doesn't even
blind in one eye. I don't want to be blind in the other eye."
He said he didn't even know if the popcorn was thrown at him at all. He said he didn't know what happened to it. He said he doesn't know if the guy hit it or grabbed it or if he dropped it. He has no idea. He just knows that he didn't have the popcorn in his hands anymore. So that's, again, if you believe him. Otherwise, it's an elaborate lie that he came up with, which is possible. Certainly, he has the tools and capability and intellect to lie about it, to say the right things. So that'll be that's the hurdle for the jury to cross. Eugene says all lawyers and all police officers are always guilty. Words to live by. Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, well, I've got chats to read here to close out the show. Before I do that, is there any observations of today that you want to clarify for people or anything? Or
I still don't see the decisive evidence from the state that's inconsistent with self-defense, particularly to the point of disproving it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing much of anything doing that here. They didn't see a punch. Okay. Like those people, none of those people were looking. I think the most damning thing that occurred today for Curtis was finding out that his wife did not testify. Well, she didn't make a statement about seeing a punch. Not that is particularly damning, but it was, I think it was the worst thing for him to come out, because if anybody would have seen a punch other than him, it would have been her. And so that's the problem. But of course, when she testifies, there's going to be a whole, there's going to be her whole testimony is going to matter quite a bit. I think if she testifies to her own fear, I think that's going to be more powerful than testifying about what she thought about him. If this guy standing up is right in front of her, how does she see him? What threats does she perceive? Does she see him motion towards her husband or whatever? In her statement said she saw him leaning over the seat. So if she thought he's going to crawl across the seat and start slapping her husband around, then that'll be very powerful. If she oversells it, though, I think it could be very bad. So,
I mean, we've all seen elderly people driving cars or walking in a supermarket, and you walk up behind them or beside them normally, and suddenly they're startled to realize you're there, right? I mean, their perceptions are not the same anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And I thought some of his statements about, I have arthritis all over my back, my knees, my hands, my wrists, my ankles, my teeth, my ears. He has arthritis all over the place. This guy is someone I could have maybe done something 20 years ago, but not today. And that is something to remember. I think that was a little jarring for me, that he'd been retired for 20 years as a cop. This isn't a guy who worked until he was 63. He's not like Super Chad Cop from the Ken Potter trial, right? It's like, that guy's like 71. That's when I was just getting started in my career.
I had a liver tumor. I retired that, but I could fight in the good fight.
That guy.
Oh, no, he had open heart surgery 2 weeks before his testimony.
Yeah, then
he drove through a snowstorm.
Well, I had to get here to testify.
Pulled by polar bears on a sled
that I tamed myself. But yeah, so it wasn't that guy. This is a guy who'd been out of the force for quite some time, and I think that was an interesting answer he gave. He's like, I know how this all worked 20 years ago. I don't really know how it works today. This is not an active police officer at the time. So interesting stuff for sure. We'll have to work out how tomorrow's going to work. I have some ideas I'd like to run by you, but just to figure out if we can do it without bouncing between streams or something. But
another option that occurred to me was I could just run it straight up from the morning until you get back. So people only have to move once.
Then we could do that. or yeah, we'll figure something out though. We'll make sure and clearly communicate it to everybody so we can get so we can be watching everything. And yeah, maybe we split it, do your stream till lunch and then my stream after lunch or something would work. Possibly. So we'll figure that out, guys, and we'll let you know. Follow on, Twitter or locals or whatever. Make sure you're watching what to do. And I'll try and do a YouTube community post as well with what the plan is for tomorrow's video.
And we'll email anybody who's on our email list will get a message from us. I know,
yeah.
for the boomers in the group.
God, you have an email list. That's amazing. I don't even know how to, like, for the boomers, but I don't even know how to make one. Okay. I'm going to start reading the chats now. Starting with a couple chats that I think are over on Odyssey. We've got, Jdanks420 says, shout out Jdanks420 or it's pre-recorded. That was for less than 1/100th of a Libri coin. You cheap piece of shit, garbage monster. That's embarrassing. Darth Vader 1776 says, I'll have you know that peanut butter and banana sandwiches are fucking amazing. Maybe they are. They don't sound good to me, but maybe they are. Abe Lincoln said, Salty had 10K watching the other night on Odyssey. Tell those rumble cucks to get on Odyssey. Yeah. Well, my awesome channel says, guys, don't forget to support the Libri community by voting on your favorite project. This helps the Libri and Odyssey communities. Voting starts next week. Once the official projects are announced, you vote with LBC tips. Any amount helps. There you go. B at 98.1FX0. That was from yesterday. Okay. Those two are from yesterday. Perfect. All right. Where was it? Oh, here we go. Igor says consent of the governed requires a Second Amendment. P.S. Legalize RPGs. I think he means rocket propelled grenades, which I agree with. Avahind says Nurkic did a live stream roasting the show Employable Me. I see the Downs prosecutor is still employed. Good for him. I knew he could do it. Oh God. Have you ever seen these shows? There's Employable Me, and then there's like a dating show, Love on the Spectrum. So Employable Me is people with special needs and their employment endeavors. And then Love on the Spectrum is autistic people dating. And
where are these shows?
These shows should not exist because anybody who watches them immediately goes to hell. Why would you put this on TV? I actually really like, I haven't watched Employable Me, but I really like Love on the Spectrum because it's just so interesting watching people with autism navigate relationships. And
hey, Nick, let me mention, folks, if you want to get on our email list, probably the easiest way to do it is to get this infographic. We do ask for your email list when you get the infographic, and then you'll be on our email list. You can get that at lawofselfdefense.com/elements.
Yeah, definitely.
I saw someone in the comments asking about that.
Okay. Lazy Bastard says, yo, Nick, the car in Christine was a Plymouth Fury, not a Cadillac. Oh shit. I'm sorry to get that wrong. Lobo McNasty, welcome to Lawyer. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, unbreaded PB&J, smear on your hands, lick clean. Dwayne Beeler says, Pennsylvania Dutch favorite, scrapple pear butter, ketchup on toast. Oh, what? That sounds disgusting to me. What is Automata says, I'm taking these notes. Then at the end of the trial, then at the end of that, I tell him I'm going to put him on tape, and we go through my notes, and that's how I'm able to obtain the statement. Wow, that's something. That is something. That was horrible. This detective did an absolutely terrible job. And part of their theory is sort of a botched investigation theory. And the detective doesn't really help that. Although I don't think the botched investigation theory of the case is that strong. Like, I don't think it's that
particularly
helpful.
With this one. I mean, they just played an audio recording of what Curtis Reeves said. So they're going to say it was manipulated or faked in some way. I don't think so.
I mean, I think if they get to draw the implication that some of the witnesses were coached on what to say, they can do that. But Curtis's testimony was fine, or his statement. Ryan Knoll says, why do all these Florida cops have weird facial twitches? Ed and Steph says, show us your O face. My O face is the same as the lady cop at the beginning of the stream today with her eyes like that. McGuffindo says, our country needs men like you and Branca to run. Well, I do need to lose a few pounds, so running would help. Chango 721 says, I'm waiting for the defendant to yell out diplomatic immunity, i.e. lethal weapon 2. Colonel Panic says, have Andrew set up a stream prior and stream his stream before you leave. That's really complicated. We'll just probably split the day or something like that. Neil Pert says, would it work if Branca is sharing his tab with the stream while you're away? Only if nothing goes wrong and no one wants to join. But we'll figure all that stuff out. Thank you for the very helpful suggestions. Ryan Bibb says, thoughts on the Minnesota Attorney General asking for a 7-year sentence on Kim Potter? I mean, I'm surprised they're not asking for an aggravated sentence. That's the most surprising part of it to me. Josh Vermillion says, I never want to hear. I think maybe they've got concerns about the fair trial aspect of it, how they've conducted themselves in the trial of Kim Potter and Derek Chauvin. And maybe that has something to do with the request for sentencing. Oh, look, we're just going for the guideline sentence. We're not treating her any different, et cetera, et cetera. Josh Vermillion says, I never want to hear that judge ask, you're going to put it in again. And we need Borowski on this case. Hopefully he gets another televised one soon. I hate being on camera. Cameras are the downfall of America. Susan Swenson, thank you. Welcome for being a super lawyer. Insanity Pepper says, what would happen if you were on a jury but had explosive diarrhea and couldn't stay seated for the trial? Ask for medical dismissal? Yes. Yeah. They ask you is there anything that would prevent you from being able to sit here for this trial, and you would inform the court. And as we learned last night, if you had, for example, uncontrollable periods, they'll let you inform the court in semi-private, but also record it and then make fun of you via email afterwards. Dave Bradshaw says, so you were a homicide detective and now you're in pest control. Yes, here in Florida. No, Spicer, Minnesota. Luke Thompson says, the Potter prosecution introduced a lot of evidence which only had probative value for aggravating factors. Does that help the appeal with them gone? I mean, they're not gone. That evidence is still in the case. It's still part of the case, and the jury was able to make decisions on it. So,
I mean, I guess you could kind of make a bad faith argument on appeal.
Yeah, I mean, because they did object to some of that stuff coming in, and they could say they tried to preserve, they preserved that objection, objected to the Blakely factor evidence being brought up. And I'm sure, that general narrative is going to be part of the appeal. But I don't think that's a winning narrative by itself.
And unfortunately, they objected late. A lot of that evidence came in before they objected. That's true. There was a mountain of it, and suddenly midway they were like, "Whoa, we don't like this."
Tyler Mueller says, "What makes a case high profile?" Leading questions. Shelby West says, to the person, what makes a case high profile is just the defendant or the victim or whoever, for whatever reason. Lots of times today, what makes a case high profile is race. This one is unique because it's a retired police captain and it's taken 8 years. So that makes it kind of high profile. But oftentimes it's some sort of narrative, race, a particularly horrific crime against a child, like a parent killing a child, stuff like that.
Or anytime there's a meme the media can run with. I mean, here they have someone committed murder over popcorn as the meme.
Yeah. So
it's outrageous on its face.
And leading questions are just questions that lead the person to the answer that you want them to give. And then you saw him do that, didn't you? You saw him do the thing. It allows the lawyer to testify and the other person to just agree. Shelby West says, to the person who said earlier that they eat peanut butter and horseradish with Sweet Baby Ray's, who hurt you? Western civilization. How can the people trust a court that doesn't know how to use a microphone? Servant Bird, thank you for answering question. You're welcome. Ben Samuel, I was listening at 2x speed, just caught up. God, it's so slow. Amateur Anth, the retired cop is a Darren And knowing that fact, he should go to prison because he started all the BS. Jake Curry says, I'd vote guilty for pocket carrying. It was in a pocket holster, apparently.
Yeah, that's
He says, I'm blind in one eye. Does that or another handicap change the threshold for what constitutes great bodily harm? No, it doesn't change the threshold for what great bodily harm is, but being blind in one eye may increase the reasonableness of your fear of injury or serious injury or death in a fight because you can't see out of one of your eyes. So if a boxer can't see out of one of his eyes, a lot of times they'll end the fight because if
but also complete blindness would clearly be grave bodily harm. So if you already don't have sight in one eye and you're getting punched in the other eye, that would be a reasonable fear.
Yeah, but I would argue that partial blindness would also be great bodily harm. I mean, yeah. But yeah, so you would certainly have an easier to articulate reasonable fear. How's that? That's probably a better way to state that. American Legend says intent of bodily harm from state of mind / position. Yep. Yeah. If someone's back like this, or if they're in your, up in your space with their hands up, you have, if it's like a 1920s boxing match or whatever, but if they're up in your face, their hands are here, or if they're, doing the nipple rubbing, those types of things indicate the intent of someone to attack you or not.
We're almost always inferring intent from circumstantial evidence, folks. Almost always.
Roger Stone says, what percentage of the verdict rests solely on the defendant's facial expressions? I'm undecided right up until I see Reeves's face. He's going down for sure, just based on the emotions he exudes. It depends on if the jury is able to and is watching his face. If they're sitting there staring at his face the whole time and they don't like what they see, then sure. But maybe every time they look over, he looks neutral, or even sad.
It's very difficult to maintain a stone face throughout days and days and dozens of hours of trial. I mean, people have thoughts and their facial expression reflects their thoughts. In the George Zimmerman trial, that was, I think, 3 weeks of trial, maybe more. He was literally stone faced every day. It was amazing, and people were criticizing him for not showing enough emotion.
Yeah, and remember that people criticized Kyle Rittenhouse. He was yawning during something. It's like, but that ended up not really being a factor apparently in stuff. But also remember that when there's a camera in the courtroom, they can't look at the jury, and they tend to only be able to look kind of at the defendant, at the counsel, and at the witness, maybe the judge. That's where the camera's focused. So a lot of time is spent with a view of this person, and we are forced to watch whatever the camera's watching. Jurors can look around all over the place. They can look at other jurors. They can look down at their notepad. They can look at the witness, the lawyers. They're going to be much more actively observing their environment, most likely, than being forced into looking at whatever the screen is showing. Jordan Crow says, I am physically disabled and in a wheelchair. I could see myself responding similarly if a larger person assaulted me. It doesn't take much to take me down. Cornelius Buttknuckle says, bingers and bikes and crackers. Oh my. 200-watt studio says, lawn crime wears their mom's army boots. Watermelon says, chat, after that testimony, I'm leaning towards not guilty. Law of self-defense. Hey, did she just unbutton her top? Turns off camera and mic. Jeremy Swisher says, dumb question, maybe, but if he is convicted, is there some old person prison he goes to? No. I mean, they may have the prison may organize inmates in some way based on age, but and he's a former cop, so he may get sent to some special population, but there's nothing particular about age that would preclude you from being in general population. Sometimes judges will, judges or governors, for example, may commute a sentence or sort of do like a house arrest type of sentence or something like that because of the age and infirmity of someone. But this guy doesn't seem to have any terminal illness or anything like that. So I would assume if he goes to prison, he'll go just to prison. Cornelius Buttknuckle says, where's the new overlay? I turned it on and off. Ben Samuel says, quit clicking your pen. Tony K says, does darkness of environment contribute to his actions being reasonable? Possibly. I mean, that's up to the jury. It's up to what they believe. Stephen Cannon says, judge looking like she's going to crack open a brewski. She looks like she's going to crack them and hand them out. Not applicable says, if your perceptions suck, can you fear reasonably? Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, if you just claim that you can't see or hear anything, like you just like, oh man, I'm just so aloof, I can never see anything. It may not be reasonable. It is a reasonable person similarly situated. But if you have physical ailments that impact your perception, then those need to be taken into account. But if you're just lackadaisical or whatever, and you don't pay attention to your environment to a reasonable degree, you just walk around with your eyes closed or something, that's not a reasonable person. So,
or if you're drunk, that's on
Right.
you. Voluntary
Yeah.
intoxication is on you.
Lagging says cheese makes everything better, including PB&J. I have such sites to show you. Says Nick, check out sentencing for Wisconsin man convicted of killing his son over slice of cake on YouTube. At 18 minutes, 15 seconds, Judge Borowski spills the beans on why he loves being a judge in Milwaukee. Priceless. I'll check that out. Maybe we'll have that on a night show. JH says the word on the local news when this originally happened was that the defendant left the theater to complain, then came back. Not sure if true. I mean, he did. He left to go talk to an employee about a guy who had his cell phone on that he thought shouldn't have it on. And according to him, when he talked to the guy told him to fuck off or whatever. And then he also, if you believe Curtis Reeves, when he came back, he said, if I would have known you were going to put your phone away, I wouldn't have bothered. But then Chad got angry. That's his story. Who knows? Chad's dead, so we don't get his story.
And that doesn't sound to me like something he would fabricate minutes after the event in a police interview. That kind of offhand comment.
Candy T, welcome to Lawyer Status. McGuffindo says, our country needs men like you two to run for office. I always see and hear good men talk about what's wrong with the U.S., but they never run. Well, what's wrong with the U.S. is that people who do run. No, there's severe challenges for people like me running for office. I run a nighttime show where I make fun of people and call women fat. So,
in fairness, only the fat ones.
That's true. I only speak the truth. And actually, no. In fairness, only the fat ones who have a fat attitude. That's the trick. That's the trick. J.K. Wynn says Barnes just posted whistleblower suit versus Pfizer. Not applicable says, yeah, but is being old and jumpy reasonable? Possibly. Jumpy is a way to characterize something, but if you're old and fragile and someone is threatening you, being jumpy becomes more reasonable by the minute. So that's that. And then Murdered Out JD says, when the hell did Joe Dirt become a judge? That's a good question. That's the end of the chats.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to finish. She finished way early today.
Yeah, 4:30.
Yeah, 25, I thought. Wasn't it?
Oh, maybe.
They couldn't get this cross done in 35 minutes? Oh, my goodness. They're going to hammer on that guy for like an hour tomorrow. And it's going to be brutal, I bet. Just look at how they were on voir dire of these particular items. You screwed up evidence collection on 2 separate items. He screwed up the evidence collection and cataloging on. The 11 days was for the DVD as well, or the DVD with the recorded statements. That took 11 days to get into evidence also. So who knows where that's at. But you could say, okay, well, you collect that. It takes you a little bit to get it transferred to from your recorder over to a media. It's not a big deal. But the physical evidence from the scene, the pocket holster, that really should have gone into a bag immediately. There's no reason for that to take 11 days. So if they're hammering them on that stuff, they're going to, and they still get to hammer him on having that unrecorded interview questions that happened. That's this guy.
Well, that's a big deal, right? Because that had it been recorded, we might have evidence that would be substantive. I got to be honest, this stuff with the DVD and the holster in the drawer, and I don't see that changing anything for me.
I don't see it changing anything. Like I said, the shoddiness of the investigation is not, in my opinion, the best theory of the case. But if they're going to use the sloppiness there, and they're going to use that to hammer on him for the failing to record the initial contact with the witnesses. I mean, the fact that he had conversations that are unrecorded, he's got sloppy and shoddy evidence handling practices. There's some issues here. You never took this seriously as a self-defense case. You could have investigated some self-defense stuff. There may have been more evidence. We don't know if you coached witnesses.
Right. So that's where the holster stuff and the misdating stuff comes into play, because he's going to make representations about what was said off the recording. And they're going to say, how can we believe you when you can't even date things properly? When you're keeping evidence in your desk for 11 days? How can we trust that that's actually what happened?
Yep. That's where that comes in. And that's going to be the interesting, the fire tomorrow morning. Tampa guy says, just say no to fatitude. Dark Fox 2000 says, thanks, Andrew. My old CCW just canceled my shit out of nowhere. Just signed up with CCW Safe with your code. Thank you, my man.
Good. If you want to let me know who canceled you and what state you're in, I'd be interested in that.
I am nobody says, Joe Biden. We already have a Nick R. mayor. We don't need any more Nick R's in office. You stop it. I'd vote for you, though, Nick. The Squid says the real question is who brings a gun to a theater and not dress like the Joker. That is a good question. All right. That's that. I guess we'll talk and figure out tomorrow, and then we'll let you guys know what kind of the solution is, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for this trial. And I think tomorrow, the good news is I think it's going to open up with some excitement.
Do you want me to stay on when you shut this, or do you want me to you want to think about it and message me?
I'll message you. If we need to call, we can.
Okay.
But all right. And Dark Fox says it was USCCA and Minnesota.
I see that. That's interesting. I wonder why they would have done that. I mean,
Lewis
I'm not a fan of USCCA anyway, but it's normally a company doesn't just cancel customers. So
yeah, very strange. Lewis S says, hi, Nick. I always wanted to send you a super chat. Lewis, hi. I always wanted you to send me one too. So thank you. We've now met the minds. And 200 Watt Studio says Law and Crime has 40,000 as 40Ks at Curves. All right, guys. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Have a good night.
Right,
Peace.
good night, everybody.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dutty to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the dog better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.